Hello, Crimson! Welcome in! Hello! This theme is so fire. Oh my god, I've been listening to this the entire day. Oh my goodness, it's so good! Hope we're doing okay today. I got my drink, I got my indie games loaded up. I'm ready to go. Also, is my mic too low or the music too high? I rewatched my VOD from yesterday, and I noticed that my voice was kind of low. I don't know if I was just speaking kind of low, or if or maybe the game was just way too loud. I don't know. Let me know. But yeah, today we're doing some indie games to celebrate us finally catching up with Limbus story. So I just lowered it a little bit. It's a little bit too loud. I don't want to talk over it, but it sounds so good. Oh my god. Dude, I don't want to spoil it for anyone who hasn't caught up to Limbus story, who hasn't been watching the stream, but this moment when this music starts to play, oh my god. Like, in the game, I was getting so many goosebumps. I was tearing up. Man. It's so good. It's like ridiculously good. But yeah, today we're playing 3 or 4 indie games. We're doing... Oh, audio sounds fine. Nice. We're doing There Is No Plan B. It's a demo. And then we're also doing Of the Devil. And then we might do Brush Burial. So we'll do There Is No Plan B, and then we'll do Brush Burial, and then we'll do Of the Devil, and then maybe Detective Instinct. So a lot of indie games. So that's what we're looking forward to. There Is No Plan B, which is a mystery adventure game story that no one's been playing. But it popped up on my Twitter feed, and I was like, well, this looks interesting. Oh my god, this entire theme. I don't know who makes the music for Project Moon, but it does not miss. Like, I mean, if you look at Nikkei, it's multiple artists, and you know exactly who's making the songs. Majority of the songs in Nikkei is from Cosmograph. But Corner's Groove can also make music. I did see the Kira Ish. Oh my god. I have to pull for her. But I also don't want to pull. So what I'll probably do is I'll wait until like later. And then hopefully I can shard her. Or I'll be able to use the ticket for my chances to get her. But yeah, I don't know who makes the music for Project Moon. It's probably all developed in-house, but it's insane. It's so good. I mean, also she said Mama, meaning Mateus Aid is a woman sinner. Yes. Also, it's probably going to be Raja, isn't it? Maybe. It's probably going to be Raja who's going to be Matthias. Because it can't be Otis. No, it won't be Otis. It most definitely will not be Faust. It will not, most definitely will not be Faust at all. Who do you think it will be? It won't be Yoshu, of course. It won't be Faust, I'm pretty sure. It's not going to be Otis, because Otis already got an id. I'm thinking Raja. I mean, process of elimination. It's not going to be Donkey. Then it has to be Raja at this point. Yeah. That's my edumacated yes. But let's just go ahead and get started. I even don't want to keep listening to this song. Oh my god, this song's so good. All right, let's get started. I never launched this game before, but There Is No Plan B. It went straight into full screen. Here we go. Let's go into let me just choose the language here. English. 1440p. Yes. I think that's fine. This game has been optimized for both keyboard and mouse and controller. I know you guys can't see anything, but it's fine. Please do not exit the game when the autosave. Okay. I just want to go to the menu. Games and work of fiction. Give me the menu. Oh? Is there no menu? Okay. I guess no menu. Hello. Investigative work. I understand. So I need to find a place to put my drink. Soul City, controlled by the Trinity Corporation. When they couldn't lower the crime rate, they simply got rid of the statistics. Nice. We need private detectives like... Huh? Oh. I've heard this all before. Publisher, your logo here. This game looks good. Am I doing it? Am I doing all right over here? Yeah, Superwave Studios. Hello. Soul Zero. Oh, no, episode 0. Soul City Dreamin'. Oh, this looks good. Also, depends on the mirror world, since it can be the same sinner from another mirror world. Also, how Heisho, Yoshu, and Drifting Blade Yoshu are from different mirror worlds, but are still in Hangwon. Imagine if it's like Kira-ish, and then Kira-ish, and then Ish Matthias. That's gotta be so weird if we saw both of them. Or if it's like multiple. Alright, am I connected? Artificial intelligence. My guess it will be either Raja or Otis, and then if it's Raja, I believe Greg will get Valencina. I think it's gonna be Raja and then Greg Valencina. I think that's what it's going to be. If all the nurse fathers are getting IDs, then it's probably gonna be Valencina, Greg, Matthias, Raja. What was the ring guy's name? I forgot his name. The ring. I forgot his name. But yeah, the ring guy, I was maybe thinking about like Faust. Like that would be pretty sick, but we already got Index Faust. I don't think we would get Ring Faust. I don't think so. And then who would be Index? Maybe Index Nurse Father Yisang? Maybe? I don't know. There's a whole bunch of opportunities. The only confirmed one is Yisang as Index Nurse Father because of Don's id story. See, I was right. Yisang Index Nurse Father. Nice. I knew it. He would fit very well in that outfit. Very, very well. Artificial intelligence. Nervous system sync rate A10. Range optimal. Beginning electronic eye synchronization test. Please direct your gaze at the point created on your left. Oh, it's like a first person. Left electronic eye adjustments complete. Please direct your gaze at the point created on your right. Ooh, look at this. Sick. Right electronic eye adjustments complete. Electronic eye synchronization task complete. Program installation complete. Now booting OS. Hello, B. Oh my god, they know me. B for bipolarism. Hello. Hello? I am Next Gen Universal. A call from SCPD. This woman. V. Hello. Nice to. If it isn't Yoko Kanzaki. How many months in a row have I told you to pay me back? Index Faust isn't in the same mirror world, so she can get another finger id. Imagine Faust ring. That'd be insane. I'd pull so hard for like a Faust ring nurse father. Oh my god, that would be amazing. But not like even the nurse father, just the ring apprentice, that robot looking girl. If that was Faust, I would pull immediately, like instantly. It would be amazing. It would be so good. How many months in a row have I told you to pay me back? Don't tell me. You heard rumors I came back into some money. Huh? You're not Yoko? Ah. Oh, it's IU. Corporate Kanzaki resigned last week without paying me back. Faust says Ezra. I know it will happen. I mean, when I think of like if Ish wasn't taken as Ezra, I would say that I would love to see Ish as Ezra. But like Faust as Ezra would be amazing because I want to see Faust with like super long hair. I would love to see Faust with like super long hair, but I don't know. There's so many options. Corporal Kanzaki resigned last week. What? Really? Without paying me back? Yes, I'm literally sitting in her chair. Then Yoko, I didn't see her myself, but she left her letter of resignation. It says she finally saved up enough money to buy happiness, but she owes me money. Then she never meant to pay me back. Yeah, where's my money? Yoko, you stupid mother. So sorry to break it to you. I don't. We will get Distortion Detective IDs until way later. Moses Dante id is the next one. I know it. Please. That's not for you to apologize for, but that bleep wad. Thank you for the kind words. So, who are you? All right. This is my first day assigned to the SCPD support team. I'm Officer Ayu, assigned to esteemed official Soul Detective. Esteemed official Soul City Detective B. Okay, I can't read. I look forward to working with you. Ah, right. Well, why exactly are you calling? I called because you've been assigned a case. No, today is the 9th? Yep, December the 9th, indeed. Already been a month. I had a month off. Esteemed official Soul City Detective B, I had a careful look through all your files. This year, the 2070 fiscal year to be precise, you've already turned down 4 cases, and if I turn down this assignment too, my detective license extension goes out the window, huh? Yes, that's exactly right. So irritating. Still, for the SCPD to call you an esteemed... Stop. I understand just how esteemed you think I am. But what sort of case is it? It's an absolutely terrible case of murder. How's this horrible city have a new murder every day? Start off by taking a look at the incident report. Time of the report, December 8th, 2070, 7:31 p.m. Incident reported by peacekeeping android Ma Wandu. Victim was found on street OP04031, completely nude, lewd. What appeared to be the clothes of the victim were at his feet. Upon discovery, I took a picture and tried to communicate with the victim, but he was unresponsive. I saw no visible trauma, but judged that help was needed and reported back to SCPD HQ. Shortly after, the victim was escorted to Trinity General Hospital SCSMC 109 in accordance with his insurance policy. I see. Attachment 1. Scene of incident raw. Is this gonna be lewd? Or is this gonna be bad? Are we gonna see this? Also, to answer your question about who makes Limbus OST, it's done by Studio EIM. Who is Studio EIM? Hold on, I'm very curious. Studio EIM. What is that? Here it is. It's a musical group. Wait a second. I know these guys. No way. Hold up. I know these guys. Hold up. I'm looking up their YouTube page right now. They made music for Maple Story. They also made music for Little Witch in the Woods. Limbus Company. Yeah, Limbus Company, Little Witch in the Woods. Vindictus. Chrono Arc. Oh my god. Let's see, anything else I recognize? Maple Story. Library of Ruina. Skull, the Hero Slayer. Soul Worker. They also did for 7 Deadly Sins. Soul Worker. Let's see what else. Damn, these guys made music for a lot of stuff. They make some bangers. Yeah, some of these are like real bangers. My goodness. It's crazy. All right. Back. Obtained. New item. Incident report. Incident report for case SBTK 757877 handed over by the SCPD. Of course, there's nothing useful to go on. Yep. I'm not sure how this could be considered a murder. True. I'm not sure either. Then why is it a murder case? Hey, Officer Ayu, don't you have any other evidence? Ah, sorry. Next, I've got a personnel file on the victim. Oh my god, look at him. Shrout. Given name, Wang Wei. Birthday, 1937. He's pretty tall. He's a lot taller than me. Blood type, Alpha Beta Plus. Researcher, citizenship, and insured, redacted. Suspicious, resident, redacted. Oh god. Criminal record, none. Notes, redacted due to a research rank at Trinity Lab 1. Additional comments, none. There's no info. Hello? And we got his case profile. The victim is a Trinity worker. Yes, that's correct. Hold up a tick. Hey, give me a minute. Who's that? Is something the matter? Who is that? No, I'm talking to Eugene, not you. Already done setting it up? Yeah, I finished it all earlier, but I haven't heard its name yet. Please call me AI. AI. All right, AI. Please run a search on. Wait, your name is AI? Yeah, that makes no sense. That is correct. Really? Someone actually named an artificial intelligence AI? It was the name Key my creator gave me. Well then, I have a favor to ask of you, AI. I need whatever you can find on our victim and this incident. Please get as much info as you can and organize it neatly for me. After processing everything, I'll draw you up a report. Good. Then please send the rest along. Please send along the rest of the evidence. Huh? But there is none. That's all? There's none? That's all I get? What about the note written in the report earlier? Yeah, there was a note saying there was a video right here. The photo attached as evidence? Yes, that's correct. So you're telling me I have to investigate without any evidence to go on? Well, in the incident folder, I don't see any pictures. How am I supposed to solve a case with nothing but an empty report to go on? There's really nothing. Let me switch to viewing all files and... That's not all. What sort of murder is this? Yeah, there was no murder, no visible trauma. You just stumbled, you all just stumbled onto some naked dude. Yeah. Detective, it's not like that. Huh? I see now this is a case of social homicide. Huh? Social homicide? What is that supposed to mean? Think about it. The moment you came to your senses, detective, every single person on the street would be staring at you. And you're standing there as naked as the day you were born. True, social homicide it is. Yes, that's exactly it. That means the guy didn't die, did he? Well, I'll go track down your missing photo evidence before... Wait, how are you going to find it? Well, if I'm going to explain the official methods taken by an SCPD officer... Stop, I don't want to hear illegal stuff. I'll take care of the missing photo myself. As expected from an esteemed official Seoul City detective. Then, next, the delivery of the investigation report. Results should... I'll finish it up by 6 o'clock tonight. Can you actually manage that? Of course, yeah, who do you take me for? Thank you so much. So you just ruined his reputation? Yeah, she was like, oh yeah, it was a homicide. And I'm like, there's literally no evidence that he died. It's like, oh, it's a case of social homicide. It's like, all right, cool. To have a solved case my first date, thanks to... Yep, looking forward to working with you too. Yoko's problem was that she gave a rough picture of everything. This woman's the exact opposite, practically talking my ear off. Hello. She looks like a good and sincere person, no? Eugene. Too sincere, that one. Seriously, every time she says my name, she has to tack the esteemed part on. Who does that? And in the end, you got a case? I love how this game looks. This is so cool. I love how there's 3D aspects. Like, this is all 3D modeled in the background. And then it's, oh, look at this. This is so cool. Are you kidding me? Yeah, a case of social homicide. Has someone been super humiliated or something? If that part of them wasn't murdered as well. AI. Task completed. Also, nice to meet you, Miss Eugene. I'll be counting on you, our little assistant. So, AI, you find anything? All usable access points were blocked off, so I was unable to get any information on the victim. And then why did you say task complete? Of course, even with a top-of-the-line TechCo search, you just can't break through Trinity's power to censor info. So, this person here is also from Trinity? Huh? Why would Eugene be working for Trinity? Are you hiding something from us? I tried running a net search on her. Besides the fact that she makes clothing for the Empire of Dai Han, I couldn't find a single piece of information. Very suspicious. Maybe because there's nothing like that on the record? True, you haven't been here for that long after all. So what turns up when you run a search on B? First name, B, holder of level 2 citizen rights within Seoul City. Raised in a nursery facility, 19 Dao's 68. Currently 28 years of age. Oh my gosh, she's only a little bit younger than I am. Accurate so far and fast to boot. Licensed by Seoul City as an official private detective. Currently running B Detective Agency alone with only that kind of rating. 2.9, quick and affordable. Customer rating stands at 2.9 by customers who... Ah, stop it. Enough. She'll be able to hear that outside. Listen here, you bucket of bolts. How can you go and spill all that? You didn't tell me not to say it, so I didn't refrain. I'm too ashamed to even look Eugene in the face now. Oh, hello. Honestly, I already knew about the rating. She's like, yeah, I just Googled you. That's funny. Also, look at this room. Oh, this is so cool. Damn, a 2.9, yikes, yeah. I think I'll just roll over and die now. You don't need to be embarrassed about it. My investigation turned up 4 licensed detectives worse than you. Eugene, this is taking it too far, no? If you knew, you would have said so. I knew you had a 2.9 rating, Miss B. But how am I supposed to say that to your face? Yeah. Hey, nice to meet you, owner of a 2.9 star rated detective agency. Well, you knew all that. Yet I pretended to be great. I pretended to be this amazing detective. I pretended my butt off. But why? Why not tell me? Because you look so cool and awesome. So just do your best. No, not based. Do your best on this case. AI, why? Shall we begin our investigation? I need a second before we get started. I need some time to liven up my soul again. Oh, save? Oh, this game looks so cool. Are you kidding me? Save. Nice. Continue. I feel like I've been reborn. Ah, is that what happened? Shut up! Then, for this bee who has been reborn exactly 2 minutes, 32 seconds ago, I'll sort out the goals of this investigation. Our goal in all this is to submit a report after we close the case. In order to write up said report, we need to really understand the facts about what happened. I can't get over the fact that evidence was missing from that report. On top of that, we have absolutely nothing to go on. In fact, I think I'll have to start this investigation from the ground up. Then what task shall we start off with? I mean, first of all, we need the missing evidence. As long as we have the missing evidence, we can try and figure it out from there. Here we go. Let's get our hands on this missing evidence. Yeah, right here. And the officer in charge of submitting the report was a peacekeeping android. Specifically, PK droid MA1D0. What's this? This one called in the incident as well. Indeed, it was the same android. Great. Then we can ask that bucket of bolts about how it played out as well. SCP extension retrieved successfully. Connection prepared. Hello. Call. There we go. Oh my god, he looks so tough. This is SCPD. Every time I see SCP, I think of my head like scrunches to think about SCP Foundation. SCPD is peacekeeping android registration MA10 or D0. Connection confirmed. You're the one who called in the incident number. That, right? SCP, oh my god, is only available to registered citizens. I am a citizen. To use this service, please provide your citizen registration number. Oh my god, how do you remember that? Level 2 civilian registration confirmed. Thank you for your cooperation. I reported the incident in question approximately 21 hours ago. I've been put in charge of the incident. However, I'm missing the picture that was logged as evidence from the incident report. You're referring to the picture of the scene? Yep, that's the one. I submitted that picture alongside the incident report. You submitted them together? It wasn't in there. I submitted the incident report through our secure document server, and I received confirmation that the picture was logged as evidence from that very server. No, was it missing because it went through 2 different servers? After submitting the 2 pieces of evidence, I deleted the picture to save memory space. Oh my god, why? Why? You're going to have to contact SCPD headquarters. I mean, I work with them. Yeah, I'll call them up again. Is there anything else I can help you with today? I hate when people ask me this question. I would like to know a bit more about the incident. I will tell you everything I know about the case. Anyone, I might not anyone suspicious. You're the first one to find them. So, wow, about when you found the victim. I would like to know about when you found the victim. Right when I happened upon the subject, I immediately took a photo of the scene to submit with my report. The photo that I don't have, but let's just imagine that I'm staring at it. According to the report, as you arrived on scene, you found the victim totally naked, right? That is correct. He was standing there, completely in the nude. Standing. Birthday suit. Got it. So from what you saw, did he undress himself or was he forced? From the position of his clothes at his feet, I judged that he undressed himself. Why? Why would someone do this? In public? We're not just dealing with some pervy old fart, are we? I cannot pass judgment on that particular detail. You reported the incident though, so what happened after that? Due to our regular patrols of the area, I was the first on the scene and immediately reported the incident. So you're saying that we have no key witnesses or prime suspects. Just in case, I have another question for you. While you were at the scene, did you notice anyone looking suspicious? After completing my report, I stayed with the victim until he was escorted to the hospital. The entire time, I saw no one paying an excessive amount of attention in the victim. Really? You seem so sure of yourself. From your perspective, what is an excessive amount of interest? No one attempted to approach or speak to the victim, and no one stayed on scene for very long. Huh, interesting. So no one showed interest in the victim's personal effects. As for personal effects, I only collected 1. What did you take? The torn bits of his clothes. Torn? No way anyone would want to make off with those. Was there no wallet or phone in the area? That is correct. Considering the fact that the victim had neither, they could have been taken before you got there. That is correct. Do you have any other questions? I mean, he was just standing there, so if someone took it, he would know. Well, I guess that's all I've got for now, huh? Information obtained about a reporting officer? Oh, thank you. We've heard all we can about the timing of the incident in question. Is this incident really an incident at all? It was just a naked man on the street. Our victim is an employee of the Trinity conglomerate, but that place is known to be super stressful, no? Maybe he just lost his mind. Could this be a stress-induced peep show put on by an elite perv wanting to expose himself? Oh my god. Even if this was a stress-induced oddity, that wouldn't explain the unresponsive part. Well, yeah, he was unresponsive, yeah. You got a point there. Nothing we can do about that, though. Let's keep working on a report. You said that the victim was taken to a hospital, yes? The victim was taken to Trinity General Hospital. It would be so annoying to call the hospital and have to explain all this from the beginning. Could you just connect me instead? I want to hear the victim's accounts of the incident. I've been made aware that the victim is in the same state that I found him. Oh god, so he's like completely catatonic. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? The victim is still unresponsive. Yep. So he won't be able to answer any of my questions. That is correct. So what you're implying is, I believe I reported that an interview was impossible to carry out. According to SCPD protocols, an incident report is required to have a victim interview. No? That is correct. But he has no interview. Even if the victim were blown to bits by a rocket, you have to attach a victim interview, right? But interviewing an unresponsive victim is meaningless act in and of itself. Yeah. So let me guess. You tried to talk with our victim, but since he was unresponsive, you just moved on? A detective's time and effort are precious commodities. Thus, I judged it wiser action to conserve my energy for other matters. Hey, so you got to follow protocol. My apologies. I will contact the hospital at once. Seriously, my goodness, is this thing for real? I wasn't asking for a lesson, but that android gave me an FYI for slacking off. How many humans do you think asked for this thing to tell you all that without... Wait, I can't read. How many humans do you think asked for this thing to tell you all that without a request? Our artificial intelligence was programmed without guilt. I will connect you with the hospital. Thank you. Beep beep. Every time I hear SCPD, I think of SCP. Yeah, same. Reception android. Cool. Request received from peacekeeping robot that. Is this the officer in charge? B, registration number, blah, blah, blah. Yes, I have some questions I need answered for my incident report. Confirmed. I received word it was about a possible interview with our patient. Were you informed of the fact that the patient is currently unresponsive? Yes, and because he can't talk, this will be quick. Understood. I will connect you with the attending android in charge of his ward. Talk. Interviewing the victim. The victim. Straight from Tecto 41. Talk mode. Time to focus on the conversation. Interviews, negotiations, interrogations. These are times where our words matter. I prepared a talk mode to keep conversations strictly professional. During a conversation, red icons will appear next to the other party's name. While these icons are displayed, the other party will continue talking while you select the appropriate way to respond. How the conversation proceeds depends on how you respond. As the other party continues to speak, more dialogue options can also come to mind. Not every dialogue needs a response. Letting the other party continue their rant is also a viable option. When your dialogue options start to flash, that means the other party is wrapping up their speech. If you've been considering your options, don't miss your chance to chime in. This is so cool. Video call connected. Ooh. This is Mr. Strout, right? Yes, this is Mr. Strout. As you can see, his vitals are stable. My head's blocking right now. There we go. Yet he's completely unresponsive. Well, I'll leave you to it. Hello, Mr. Strout. Is he pretending? Unresponsive is right. Before we get started, let me give you a TLDR on how this is all going to go. From the moment we start this interview, every word will be recorded and entered as evidence. If you find something objectionable, you're free to remain silent. Note, if you wake up in the middle, Mr. Strout, chances are very, very high of this getting annoying. Thank you for the confirmation. Let's get started with the interview then. Your birth name is Wang Wei, right? You're an A-class Trinity employee, no criminal record to speak of. Shall we move on from the personal information? I take that as a yes. Hold on, I'm gonna sneeze. There we go. Sweet. I'm guessing a heart monitor will help. Yeah, he's at 80 right now. Like between 76 and 80. According to the incident in question, the only personal effect we saw on the scene were the victim's clothes. You weren't carrying a phone or wallet, were you? I see his eyes opened a little bit. He's blinking. Mr. Strout? Phone. Exactly, a phone. I got a call on my phone. Where was the call from? The lab. I had to check an email from the lab. Then suddenly it hit. Oh my god, he's dying. So hot. Wait. Then what happened? Exactly? Then a stabbing sensation. Pretended to do nothing. Well, just watch to the end. Oh god. He's dying. So hot. Oh, I see a hand on this. This is the nurse android. Oh, it cut off. Oh god. That was that made 0 sense. Am I a detective that just never leaves her room? Who just stays here the entire time? I'm doing all the detective work just from my room. Which part exactly? His testimony doesn't match up. The testimony doesn't match up. The logic is all off. I would say the logic is all off. The victim just said he felt a stabbing sensation, but the report says there was no wounds to be seen. Yeah. What are we missing? Robots equipped with artificial intelligence are unable to lie. So we have to consider the possibility that our victim might be fabricating part of his testimony. You like my OC's cake? Yes, I responded to it with which sinner did I do licking? I think I did. Let me see. Who? I did Otis. I was about to say Faust. In the state that guy was in, do you really think he intentionally lied? I don't think so. Also, Lenny, welcome in. I judged that to be quite unlikely. Maybe something made him feel, or made him hallucinate it? Yeah. Huh. We're gonna have to go on a deep dive for ourselves. Let's start with a message to the SCPD to get our hands on that photo ASAP. Hello. This is a cool little demo. This is not bad. Press tab to open your notepad. Okay. Evidence secured. Optional, check the case request in the app. It's my registration card. Oh, I want to see it. Oh, I can't see it. It's fine though. Messenger app. Oh, this is such a cool game. The UI is just amazing. Wants to be a good dad. Schwan. Thanks, you solved the case without lifting your finger. Why is a cool chick like you have such low ratings? Thank you so much. If you're so thankful, leave me 5 stars. I think the me from yesterday might have left you 5. The reborn me isn't that mushy, so good luck. Oh my god. Can I respond to him? Oh my god. Legal problem, partying with friends. Okay, so I helped this guy. So this guy wanted to give me a job and he saw my rating. Trinity Bank. How much money do I have? MeTube? Balance of this. One time payment information. Okay, this is me getting paid. My god. Credit card bill. Withdrawal of usage. Insufficient funds. Estimated withdrawal amount. Oh my god. Okay. I have a lot of money. In a relationship. Task has arrived. Top secret request, urgent case, needs to start immediately. Can I ask what your job is exactly? Here we go. So we can respond to other cases. The name's Ramu Shuikun. Okay, Shuikun. As you can clearly see, I'm a soldier. Can I? What can I see exactly? Whatever, I'll let that slide. Before I explain, can we agree that confidentiality is a given? Yes, confidentiality comes at the forefront of this operation. Of course. I'll take that as your word then. During Trinity's regular visit to Soul City, we scheduled an interview with a high-ranking member of the Trinity conglomerate, and this person's hobby, well, he's very into collecting these very, very old clay pots called a hangari. Hangari? Never heard of them. Oh, cool. After great difficulty, I managed to secure one of them. However, I'm not convinced that the item is genuine. I'm not exactly an expert at appraising antiques. You should find another investigator. Yeah, we're not coming to you as an investigator. When we hand this clay pot over to the delegate, I'm sure they'd be rather relieved to receive a certificate of authenticity alongside it. I don't do that either. Wait, hold up. No way I'm helping you with something illegal. Yeah. It's a question of money. Name your price. It's not a question of money. It's a problem of legality. Are you worried money might be the problem? I'll make sure you run into zero problems on that front. No, I won't even do it for a mountain of gold bars. Yeah. Who hates money like this? Do you not like money? I earned all the money I needed to live on. Plus, it's not a problem of money, but the operation itself. Yep. There's a problem with my plan. If this person's got a hobby, then you know they did research. As high-ended as collecting antiques, they will know immediately. Yeah. They'll be able to spot a fake at first glance. Yeah, duh. Plus, if you're trying to paint yourself in a nice light, wouldn't it be better to just use the real thing? Yeah. That is a very astute observation. Right? だよね. Either way, no matter how much green is in your wallet, I'm out. Good luck, have fun. Alright, we finished that case. Boom. SCPD, we need your help. Case assigned. Action confirmed. Esteemed official Soul City Detective B, have you finished writing up your report? Oh, this is her again. No, I'm in the middle of investigating. I had a talk with the android who filed that report. He told me this case is super sus. Yes, this case is super sus. Yes, you're right on the money there. This is social homicide. That wasn't quite the tone I was going for, but I think I found the location of our missing photo evidence. Could you look for a separate server that the SCPD uses for evidence? Ah, we have one of those? I'll look right now. Oh my god. Oh my god. He's actually nude. Oh, he's just standing there. Dude, I love these two just like taking a photo. They just walk past this like big burly naked guy and they're just like, let's take a photo. They're not even shocked, and people are just walking past this guy like nothing's happening. Just like, oh, just another naked guy on the street. It's fine. Just walk past him. Don't look. These two are having fun though. Look at him. I love that character design for this one. Just like android head with like emoticon faces. That's hella cool. But we finally got the photo. Nice. We got the photo. The picture I just sent is the right one, yes? Yep, it looks right. Walking butt naked is wild. Yeah, it's a case of social homicide. So someone who socially killed him. He didn't do it himself. Someone else socially killed him. Nice one. I'll put it in my report. Looking forward to seeing it. It's like Cyberpunk 2077 where there are naked people walking around. Yeah. Also, Cyberpunk 2077 is such a good game. Oh my god. I have it heavily modded and it's so good. I have like 500 mods on my game. It's amazing. I love that game so much. Okay, but we finally did it. Also, we're about the year of Cyberpunk 2077. It's 2070, which I believe if you play the original tabletop Cyberpunks, that's where some of the original Cyberpunks are set in 2070, which is quite nice. The whole lore about Cyberpunk is sick. Good, we got the photo that's been bothering me so much. I think it's possible to begin our investigation now. Finally, I've compiled a list of our evidence so far and organized it on our database. Tabletop Cyberpunk is peak. It actually is. It's so good. Like, I wasn't really into like tabletop RPGs until I was kind of forced into it. Not really forced, but you guys know how I worked in the remote Arctic for like a year. So I took a year contract to work on a telescope in the remote Arctic, like way up in the Arctic circle for a telescope. And our group was quite small. We had about like, I want to say 12 or 13 people who worked at the telescope. And we didn't have that much to do, especially during the dark season where there was no sunlight at all. So what we ended up doing was we just ended up doing D&D like every day. And not every day. We did it like D&D once a week. But it was so much fun. And it was my first time actually doing D&D like together with a group regularly. It was so much fun. Like, it was so much fun. It got me into playing other tabletop RPGs. I've been getting into like really nice tabletop RPGs that, like, what's it called? They can play on your own, because a lot of my coworkers that I have here in Korea don't play tabletop RPGs, which is quite sad. So I ended up backing this one tabletop RPG on Kickstarter. They're gonna ship it to me soon, I hope. But let me try and look for it. Here it is. There we go. Let me get you the name. It's called Astro Prisma. I'm gonna post the name on. I'm gonna post the name on chat so people know. Here we go. Astro Prisma. It's on. It was on Kickstarter. It's quite good. It's very space themed. There's like a song behind it. It's a solo RPG set in a post-apocalyptic and retro-futuristic world. Choose your origin, create your character, and choose from 6 unique origins. Hopefully it's not a Kickstarter scam. I've been very lucky with Kickstarter. So I backed over, I want to say 30 or 40 projects on Kickstarter. I've only never gotten 3 projects out of the 40, which is quite good. I'm still waiting for them to ship it. But they said that they're working on printing and shipping to the US, which is quite good. Do you play any Magic the Gathering? I've been getting my friends into it lately. I haven't, because I'm kind of hesitant to get packs and stuff like that. Oh yeah, the push-ups. Hold up. Yeah, I don't want to scam you. Hold up. Push the chair. Yeah, you did redeem 10 push-ups, so. All right. 1, 2, 4, 8, 9, and easy. Easy. There we go. We're back. But yeah, it's a great game. But I want to get into Magic the Gathering, but I can't because I don't want to pay that much for cards, and I don't want to buy booster packs, and I don't even know how to play. Yeah, it's quite good. All right. Shall we focus on the photo first and foremost? Yes. Let's analyze the photo. Let's see this naked man. Press the 4 button, or 4 key, to open the database. Yes. Press investigate. Okay. Review all the evidence you have. Okay. Ready to begin analyzing the evidence, and done. Since this is our first good piece of evidence, we need to give it a careful look. Professional advice, straight from Tecto41. Investigative counter tool. I prepared an investigation counter as a way to stay super professional in this crime scene. I've seen horror stories from Kickstarter, like this guy who said he couldn't make his board game because the son told him not to. Oh God. Yeah, I made a lot of Kickstarter purchases. I say purchases, but it's always a gamble. How I see it is, if you do your research and you like make smart backings, then you're fine. Let me try and look for the stuff that I backed. on Kickstarter. I'm too lazy to log in. Oh my god. I opened up my Kickstarter app and then they were like, hey, log in. And I'm like, nope, I don't want to log in. It's too much work. But I backed a lot of stuff on Kickstarter to the point where like they put like my real name in like certain games in the credits as Kickstarter backers, where I'm like, man, that was like younger me. Now older me right now, I don't want to see my name attached to a game like that, but it's okay. It is what it is. Oh man. All right, here we go. Investigation counter on the right shows you how many points of interest need to be found. Whenever you investigate an important point of interest, the number on the left side of the investigation counter goes up. That's because the results of your investigation didn't help your case. However, there's a good chance it opened up something new to investigate. Nice. Okay, let's investigate. Singular evidence. Okay. Let's see. This is probably a big one. She's taking a photo of this guy from the front. That means there's another photo. First things first, this thing. Examine. Picture of our victim from the back. I don't see any signs of injury or trauma. There is like smoke coming out from behind his neck. Phew, since he's Trinity, he's all muscle. Height of 191 centimeters, body fat at less than 4%. This guy's built. Are you kidding me? This guy's built. He's taller than I am. I'm like 183, so he's like, math is hard, 8 centimeters taller than I am. Oh my god, he's so tall. An ideal specimen in every way. Specimen. He's a Trinity employee. That's just a given. The term "a given" is not appropriate in this case. After a thorough look at Trinity's job postings, there's no specification about body requirements. Of course, they didn't write down in the job posting. Even for Trinity, who literally owns the city, writing down a job posting would bring unwanted attention, no? So it's not on the job posting, but it's something they check. I've heard that during physicals, during hiring, they even draw blood to sequence your DNA. Oh god. Then if Trinity Conglomerate finds a single gene that doesn't suit their fancy, bam, rejected stamp. Then if you apply again with the same documents, you're out of there. So what you're saying is, from birth, your possibilities of being hired at that company are already determined. To be more precise, it's the moment you get your mods. Once word got out, wealthy parents started going straight for Trinity custom DNA mods. Oh my god. So Trinity even optimized human births. Yes, and the result of that are men like this one. On top of that, all Trinity employees have spinal cord mods like this. This man's literally a smoke show. Specifically, the smoke coming from his external connection terminal, right at the base of his neck. Let's take a closer look. Yeah, right here. Examine. I removed all the smoke and enlarged only the terminal area. Really? The power of AI. This does look like the body of a Trinity employee, but, is the inside of that supposed to be red? Right here, this USB-C port. From what I heard, the input terminal is supposed to be blue like the rest of it. No? According to a manual I just found, it has a function that uses color to convey the status of the body. Nice function to have. Wait, if that's on the back of the person's neck, the user can't even see the color. Yeah. How would anyone ever use that? It's actually for the mechanic whose job is it to repair the body. Good point. Hold up, mechanic? Does that mean we should consult with your mother about this? One moment. Why? Did you figure out why that's like that? No, just please don't call Key my mother. Huh? But Key made you, no? That part is fact, but that doesn't make her a mother. Why not? It's just sort of gross to hear. Look at his face. He's just like, don't call her my mom. She's not my mom. Angry. Then what do you call her? I just call her Key. Oh, all right. Well, can you connect me with Key? Call connecting. Oh my god, who is this? Mama on the screen. Hello. Ring ring. Oh my god. Hello, this is Keystone Mechanics. What can I do for you? Oh, it's you, B. Did AI get there in one piece? AI was just yelling at me before calling you up. Shark teeth, yeah, look at the shark teeth. You must have done something that deserved a good scolding. Not really. By the way, or BTW, I have something to ask you. Could you take a look at this picture I just sent you? These are body mods for a Trinity employee. Sasuga, you know your stuff. Yep, it's a pic taking of the victim in a case assigned to me. Do you know what it means for when the input terminal is red? Aren't they normally blue? I have a general idea. Do you have any other information besides this picture? The terminal was I'm not gonna say the man was standing there naked. No, the terminal was smoking. Well, there was smoke coming from the terminal. This is clearly a case of the terminal's loss of function due to overheating. The red light means that the terminal is cut off, and from the fact that it's smoking, that is 100% an overheating problem. So the terminal overheated. Do we know why that might have been? Not easy to tell from a single picture. Hold the phone. Didn't we get a person come in just for that issue? Actually, we had 3 thus far. Oh, and what was the reason in those cases? One was installing a bunch of illegal programs. He ended up frying his input terminal that way. Another secretly accessed the terminal. Oh wait, Trinity Confidential. That guy ended up losing half his electronic brain with his terminal when he got to me. Oh my god. The last person wouldn't say a word about it right up to the very end. Do you think any of those might have been connected to my case? Did you have anyone walk into your shop completely in a nude? I think I turned anyone away who tried that on me, B. So we know what state the terminal was in, but we don't know the most important part. Why? Damn, he didn't clean his fan. Yeah, he overheated. Well, I guess that's where my investigation will turn to next. I'll ponder it and call you if I think of anything. All right, then. Can you also stop by the shop tonight before we close the shutters, B? When might that be? Just because you haven't. Why? Just because you haven't stepped foot outside that house for 2 years now. 2 years! And I'm an investigator? How am I a private investigator if I haven't stepped outside my house for 2 years? My goodness. I am a shut-in. Does that mean you've forgotten all that too? Now that I can steer AI, I think I can manage. Well, madam, all the mechanics around this neck of the woods close up at 10 p.m. She does have 2.9 stars. Still, 2.9 stars considering you're an investigator that never leaves your house. That's not bad, honestly. Why do you need me to stop by anyways? Got a problem? You'll see when you get here. I got a customer. Gotta hang up. I've updated the information on the victim to reflect that his terminal overheated. You know why Key wants me to come? I didn't hear anything about that before. Think she might be calling in a favor? Okay, so that's one piece of evidence that we found. Second one, are these 2 girls here taking a photo of this guy's junk? What's wrong with these people? He's having a manic episode and they go and take a photo. Time to check out this Huh? She's wearing a skirt from a school uniform? That's the skirt we wore at my school. And that's a human, not an android. Huh? A human? She's just wearing a helmet and a full body suit. Really? I guess that's fashion. So that's just in style these days. Yeah, fashion. It is, indeed, in fashion among a small number of students. If you're interested in this andro fashion. No, fashion is so not my thing. Since she's a student, we can just pull up her student record. Oh, there it is. Okay, high school student, rank 2, validated. Blood type alpha, 172. Her name is Mina de Trastamaraga. Damn, not a real clanker. I thought she was a clanker. I was gonna say, I was like, oh my god, that's a nice clanker. I don't know. Enlarge. What does enlarge do? Oh, okay. Ground area. North District section that. Very good scores in school. Nice. Okay. Smart. No additional comments. Okay. Age 17, height of 162 centimeters, no criminal record. I don't think there's anything else of note here. Wow, no criminal record, huh? How is that surprising? Is being a criminal a good thing? Or a difficult thing? Or like, is being a criminal an easy thing in this world? Like, no criminal record? Surprising for a high school student. Is it really not? Is it really surprising to not be a criminal? Hard to find these days. Must be a nice girl, huh? Really? So being a criminal is quite common in this world. One of 2 students at the scene of the incident looks like an android, but that's just a fashion trend. Okay. Hold up. There's the other one. If you take the helmet into account, there's no way she's 162 centimeters tall. But that's the information I got from the school database. At the very least, this girl's 166 centimeters tall. How can you tell? On that Tecto program I installed earlier, there's a spatial management algorithm. Yeah? Calculating. That's surprising. It came as 166, right? The helmet makes it iffy, but I was right on the money. However, that's not the most surprising part. What are you talking about? How did you figure it out? Yeah, how did you know that? You can just tell. How? That is not possible. Yeah. You got no spatial measurement programs or algorithms in your electronic eye or electronic brain. Really, I can just tell. Please tell me the exact height of the cell phone and that girl is holding. It's exactly... Huh? How do you know? Hello? 17.16 centimeters. AI's like, what? He just tilted his head. He was like... Oh, other way. He was like... Huh? Alright, I'll give you a real explanation. I'm actually really good at spatial perception. Really. No matter how good you might be, that level of precision is impossible. Yeah, that might be true, but I've been training myself since I was little. No, you can't just train yourself to do that. Like, you take one look and it's like, yeah, that's exactly 15.16 centimeters. You can't do that. Training yourself. I was right about that phone size, right? I actually memorized the size of a number of a popular phone in car. Wait, really? Okay, so you can just tell because you memorized all the measurements of certain things. Then use the size of that as a scale. Exactly. Now you follow. Still, that's an extremely high degree of accuracy. But why the surprise? Results coming from an artificial intelligence like that with spatial algorithms are way faster and more reliable anyways. True. But I mean, 50 years ago, it'd be a superpower, but in today's world, it's sort of useless. No, it's so cool. Anyway, let's get back to the case. Considering that this photo was taken right when the cell phone flash went off, yeah, there's a flash. That girl was clearly either taking a photo or a video, right? But according to our peacekeeping android, there was no one paying an excessive amount of interest, and they were just snapping a picture as they passed by. We don't have enough evidence to say that. Oh, my phone. Jesus. All right, there we go. Living in Korea, folks, your phone just starts randomly yelling at you. We don't have enough evidence to say for certain. So, it's clear that this girl snapped something. I mean, based off of where the phone is pointing, she snapped at something for sure. Let's give her a call and see if she can send it over. You can just call random people on the street. All right. Connecting you with the contact information registered on her student record. Ring, ring. Oh, disconnected. She was like, who's this rando? Oh, it just hung up. Yeah, duh, you don't know her. Let's try again. Ring, ring. Answering machine. I'm sorry, but we cannot connect your call at this time. Please try back again. You've been blocked. But why? It's obvious. It's a random freaking number. What did I do? You just try to cold call someone. Our means of acquiring new information has slipped through our fingers. Well, why did she block me? There's this other student here. So that's Mina. That's the back of his neck. That's the victim. This is the peacekeeping android. This is some random dude. What about this girl? She's wearing the same school uniform. Rubasa. Alpha Beta Plus, high school student, citizenship invalidated, insured, invalidated. Is she illegal? Is she a undocumented citizen? 170 centimeters. Wait, 2053? Okay, I was gonna say, I was like, wait a second. I was like, is she a lot older than she looks? Okay, but apparently the age checks out. Okay, so, okay. Excellent athleticism compared to other students, so she's an athlete. No additional comments. Why invalidated? This girl's a Mimi, right? Indeed, I can confirm that she's a serval type genetically improved human, which are called Mimis. The first serval Mimi I've seen. 17 years of age, height of 170 centimeters, no criminal record. Yeah, another of the good kids. All right, let's give her a call. Second generation serval type genetically improved human, Mimi. Seems like we'll have to update her height to 175. Really? Shall we try to get a hold of this girl too? Of course. Let's give her a call. What is this smug face? Heard the call. Ring ring. Please answer. I'm sorry, but we cannot connect your call at this time. Really? Please try back later. Why does girl block me? You think that Miss Mimi Mina passed her a hint? Ah, what sort of hint? I haven't done anything yet. You tried to cold call someone. That's horrible. Unfortunate, really. That was a good chance to get our hands on some evidence, but it failed miserably. And it's all your fault to be. Hey, you rusty bucket of bolts. Clear. We did it. We tried our best. I think you've checked all the necessary parts, B. But I don't think we found any evidence that helps our investigation. I've only found out one new piece of information. Overheating. The moment that picture was taken, the victim's body mods were overheated. But that fact doesn't lead us to our next clue. Why was he naked? We indeed have no further evidence to investigate. Well then, you want to change our focal point here? Change our focal point? Rather than trying to find new evidence we might have missed here, let's find something to connect us to a new clue. Then we'll have another look at this pic. So you're saying that we should expand the field of our investigation? Yeah, I'm sure it'll have something to do with this pic. Let's find something that'll lead us to our next clue. Point out. Extended area investigation. Okay. Which part will lead us to a new clue? I personally think what will lead us to a new clue would be the witnesses. The photographic evidence would be nice. Witnesses would be nice. Not the peacekeeping android, no. Campaign poster, probably not. So it's gonna have to be the witnesses. There's a good chance that this girl from my old school saw something. The possibility is there, but not of reaching her. Is there really no other way? Communication is a two-way street. Even if one side wants it, it doesn't mean it will happen. But I've got to ask her why she blocked me. She's so hung up into it. So that's why you're actually curious about it. How about we pretend to be someone else? That's even worse. That is against the law. Let's just give up on calling the two of them. Please just tell me why. Why did she block me? It's because a 27-year-old woman is trying to reach out to literal high school girls. Unbelievable. The photographic evidence, but we can't get it. Whether she snapped a pic or a vid, she got data for us. But she is the only one. What, is she the only one who snapped something? According to the peacekeeping android, no one intervened during the incident. That's exactly my point. I'm wondering if someone uploaded something or shared a post with someone. A novel approach. Yeah, maybe you can have a look around the net. What information should I be searching for the network? Location and time. Search for the location and timestamp records. Yep. I will run a search. Please do. I'm sure you'll find something. Got to put our faith into the sharing power of high school girls. Yeah. Net search. 6 results. The results are ready. With this much info, we should be able to run it through quick. Let's get started. Okay. Sick. All you lonely boys, check out my nudie pics on my OnlyPans page. How is it that posts written today are still just like before? These words have a certain power to appeal to human instincts. I mean, I clicked on it, yes. But wait up. What's this sort of spam have to do with our case? Is showed up in the search list because it was posted to a social media site at the site of the incident when it occurred. For real? From the access data I can pull from the post, this was clearly written by a human, not an android. Really? Card Prime. I've opened up my latest booster box, but there wasn't a single super secret ultra feral rare. I'm an old guy who only lives to open boxes when the mood strikes. You want to see me walk on the streets nude because of this loyal fan lost his last bit of cash? You're going to lose your whales. I guess this is kind of similar. No, he got a virus by going on sketch sites, yeah. Sell your human certification at a high price. We're buying at higher prices than anyone else. Only clean certs with no history of crime or fraud. After purchase, all liability falls to the customer. Okay. Oh my god, here we go. We found her. Mochi Mochi Mina Ring. Girls, saw someone with at Basa Cheek on the way to work. LOL, once in a lifetime nude dude. Raffle. Psycho much? One hell of a bod though. Seriously, shot of dopamine though. Someone shouted, then your voice started screaming and stripping. Oh my god, we found it. This is it. Look at him. Wait, something fell out of him. Oh, so he is fully naked there. Yep, this is our naked man, all right. The time lines up with the picture submitted as evidence by that android. In other words, we have two angles now. The location is the same too, yes? Same exact location. Now we got it. This is our photo. In fact, the difference between this photo being taken and uploaded is only 1 second. Really? So she took the photo, slapped the sticker on it, and then she uploaded it. Looks like we now have a new piece of evidence. Yes. Very nice. AI, prepare this pic for invest. Upon securing these two photographs, we are now able to make a scene recreation. But would you still prefer to just look at the photo? I'm gonna drink some water. Give me a second. There we go. What's that? It's just one of the main selling points of the Tecto program. But perhaps, do you not know about this feature? No, I know. Of course I do. Scene recreations. Once you exit out of the social media survey, I'll make preparations to enter the recreation. Right. Okay. Neil? Who's this guy biting this gold bar? Hello. Yo, yo, yo! If it ain't B, the girl who got rich because of her good friend. Oh, is visiting my best friend of 20 years, Mr. Midas himself. I'm working, but what is it? Oh god, who is this suspicious looking individual? Also, I am rich. If anyone doesn't know, I am rich in this game. I have a balance of like 200 million yen. I am a shut-in, but I am absolutely loaded. What the what? Working? Yeah, what I normally do, detective work. I told you to get out of there and spend some moolah. With how much you have, you should be putting it back into the economy. Ah, that's right, you can't leave your house. Dude, are you looking for an early grave? Just pulling your leg a bit, just joshing around. With how much I made you, you should learn to take a joke. I thought you meant in real life for a sec. No. I am not rich in real life. This girl, B, is hella rich. But one thing I will say is, I don't take donations and I don't tell people to subscribe and I don't run ads because I've been very blessed with a very well-paying job. So I am not hurting for cash either. So it's quite good. But I still work though. I have to work. Isn't that right, pal? If it's just called to rub my nose in it, then... Wait, no, you can't be for real. Is it really that you found another case for me to make some money on? If that's the case, I'll trust you to invest the... No. It ain't like that, B. Let's use this cash to take a breather before we move on to the next thing, yeah? When it's time for a break, we gotta learn how to put our feet up. Okay, then it has to be enough to really rest on. I just sent a message your way. Huh? This is from the bank, no? It is, and they finally sent it. Notice of deposit. Homie, what? They finally deposited the money? F yeah, they did. A whole boatload. I finally got a call from those Trinity people. Where'd you get all that cash? You sure it ain't dirty? We'll be looking into this transaction. All that jazz. So what? Then what happened? Oh, this guy is... It's me we're talking about. Who do you think you're talking to? Here we go again. The man who, from the dregs of the coin world, thrived for 11 years, the true winner, #1 highest return on investment in all of Soul City, Mr. Main Character himself, the guy who with a single investment earned a yearly profit of a whole country, the man who earned more than you can make in a century, no, a millennia, the friend who earned you a fortune of 3,651,743,123 yen. For your good friend Neil, there's always a way. No? So I asked, what did you do? I slipped them some dough. So you bribed them? Why? Figures. That aside, you're coming today, right? We said we were going to have some dinner, no? Yeah, of course I remember. Might be a bit hard to ask though. What? You're saying you can't come? Dude, Eugene's cooking. About that. You don't think you're the only person who invested their money, do you? All the people I earned money for are super grateful. They said they'll throw a party for me, and that's what's a man supposed to do? I've got no choice but to go, no? So you're tossing aside your good friend to go party? Yo, Chica, they rented out this super expensive club, and whatever, go ahead and go. So you're heading to the club? No. If I want to dance the night away, I'm going to need a hell of an enhancer. Back on the enhancers, if you keep taking those, your bones are going to rot. Not a chance. I'll have you know I found this shop that sells the finest stuff you'll ever hit. You should head over and take a hit for yourself. Want the address? I'm not going to take a hit of anything. All right. You've been like this since nursery school. While everyone was playing around, you were always cut the stuff and go already. Sorry. Tell Eugene I'm sorry and I couldn't make it. Whatever, punk. And since I can't make it today, I got you a present that's hella sick and hella expensive. I really pulled out all the stops. Yeah, I hear ya. Got to go back to work. Hold up, B. From the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for investing to me. This present is really going to be something else. And then something else will come up tomorrow, no? That stings! I'm trying to give a genuine thank one B to another. I knew this would happen. I knew he ditched us for something else. Dimension 4D is ready to access. I'm guessing that that guy is an investor. I threw money to him so he can invest in something, and miraculously, it worked out. And we made hella cash. And now he's still the irresponsible guy he always was, but I made hella cash. Dimension 4D is ready to access. Augmented reality. We started it up then? That is correct. Then let's go. Yeah, and then it shows up here. You can kind of see. Oh my god, I'm so rich. Also, that's crazy. So this is how much money, payment information. Which one? These are sorted by date from like most recent to the oldest. So you can see here, payment information balance. Me too. This is how much money I owed. So I owed 200 million yen. So you can see MeTube. They're charging me 1 million yen for MeTube over and over. And then confirmation of November credit usage, one-time payment, withdrawal of usage amount scheduled. Notice of insufficient funds. I only had 15,000 yen. And then the money finally kicked in. And now I have hella cash. So that's good. I'm rich. Alright, let's go. 4D. Dimension 4D. Wow. Dude, this game is insane. Welcome, breaking news. We arrived within the recreation. Don't tell me this is like fully 3D. Wow. This is the scene recreation you were talking about before? When we have two photos of the same place, a recreation becomes possible. What? What? This game is so cool. What? This part over here is empty. Yeah, there's probably no photo. The recreation can't render anything that wasn't caught in the photo. Right, of course. However, it's safe to assume that anything here is a faithful depiction of the things in that picture. Great, I finally get to go on an actual crime scene. Objective updated. Don't tell me I can like move around and stuff. Okay. That's the dude. It's all full 3D. There's some blades here. Something popped out right here. Something's falling here and it's smoking. It's probably a chip that was in his like access port that like popped out. The 3D render was successful. Precision analysis now possible. Precision analysis. It's a function that allows 3D investigation into objects. From the interaction menu, just select the analyze function. Interact with this object once more to start the 3D precision analysis. Take a closer look. Detailed view. Unable to leave analysis mode until you found all the clues. Okay, sick. Wow! What? 3D! What does that say? There was clearly something written here. It's so charred though, I can't make it out. There's a good chance that that's a product name or serial number. Shall we restore it to before it became so charred? What, you're able to restore items? The Tecto algorithm is able to analyze over 100 types of burn patterns. What? The future! 99.45% accuracy. It has the code DSTTR4 and the word Yamato stamped onto it. Also see the word Magicon. I haven't heard those before. Is it a memory stick? Looks kind of like one, no? It's more likely to be a tool used for crime. The net search provides no further details. Would you happen to have an account that would let me access the closed networks criminals use? The one I had was shot down last week. I'm a criminal? If we could just gain access to their networks, we'd be able to glean more data about this. Are you sure this is something lowlifes use? My search has pulled up a number of ads saying that if you want to get your hands on this item, contact so-and-so through a certain closed network. If we're wanting to access all the data down there, a data broker is more efficient and reliable. Connect me with Baby from my contacts. Baby? Ring ring. Hello, valued customer. Hello, baby. Ah, baby, it's me, B. Time to go into the deep web. Yeah, regarding no humanity. This one, zero human touch. I'm hanging up. Hold up. I'm looking for info. Info on an object we found at a crime scene. I'll send you the picture. This is a Magicon. What's that? Well, not missing a beat. For real, yeah. She's not gonna tell me until I pay her. I sent you the payment. Check it out. You sent wrong. No, I sent the right amount. There's one more zero at the end. I just made a decent amount of money. Well, I got to use it when I need to. No, you don't do that. It's like you going to McDonald's, ordering something for like $10 and you give the person $100 and it's like you overpaid me. It's like, nah, I'm rich. Keep the change. It's like, no, you don't do that. No. She's picking up from that really shady guy. Heard you made a lot. Yeah. Even bought a Tecto. I've been wanting to buy one for a while now. Hold up now. How do you know that? Data broker. Are you running a search on me? I'm hanging up. Hey, I paid you, so where's my data, broker? The Magicon is an electronic brain hacking device. Need more? How about functions and operation? Sending. Here's the Magicon product manual. Really? Okay. Best partner for any criminal, introducing the Magicon. Immobilize the electronic brain with an explosive DDoS attack. Great durability, boasting 100 plus uses. Eject immediately for successful neutralization before sliding back in. Commit your crime in a flash for a quick escape. Really? Immobilizes the electronic brain. So it goes straight for the victim's electronic brain. Ejects immediately before sliding back in. I should have done a thorough look through this manual. It looks like this pic was taken right after this injection took place. Next page. Oh, disclaimer. It's really small, so I'm just gonna read it for you guys. This product does not guarantee 100% success rate. May fail depending on a body mod security features. Do not touch the Magicon while it's in use. The device gets extremely hot to the touch. The seller carries no liability for this product or its uses. What's that written here? The letters are so small. Oh, there we go. Never mind. There we go. You guys can read it now. 1-point size font. Oh god. It's the same everywhere you go. Hiding the fine print. Yep. You read that. Explains the char on the device. Considering this device failed to completely incapacitate our victim, we can assume that his security backup systems were quite high class. That help? Yes. Big. Today I learned. It's like trying to interpret what Yoshu is trying to say. God. T-I-L? Till? Today I learned. This is our weapon. Later. See ya, baby. Baby always comes through. I've added this document to your database. Nice, thank you. Sick. Oh, there it is. So that's how it works. Push this against the body mod and press the button, then it connects with the terminal. Once the attack is successful, it pops right back out here. I think it uses the motion to work as a sort of injector. She kind of looks like Yoshu if she was in Cyberpunk. Yeah. This button is surprisingly addictive. It is, yeah, it's very clicky. Analysis of the Magicon complete. Well, we found the tool that led to the incident. So, who's our criminal? We're no closer to answering that question. Really? So we found the weapon. Alright, let's go back. There are knives here. Examine. A knife stuck here. Yeah, there's a knife. To be more precise, it's a butterfly knife. What's that doing here? Just like our object from before, we're able to carry out a precision analysis. Interact with this object once more. Start with 3D. Okay. Analyze. Oh my god, look at this thing. Oh, it's like one of those like Counter-Strike knives. Like, oh my god, I just pulled the Sunset butterfly knife worth $50 billion. Oh my god, guys, how did this happen? I'm so lucky. Go buy more crates. Alright, let's investigate. It doesn't look like there's any smudges of any kind, so he did not get stabbed. Damn, he's rich, yeah. The data scan isn't coming back with anything either. In fact, it's in really good condition. It's like it's never been used a single time. Maybe he just carried it around? Whoa, aha, so the blade fits into the grip just like this. That's what makes butterfly knives so portable. Their small, light design makes them perfect for that. So just maybe, it's quite useful for slicing things, but that also makes it difficult to stab with. Oh, true, yeah. I have listed it as quite lacking in lethality. Thank you, I was really looking for a lesson like that. Yes, please, tell me. How can I kill someone with this thing? Analysis complete. Yes, thank you. Butterfly knife. Analysis of the butterfly knife is complete. There wasn't a whole lot to be found on it, though. What's a brand new knife doing stuck on the ground? Information lacking to pass judgment. Okay. This knife, it's completely out of left field. It is. Maybe he just owned it. Yeah, no signs of use. His clothes? These are scraps of clothing? This is my first time seeing them. You think our culprit approached the victim, man? No, there's no way. Why are you immediately ruling that out? He probably used it to do tricks with? Yeah, doing tricks with a butterfly knife? You think after rendering a person on the street perfectly unresponsive, they would just rip off his clothes and escape? If we don't get to the bottom of this case, that will remain our most likely possibility. Nah, I don't think that's really it. Why did I have to be assigned this case with the perv? Yeah, okay. There is this sign here, Trinity Inc. Multi-purpose building. That's the building. Torn clothes. We have the butterfly knife. He is naked. I don't see any injuries sustained on this front half either, huh? I see no glaring wounds. Adoshir Kira, don't do it. B. No. Okay, there we go. The area in question is currently not visible. Okay, good. I was gonna say, I was like, I'm streaming, B. That's gonna be horrible. Okay, we have the guy here. He looks quite beside himself. Yeah, the android's like, what's happening? Even androids are allowed to be caught off guard. Or even androids are allowed to be caught off guard by situations like these. I certainly would be. And something else. That droid has a bunch of cracks in him, so there are parts that need to be repaired. Wait, cracks in him? I don't see it. And then finally this thing. This is a Trinity construction demolition notice. Seems like Soul City is getting another Trinity-owned building. Trinity Construction is in charge? There's a permit number on the notice, yeah? There is, right here. Yes, all the information is posted. Could you do a quick search of that number on the web? Trinity is always one to leave behind a paper trail, so we should find a number of documents. Indeed, a search has turned up 32 in total. Were there any from the day of the incident? That brings the number down to 2. Really? So, site construction log, completed site leveling, completed survey, needed to be demolished, completed scaffolding on the paint job, started waterproof paint job on building 1. Okay, on the day of the incident, work on the site started at 6 in the morning. Yep. Work ended at 6:02 in the evening. It's over an hour before our incident, so this didn't matter. Wouldn't be witnesses. Yeah, most of the demolition of the previous structure had been finished. It seems like they were currently working at destroying the foundation. Okay, that makes so that makes this building number 1. From the street, the building being demolished is the one to the left. Can't really see much of it from here. Yeah. The second document is a delivery confirmation photograph. Ooh. Oh, this is from the alley. Why did that show up in your search? This picture was taken at 7:23 on the day in question, uploaded by a delivery android. 7:23, only 8 minutes before the incident. Right? That is correct. But our criminal's nowhere to be found. This is also correct. Why there's gotta be no progress despite everything we found? This is so depressed, huh? I can see in the corner right there. Look at the knives, they're still there. Something different from the recreation here. Yeah, the bags of cement have gotten a bit damp, but I don't see anything else that's changed. That's not the part I noticed. There's no clothes? Actually, we need to give this a thorough look. We need to look at this photo and recreation side by side. I'll show you the differences myself. Yes. Okay. Contrast application ready. Professional advice. There's so many cool functions to this game. Contrast mode, spot the difference. Okay. Sick. Okay. So difference is, there's no clothes on the ground. Also, that stuff has been knocked over as well. So he's not here, of course. That's all the same. I can't select the butterfly knife. I'm not gonna select him or that because of course he's not here. I'm gonna do these barrels and that one there. Look at that. It's different. Different. These things. This plastic canister has been knocked over. It certainly has been. But how exactly did that happen? TBH, it's quite the tiny difference to spot. What is that? Industrial transparent waterproof paint. Where is this going? Like, I generally have no idea of like where this is going. Flanner guide. They were holding waterproof paint. Got it, thanks. Now I can answer that question. I don't feel much sincerity there. I mean, I could have reasoned out that much. The construction log said they were working with paint today, so of course they were holding paint. The paint containers aren't the only difference. The whole structure holding the paint containers is gone. Yeah, it's like broken. Take a look, only one of the supports are still there. It's the only part of the iron rod that was there. Why did they do this to the scaffolding and paint? Any guesses? I'm guessing the structure collapsed. It must have happened because the structure collapsed. There's another reason why that fits so well. Our victim said that he was burning hot, so much that he ripped off all of his clothes. That would have caused quite the fuss. Yeah, considering our man's enormous stature, he probably smashed up the area as he did. Yeah. Based on for your reason and evidence and turned up, I'll go ahead and update the scene of the incident. Wow! Sick. I don't see any new evidence. The recreation is extremely intricate, showing a 98.9% likeness to the actual scene. Sick. Collapsed structure here. Using the location and angle of the paint containers on the ground, we can estimate that this is where the structure should be. The paint container is empty. It fell from that high, but no paint spilled out onto the ground. Since it's just a coating, it would be transparent. Ah, it must be that they put a transparent coating on this wall. In that case, we wouldn't even know if any paint were spilled. Yes, we would. Is it? Oh, wait. Is it like you can see under IR or UV light? But you said it was transparent. Within this dimension 4D recreation, if we have sufficient data on the components we want to investigate, we can conduct a precise component analysis using our filter algorithm. Let me just create a forensic green filter for the component. Whoa, footprints! The power of science is truly incredible. Yeah! Now we can look for traces of that paint. Yeah, and footprints. Examine. There are footprints leading away from the alley. Of the two sets, we can see that the set on the right belongs to our android, this one. Then the ones to the left definitely belong to our victim. Go back to the starting viewpoint of the recreation. Oh, he's covered in paint. Oh, there's paint everywhere. Well, let's get to the bottom of this paint business. Nice. Okay, we're finding out new stuff. Sweet. All right, before I read this advice, I'm going to get something else to drink because I ran out of water. So give me a quick second. I'm going to get something else to drink. I return. I got my drink. More energy drink. Delicious. Get my headphones back on. I also made gyoza here at home. It's quite good. It's less gyoza and it's more like steamed dumpling, I guess. I made it like a gyoza, but I didn't fry it because gyoza you're supposed to fry it. But I made it. I have it here. Switch between the filter. Sick. Okay. Nice. So now with the filter activated, I can search for things here. There's his shoe, his clothes. The android is absolutely covered in it. It's quite a lot of paint on this android, yes. Check out the spots where the paint got on him. Yeah, it's crazy. This plus 2 sets of footprints leading out of the alley. There's only one assumption that can be made from those 2 clues. What might that be? It tells me where our 2 people were when they were drenched in paint. They were in the alley. We need a clue regarding to the paint on this android. Do you think we can apply this paint filter to the picture submitted by the PK droid? We can. I will prepare it right away. Sick. Where is the significance of the paint on the android? The building wall? Where's the significance of the paint on the android? That's kind of weirdly worded, but it's okay. I think it's because of the back of the victim's head. As expected, he got more paint on the back of his head. So you were hoping to compare the difference between the paint on the android and the victim. Yeah, the android has so much paint on him, on the entire one side of his body. That's crazy. Look at that. Only on the back of his head, but he has now his entire body. The footprints leading out of the alley. The paint splashed on the front of the peacekeeping android. And more paint has been splashed on the back of the victim's head. And what we can figure out from those 3 lines is which person was in the back. Which person, the person who sprayed our subjects. And let's say which person was in the back. The PK droid was behind our victim. That's how they were positioned when the paint fell because our victim's writhing around. We can tell because the paint must have fallen between our 2 people. That explains why more on the victim's back and how a similar amount is splattered on our android. Yes. After hearing your logic, B, I think we figured out the difference in paint splatter. Yes, I'm quite smart, thank you. There's also a difference in the height of the paint marking on both of them. I mean, that could just be because of their different heights. Is there anything else you need to check? No, I have judged that everything has been confirmed. Sick. The clothes. The shoe he took off also has paint. Seems like the actual incident didn't take place right here on the main road. Interesting. And then there's just a bit of paint on the victim's face. On the other hand, there isn't a drop on his body, but there's paint all over his clothes. Seeing how there's no paint on his body, but all over his face and clothes, he was drenched while he was wearing it. He must have gotten splattered while he was wearing his clothes, yes. A fair piece of logical deduction. Our victim was clothed when he got drenched, and intentionally or unintentionally. After that, he tore his clothes off. Interesting. But we did it! We investigated. I think that's a wrap. Seems like we've gathered all the pieces we need to make a sense of our case. Then shall we organize these pieces? It would be nice if you could help. Then let's begin with the case cleanup. All right, let's do some investigative work. Case cleanup. Based on the facts that we found and the reasoning suggested, we need to begin by confirming three particulars of the case. This case: our culprit, the tool used, and our crime scene. Okay, so I'm gonna say our culprit. It has to be the android. because the paint buckets were in the alley. The paint buckets were in the alley. The android, there would be no way that the android would be patrolling behind a victim in an alley, a dead end alley. That makes no sense. So the android must have been hiding something. So it has to be the android. The actual like weapon that he ended up using was this. Shared a location on the map. Okay. It was back here. Where did the incident take place? It took place in the alley within the construction area. Yeah, and he lied about how no one noticed the guy. Exactly. Here we go. Complete. It has to be like this. And then he got splattered in paint. Here we go. Success. Success. We're so smart. And it makes so much sense because he plugged in this thing into this dude in the alley. As soon as the dude started flailing around, paint got all over the android. And then this guy got paint all over his clothes, and then he stripped down. He ripped his clothes off, so that's why there's no paint on him except for the back of his head. Used the Magicon hacking tool in the alley to assault our victim. Indeed. Yet, where's that leave us? Yeah, for what reason? What's the reason? Where did we go wrong? No, our investigation didn't take any wrong turns. However, the case couldn't have happened like that. Androids cannot harm humans. Yeah, a droid can never harm a human, no matter what occurred. This is correct. Not without said human's express permission. That android couldn't have even come in contact with that human. But where does that leave us? I mean, regarding the facts we've gathered, yet the facts don't make any logical sense. Now let's think about it. How could the perp have pulled it off? So, the peacekeeping android is no android. I don't think that's true because we called his registration number. He is a registered android. And he managed to upload the photos into the SCPD database, which is a secure database that only certain individuals have access to, so no. There's a culprit besides the peacekeeping android. We saw no evidence of that, so we have to go with the peacekeeping android didn't mean harm. Didn't mean harm. It meant to help. The victim asked it to. So I don't think the victim asked it to. Maybe it meant to help, but that meant to help doesn't make any sense at all. Because if I was some random dude on the street and some android picked up some random USB stick, he was like, "I'm gonna help this guy by sticking this thing into his neck." That wouldn't do anything. Like, that doesn't make any sense. The victim asked it to. Is there any reason why the victim would ask to stick this thing into his neck? That doesn't make any sense. Okay. The peacekeeping android is no android. That doesn't... There's a culprit besides the peacekeeping android. Yeah, the guy said he saw something then felt pain. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So maybe there was a culprit. But there's no stab marks on him. He said he just felt a stabbing pain, which I believe the stabbing pain was from being stuck in the back of the neck. So he didn't want it. So peacekeeping android didn't mean harm. It meant to help. The victim asked it to. No, that's not the case. That's to go back. It meant to help. I don't think an android would go help. The peacekeeping android is no android. A selfless murder machine? No. It's actually human? I don't think so. There's a culprit besides the peacekeeping android. Maybe someone wants to silence him. I'm thinking so as well. I like how we can choose a faceless person saying there's a culprit. So android cannot harm humans. But how was it possible for our culprit? Okay, I'm just gonna say this one's a no, because there was no possible way for another person to be there, because there was no footprints with the paint. And there was only one way out of that alley. We would have seen footprints. Also, androids cannot lie. Yeah, so androids can't lie. So this falls apart. This falls apart. This is okay. The only thing that makes it make sense is it meant to help. So the peacekeeping android didn't mean harm. It didn't lie. It managed to upload evidence successfully. but he lied. Oh, yeah, he did. He did lie. He said there was nothing. Yeah, he did lie. Then he's actually human. Perhaps it wasn't an android, but a human instead? Because it's an android. None of this is possible. But if it was a person, it all fits. All problems resolved. No problems left? There are no conflicts in your logic. Yeah. You really think so? No way. Did you really just throw that out there? I'm not confident. No. I thought it through backwards and forwards. I did. Come on, let's focus on our android. And that just might be, wait. Let's see. Come on, let's just focus on our android. That might just be human. It's currently wearing Android ID choker that all humanoid androids are required to wear. From here, I don't see anything sus about it. This is the photo from the Trinity catalog. Oh, it's different. It's different. Oh, it's different. Yes. If you look at them side by side, you should spot a difference. There's a definite difference, but, this model is 190 centimeters. 190 centimeters? On other promotion sites around the net, it currently lists it at 190. This fake is not 190 centimeters. So this is a human. At best, it comes up to 186. Yeah, and she also said he has cracks. Oh, nice. Now we can spot the difference. This is huge. I thought this thing was sus, but is it really not an android? I also had my suspicions, but you were actually just guessing. No, I wasn't. I wasn't guessing. I swear. I did my homework. Besides just the height, AI, load up your contrast app. Here we go. So big one. The hat. So his hat. The power indicator on the hat. Why is this part different? I'm guessing red means it's no power left. The camera lens is a different color. The peacekeeping androids are mass-produced, uniform, and non-customizable. So the SCPD takes care of all the maintenance for this model. The transportation department is in charge of that. But that sounds right. Yeah, that sounds right. But because these peacekeeping androids were provided by Trinity free of charge, there's no way they're short on replacement parts. Yeah, so that's different. And the middle here looks different. That's covered up. This torso section is different. You could tell that with your naked eye. Yeah, but this part of the robot is super thin. Like a human couldn't pull that off. Like no human can pull this off. It's amazing nobody noticed that before. I mean, it's sort of human nature. We don't pay attention to the things we see legit every day. So that's what this guy was counting on. Yeah. Contrast complete. Sick. We've gathered enough evidence to suggest that this is a human parading about as an android. A human is pretending to be an android. Sick. Clean up complete. Sick. Oh, that's so cool. I will prepare the document to be submitted to the SCPD. The document will be completed in roughly 3 minutes, so I'll send it out right when it's finished. Is that so? Let's not send it. Huh? Then what are you suggesting we do? Don't get the wrong idea, just give me a sec. What's going to happen if we send that to the SCPD? They'll put the criminal behind bars and give us our reward. Exactly, they'll do just that. I'll contact the psychiatric ward. Seems like they're going to get a new patient. They're going to have a new patient. No. It's because we know nothing right now. Aren't you curious about why that person dressed up? Or why they attacked our victim? I am curious about the truth behind this case. Right? We should interrogate our suspect. Can you check where this faker is now? I can search for a location using SCPD servers. GPS signal locked. Coordinates received successfully. Good, then let's go. Wait, are we actually leaving our house? First time in 2 years? Navigation mode. To make sure you're not wasting time wandering off somewhere, I prepared the navigation system to guide you to only places related to your investigation. Find the path you need to go. By tracing out the correct path. The map doesn't just give you brief description of the location, but also information on the people you can meet there. Let's go catch our criminal. Sick. Where AI said our criminal was located, a small alleyway with few people around. Really? First time I'm leaving my apartment in 2 years. Grimy back alley. The GPS coordinates we're tracking lead to this alleyway. This is so cool. What? But what's that human doing in such a dark, dingy place? Oh, I sent my, What? What? This is so cool. Oh, this is so cool. Okay, I didn't leave my apartment. I sent my AI, my little tech toe. You shall not pass. That's Gandalf. Oh my god. You shall not pass. And he puts both of his staffs down. That's so cool. This is such a cool game. What the heck? Trash. I was gonna say, why would you go out in person to meet a criminal? That's dangerous. That's what I was gonna say. I was like, yeah, I haven't left my apartment for 2 years. Let me go out and meet this criminal. So I sent my robot instead. I like that you shall not pass thing. That's so sick. I love Lord of the Rings. That's so cool. Oh, hello. Hello there. It's about time I received the call. The fake android talk. Hello, I am SCPD, Peacekeeping Android Unit MA1DO. What can I help you with? What are you even doing here? Apologies, but we don't offer peacekeeping services to androids. Walking around outside like this, guess no one can tell I'm human. Oh, okay, that's my ID number. If he's actually an android, he should understand who I am based solely off of this. I'm the detective who contacted you about case... Oh, God. Level 2 civilian registration confirmed. What can I help you with, detective? I have a few questions about the incident that took place before. My apologies, but I have no new information for you. All the information can be found on the submitted documents. All additional information supplied during our previous call was supplied during our previous call. A typical PK droid answer. I do not understand your statement. I want to speak with my perp, and that would be none other than you. Professional advice: don't immediately confront. Clash mode. Tension is so sharp that it can cut. So you want to walk away from a battle of logic looking to professional. Well, let's start up clash mode, a more intense version of talk mode. During your fierce battle of logic, the other party will present their arguments. Once you put forward a request or argument, the other party's panel appears. So you want to root out, refute, or simply smash your opponent's claims? Great, let's present evidence we have and show them the truth. You have only 4 opportunities to present correct evidence. However, successfully presenting the correct evidence will restore all those opportunities for the next shot. That's very, very forgiving. That's really good. Even Ace Attorney, the game, like, hey, yeah, you messed up earlier in the case. Tough luck. You have lost half of your credibility in the later part of the case, and you can like kind of soft lock yourself. If you exhausted all your opportunities and fail to present the correct evidence, you will lose this battle of wits, and the story comes to a close. The Yamcha pose. Yeah, exactly. The Yamcha reference. No. She's just dead. You can start over from the most recent point to present. So present. So try once more to get to the bottom of this case. Yeah. Clash. Interrogate your suspect. Android. Android's like, huh? What do you mean? Have you by any chance taken something? No. What? I think you should rethink your previous claim. So are you claiming that this was no accident, but a crime? It's no claim, but the truth. It's no claim, but the truth. Look at my face. I'm so smug. you look at this case from a rational perspective, I would say that this claim is baseless. I surveyed the scene for over 30 minutes but saw nothing to suggest that was the case. Without a witness or a suspect, it's simply a case of someone losing his mind. For human or android, it's the only judgment that makes sense. I judge it fair to assume that the incident is simply a case of a malfunctioning body mod. Also, you can see, like, as he starts winning his case, I start losing more screen space. That's sick. Also, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make myself smaller so you guys can read, because I don't want to have to keep reading, because it requires like fast. Go. I'm gonna be tiny. I'm gonna be right here, so you guys can read. This is temporary. Okay. But if we were to find new evidence, that completely changes the story. Are you presuming to say that a human found evidence that an android could not? Fine. Show me proof that the case blah 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 was perpetrated by a culprit and not body mods. It's so cool. And the cracks are more obvious. It is, yeah. Like the crack on the hats. This incident was an accident. I would say point out that the proof that the case it was a crime, not an accident. The Magicon found on the scene. The victim's testimony also says that he felt a stabbing pain. So I'm not gonna present the Magicon. That's the tool. He could just say, hey, it was in the scene. It wasn't used. So we're gonna see the victim's testimony. There we go. Victim's testimony. But when I asked you to connect me with the victim, you refused before, didn't you? I did not refuse. I merely advised that it was a rather meaningless act. Well, during that meaningless act, I got the statement from my victim. Uh-oh, confirmed. This is a statement from the patient having a seizure. Exactly, and in that moment of distress, he was frantic to tell me what had happened at the scene. But you can't prove this was a crime. You can't prove this was a crime. Not an accident with this one statement. What? Even though it's a bit hard to follow, the statement here is clear. In this advanced state of delirium, it is possible that he could be describing events other than those incidents in question. Ahem. Well, I can't exactly rule that out. So give me an actually sane testimony. Magicon then. Boom. The weapon. We found an object at this crime scene. It's called a Magicon, an electronic brain hacking device. Also, what would an android have hair? Look at that hair in the corner. I see. Huh, you seem to have calmed down quickly. I was simply surprised that you discovered a new piece of evidence. I'll send over the product manual too, so have a good look. I've scanned the document. This information did not come from the SCP-D database or any specific location on the network. It's because it's specifically used by criminals. That much is sort of given. But just because you got the documentation, doesn't that mean that objects exist? Doesn't mean that this object exists. What was that? And even if this object actually does exist, it's impossible to prove it was ever at the scene of the crime? Question mark. I think I would have called you. You think I would have called you without getting everything ready first? It was at the scene of the crime. So my next piece of evidence, a second pic of the crime scene. Yes, it was taken at the same time as your pic, but from an opposite vantage point. Dude, this game is so cool. That's what you got on me. I was right to suspect those high school girls. So, where's this coming from? Right when they approached, they took a photo and checked out the victim. They have no criminal records. Actually, not everyone have a criminal record. To think that you would accuse innocent girl, but that statement you just made, do you think it makes any sense at all? What's that? You trying to pick a fight or something? Just because they have no records, they couldn't have done this? That statement has no logic to back it up. Ugh, you got a point. I think such an illogical statement would... Alright, hold up. That's not the point I wanted to make here. I wanted to bring up the thing that makes the least sense. Why did you not mention those girls before? Yeah, you said no one of interest. You said there was no one sus on the scene. Yeah, because I had no concrete reason to suspect them. But you remember them as high school girls? You really gotta say that now, you creep. They weren't suspicious then, but they are now. It's perfectly obvious why. At the time I found the victim, I knew nothing of any weapons. I said they ran off as something, but that's no reason to suspect them for a crime. You said there was no weapons on the scene. There was weapons before and on the scene. Plus, that object doesn't even look like a weapon. It isn't right to judge. It isn't right to judge a few girls just because they dropped something. Ugh. Even if I were to give you that point and 100 others, I'm pointing the finger at you for this. You. Seems like you have no clue. I know now why your rating stands at 2.9. Why are you bringing that up? Because you're presenting a useless mess as evidence. From where I'm standing, you're speaking an illogical spew of nonsense. Still, I can see that you made an effort, human. So I'll go ahead and file the criminal report on those girls and signal that this is finished. And though you haven't noticed, there's simply no other way forward. Know that there's no going back now. He's trying to bluff. What was that supposed to mean? Everything I record is 24 hours is streamed in real time to the SCPD HQ as proof as things are played out in real time. I will send you a document from the SCPD. Operating for 95 hours. Let's see. Patrol begins. Reported to the station. 5-6. Okay, so this is where it left. Patrol begins. Okay. Official letter. 95 hours straight now. This is an actual SCP document. There's more important fact here. Both your assumption and your evidence, they share a fundamental flaw. Fundamental flaw? The picture that captured that weapon. Where did you get it? From the schoolgirl's social media account. Of course. Both your assumption and your evidence are from a picture taken by a schoolgirl. However, the source of said photo is unclear. And the likelihood of tampering is... Hold up. Now you're going to say that the pic was fabricated? And what evidence do you have for that? None. Zero. You're quite mistaken. The one who has to prove the picture's credibility is actually you. True. Yeah. Is that right? Yeah. Proving the credibility of a piece of evidence is the responsibility of the investigator. Yes. In other words, you. Because I'm losing this. Upon discovery of a victim, crime scene photos are taken and submitted as SCPD evidence. A photo taken by one who might be a culprit, I say the likelihood of altercation or alteration is to be high. Which picture can we trust more? Wait a second, let's calm down and acceptable. If that's the case, how about you submit proof that this photo wasn't doctored? Your evidence is a fabrication. It was uploaded a second after being snapped. There was no way that they fabricated the photo. There we go. And we got proof of that. The girl posted the photo on her own social media account. Why would she do that if you're right? Trying to throw a wrench into the investigation by putting doctored photos out on the net? Alright, let's talk about that. The time of the pic you took and the girls are exactly the same. The difference between the shutter going off and the upload was only a single second. Yeah! The moment after taking the photo, she doctored the entire photo and uploaded it? Yeah, after taking the pic, she doctored the entire photo and uploaded it. Yeah, there's no way. I'd say she didn't have the time, and she's on the phone. But if she was ready to commit the crime and prepared accordingly, that makes no sense. It is not outside the realm of possibility. So you're assuming that a high school girl did this. If she prepped the place beforehand, she could have doctored and unuploaded it right away. I don't like it, but I have nothing to refute that. True. There's no way they did anything this bad. I could say they didn't have any criminal records, but I have no evidence. But I get 2 chances. Here we go. No criminal records. I think you have the wrong idea about these kids. They're just kind girls who are heading back for school. In fact, they never even committed a crime. They've never even missed a day of school. You know how precious a commodity like that is in Soul City? Yeah, we're protecting their innocence. According to the data, 2.4%. There's no way that such kind children would ruin their lives like that. True, but then he's immediately gonna refute that, especially with something like undressing an old dude. I mean, it's obvious. It's not impossible, though. No, it could have. The likelihood is there. But dude, you're most of all, you can't prove the opposite. You're like, I'm almost there. Yeah. I have no evidence. That wasn't fabricated. I'm sorry, but I just don't have the evidence. Of course you don't. How are you supposed to prove the credibility of fabricated false evidence? I'll make sure to prepare evidence without these problems in the future. I'm sorry, but there's no future. I'm going to have to submit a record of our talk directly to SCPD. I've stopped for 5 whole minutes, so I have to submit the reason for halting my patrol to HQ, and I've still got one thing I haven't shown you. Proof of the perp even you can't refute. Proof about the perpetrator? Exactly. New rock hard evidence. Oh my god. You truly are something else. You simply refuse to give up. Such humanity. I honestly respect that. It's simply outside of all logic. But since you're human, that is possible. You little. Show me. Show me the proof that proves me the culprit. I shall. Good, I'll do just that. The perfect proof that you just can't prove wrong. There's no proof I'm the culprit. Parts from a different specification? That's one thing. So, parts from different specification? The SCPD made fake evidence? No, androids simply cannot tell a lie. Okay, it's either this one or this one, but I'm gonna point out the differences first. There we go. And he's wearing the different parts right now. I took a look at the catalog showing details on your model. Your specs are quite different. Look at the hair. That's. So what? What's the problem with how I look? Your camera lens is a different color. The lens died, so I had it replaced. Your whole torso is different. We have the right to change parts when we please. But why are you so short? My parts. I changed out a whole bunch of them. That doesn't make any sense for a standardized model. You got the wrong idea here. After this groundless claim that I'm the culprit, you think everything about me is suspicious. Come on, if you're so upset, open up and cool off. If you got all these new parts like you say, open up and show them off to me. I have the right to refuse such an unjust request. If you wish to pursue such a path, get a warrant. But why not do something that's so easy to prove? I'm no human, so what proof would you have to? Proof I'm not human. Thank you. Your remark gave me an idea. Oh, got something to show me? That is correct. Oh, he's showing me something. Proof to confirm that I cannot be human. Live link. Live link monitoring function guidelines. It's spelled wrong here, but it's okay. It's a demo. For the safety of Seoul City citizens, Trinity has equipped all TI-N930 units with live link functionality. Members of the SCBD monitoring team are all familiar with the 305-page manual and do 24-hour real-time surveillance. Is this Ace Attorney? I just got back from dinner. Yeah, this is very similar, but the gameplay is top-notch, Fridge. This gameplay is insane. 3 shifts, 24-hour real-time surveillance. Okay. Through the ultra-efficient compression rate and speed of live link systems, real-time surveillance of the city is now possible without any delays or stutters. All visual information captured by the TI-N930 models are sent and stored in 2 places, the SCPD monitoring server and the Trinity surveillance server. Walking Fish 2, Final Frontier. Okay, let's go back. So it gave me this proof that he cannot be human. This doesn't prove anything. You have an operations log. That makes 2 pieces of evidence. This shows that I'm no human but an android. That is a lie, because you got this operation log either from the SCPD servers or the Trinity servers. Besides, whatever happens to an android, we cannot intentionally harm a human. It's true that I can't refute your evidence. That's correct. It's perfectly clear fact. Will you just be quiet for a second? I'm thinking. You still got no thought of backing down? Then there's no more use for talking. Haven't I given you enough evidence to prove I'm not the culprit? No, and my investigation hasn't been wrong thus far. Along with the evidence I've uncovered myself, I combined those clues to reveal the truth. Yes. There's no way I'm the culprit? There's a human masquerading as an MA1. The real culprit is still out there on the streets. The culprit had no time to clean off the splash paint. Exactly. And the paint's invisible, so he probably didn't know. He probably knew, but it's okay. There you go. I'm not going to say this because... Wait. What are all these pieces of evidence pointing to? All the pieces of evidence is pointing to that there's a human masquerading as an MA1DO. Which I think it is. I think it's the paint. Here we go. The paint. You still have waterproof paint on you. Huh? The paint? See, he didn't even know. I have no idea what you're... Let me show you my proof. I analyzed that paint. I can see it through your feed now. There it is! Oh, you poor thing. It's all over you, huh? If you're not the perp, there's no way you would have paint on. I won't fall for your lies any. Then let me show you. It's a truth you cannot dodge. Time to finish. Yes! He's covered in the goop. He is. Dude, this is so cool. Shoot. I'm spamming it. I'm spamming it. Yes. You caught me off guard for a second. Again. One more time. Yes. That's. It's just a few different parts. What's the big deal? Again. Break it. Finish. Nice. Dude, this game is sick. Are you kidding me? For a free demo, this is amazing. Success. He's crying. Hey, why are you crying? Yeah, why are you crying? You think I'm a horrible person now? Detective, could you please let me off this once? I'll decide once I get answers. You see, I'm still curious about some things. Why did you do it? So you streamed a crime? You showed me evidence before that said your feed streams 24 hours to the SCPD. Were you really lying about that? How could I? It's true that it's streaming all the time, but they won't care if it's down for a few moments. So you cut the stream right before a crime, get it done, then connect it without them, with them none the wiser. Smart, that's on the money. Our patrol sends us places with bad signal and places with too big of a crowd. Us. I mean, the peacekeeping androids. So, is your registration number even real? Yes, I overpowered one of the drones around here and put his parts to use. Then you threw the lens and torso together. Right again, you got the idea. So you didn't sleep for 95 hours? I don't care how many body mods you got. They won't let you go 3 days without sleep. But if you hit a super strength, highly advanced injector or enhancer they're reselling these days, 3 days isn't that bad. Oh, of course, I know those are illegal. In the end, it's always the enhancers, huh? Dude, you've really been pushing your body then. If you keep hitting your body with those poisonous lumps of chemicals, you think it will keep going without a hitch? I'm aware of the risks. That's the only option if you're going to impersonate an android. Thinking about it, though, I'm getting PO'd. Before you were nothing but refute this and no way that. Now you're sniveling and begging to be let off the hook, but it almost worked. My reasoning almost had an investigator tripping over. I just pretended to slip up. It was just an act. Yes, I merely pretended to be incompetent. Of course, I believed every word. More than all that, there's one thing that really has me curious. The big question, why? Why did you attack your victim? Don't you know? I thought you were sure to. Yeah, of course I know why. I just want to hear it from you. I know it all. I just wanted to hear you say it. It's different coming straight from the source. And if I tell you this, you'll let me go? Me attack as an esteemed Trinity researcher? Never in my wildest dreams would I. Oh. Uh-oh. Did it get to him? Huh? Did they get to him? Why did it suddenly cut off? AI, what's going on? Real-time connection seized. Are you okay? SCPD on the way for culprit. The SCPD. I'm sorry, but you were in... Huh? Unknown man, I'm sorry, but you were in... I didn't know. What on earth is going on here? You were in charge? I really didn't know. Ma'am, please wait one. I just... Oh my god. Huh? What am I witnessing? To continue where she left off, the case where you were investigating was being managed by Trinity. You? What are you trying to say? It was doomed from the start. It wasn't a case to be handed to a detective like you. The person in charge of the case made a mistake. Sorry for the tedious apology, but what does it have to do with anything? Yeah, so he just killed his investigator? You just shot a person. Do you think that means I can't dispose of you too? What? Oh god. I was about to say, if Trinity owns the city, isn't it obvious? This case wasn't even meant for you, but you were brilliant and found your culprit. But even the simplest of jobs like checking documents and delivering tasks, that case advisor just couldn't handle them. Isn't it obvious who needs disposing of? No, then that person was... Outstanding performance is rewarded. Failure is punished in kind. That's the vow that our Trinity Corporation makes. That's insane. So Trinity didn't know who did this to their guy, so they hired an internal investigator to figure out what jumped their guy. On the same time, because the evidence got uploaded to both Trinity and the police department servers, Trinity was doing their own internal investigation with their own investigator, while the SCPD hired me because they were like, oh, it's a crime. So because I figured it out first, he straight up just murdered the investigator for Trinity because of her incompetence, because she didn't finish in time. Val Schmau, you just killed... No, wait. No. He did kill the girl that gave you the report at the start. Yeah, you just killed Miss IU. No, that was the girl from the SCPD? Oh my god. Stop blowing the fuse and listen carefully, B. I have a reason for reaching out to you directly like this. This isn't merely about apologizing for an inconvenience, it's about rewarding hard work. Rewarding? Then save Miss IU. You're quite the entertaining one, young lady. Her skills are incredible, but she's got less than great attitude. If a client does something illegal, she's more apt to fight with them or even report them. It's exactly as they all wrote, zero compromise. Are you looking to throw down right now? Let's throw down. Let's throw some hands. You're the type who can't set one foot outside of her house. How are you presuming to throw down exactly? He knows. But even with that attitude, I don't hate you. If you think you're going to keep blabbing on like this. Why does he do the laugh thing like her friend? Yeah, I understand that you're refusing the compensation. When most imagine a reward from Trinity Corp, I don't want your dirty rewards. I'm not so interested. Also, I am loaded. I'm rich. Then B, keep one thing in mind. Outstanding performance is rewarded. Failure is punished in kind. If you remember that, then your future, I'm not so interested. So get lost. Now we gotta call the police department. Maybe that wasn't Miss IU. I should just try calling her. I don't think it was her. Miss IU, are you alive? Officer IU won't be at her desk anymore. Oh my god. Then where'd she go? She couldn't continue working due to personal reasons. Is she dead? I'm sorry, but a simple information android doesn't have clearance for private personnel files. Apologize for not being able to help. Alright. Oh my god, is she like dead? Trinity Bank? My money! It's gone! Deposit cancel, send a request? I'm poor. I'm in debt. I'm in so much debt right now. Mama. Begging for money. Mom. Oh, what is this? Is this a lewd game in disguise? Dude, I think this is a lewd game in disguise. Hold up. Okay, I am broke. I have no money. Dude, this is sick. There is no plan B. Episode 1. This was episode 0, according to the demo. Episode 1 trailer? Dude, that was so sick. Dude, what the heck? What a great game. There is no plan B. What a good game. Are you kidding me? That was so much fun. The gameplay mechanics and everything was, oh my God. What a great game. Also, let me make myself normal size again. There we go. Nice. Man, what a demo. Yeah, what a demo. What a good game. Are you kidding me? When does this game come out? Let me check Steam real quick. Where's my Steam? Where's my Steam? Where's my Steam? Did I close Steam? No, it's right here. Here we go. Steam. So the demo was episode 0. The release date is listed as coming soon. So there's no date right now. Also, wait, there's streaming guidelines. What are the streaming guidelines? Streaming guidelines, feel free to stream or upload your playthrough of There Is No Plan B Episode 0 wherever you'd like. However, our team would appreciate if you included a link to the Steam store page and the game description in the description of your video, so those who enjoy your video can find our game. We also plan to distribute a streamer kit with thumbnails and other images that streamers can make use of. So I will not use the streamer kit because I don't edit my thumbnails, but when this does go up on YouTube, I will include the link in the description of the game, and I will go ahead and pin this to the top of my stream right now. There you go. Perfect. Here we go. This is the game that I played. Also, where's the description? I might just pin this with the description. Let me redo that. There we go. That's the new pin. Sick. What a sick game. And when the YouTube VOD does get posted, I will edit the description to include this as well. So just to be fair for the developers, if the developers are watching, or if they do watch this, great game, absolutely great game. I love detective games like this, and it being cyberpunk is sick. I love how they mixed the different perspectives, the 3D analysis mode. All of the characters that you can see in the background interacting, the way that you can interact with objects to investigate them further, something that they introduced in that was a big thing in Ace Attorney that I loved. The fact that your little robot can walk around in 3D environments, it's cool. It's very cool, and I cannot wait to play this game when it does come out. This will be on my wish list. Absolutely. It hits all the right notes for me. I love it so much. Sorry, I had to sneeze. But yeah, great game. Absolutely. And I wish there was more. I wish there was more to this game. It's so good. Man. Yeah, I wish there was more to this game. That was sick. Stream Deck capability. Cyberpunk Hikikomori. Detective adventure. And the best part about games like this, you don't need that much power for you to play this game, PC wise, which is great because PC parts are super expensive right now. All right, great game. Let's move on to the next one. That was so good. All right, next game. What should we do? Also, let's put some music on. Just leave that on. There we go. Man, what a... It was fun. I want to play more. I'm going to keep the demo installed so I remember that the game does exist. Okay, so now we have a couple options. We can play some... let's actually, you know what? Let's do the new game, Of the Devil. It's called the game. Oh, this game... Oh, this music's so good. All right, we're playing Of the Devil, which is apparently a brand new game as well. I say brand new. When did this game come out? Because there's like multiple episodes. This game came out in February of 25. And it's free. So it looks like it's free to play. But then episode 1, 2, and 3 are all DLC. So it feels like it's an episodic kind of game. Also, do I need to do anything if I want to stream it? It doesn't look like it, but I will play here. So a little bit about this game that I'll be playing, called Of the Devil, another detective game. You guys know I love detective games. So it's an episodic cyberpunk murder mystery game. I know, very similar to what we just played. The entirety of the prologue chapter we're going to play because it's free. I will drop a link of this once we're done playing it, so if other people want to play it, they can play it. It says here, the description, when Morgan finds herself assigned as public defender for the man the police say has shot 6 people through the heart, she needs to leverage all of her wits and the full force of her unique insight into the case to come out unscathed and on top. The year is 2086, so like 16 years in the future compared to the other case. You better hope you got a killer lawyer. It looks sick. It feels like it's gonna be similar to Ace Attorney, but with like boss battles. Okay, let's boot up the game. We love detective games. We do. We really do. That's why like the next detective game I'm gonna play is Detective Instinct. I love detective games. All right, let's start this up. Also, this song is so peak. I demand Walking Fish 2 or Revolts. Hold up. Let me actually... Oh, wait. The game's booting up right now. Here we go. Wait. I'm going to search up Walking Fish 2. I'll play that this week. So why is the game not showing up? There it is. This is a work of fiction. Of the Devil. New gum. Also, before I do new gum, where's Steam? Oh, there's Steam. Okay. Let me type in Walking Fish 2. Where's my cursor? There it is. Walking Fish. Where's Walking Fish 1? Oh my god. Dude, what is this game? God, dude, I did not expect this game. What is this game? Walking Fish 2? Dude, this game looks absolutely horrifying. Dude, I did not expect... Huh? I did not expect that this type of game that you were... you were suggesting. This is insane. When I thought Walking Fish 2, I was like, oh, okay, Walking Fish 2, Final Frontier. I thought it was going to be something like Goat Simulator. Or like I Am Bread, where you just have to control a fish and like go somewhere. And Final Frontier is like, oh, it's probably like a sequel. I'm probably gonna climb a mountain or something. Dude, this thing looks horrifying. It looks sick. We're gonna play this week or next week, yeah, because I won't be streaming tomorrow. But we'll play this on Monday or Tuesday. That's sick. All right, I let me actually install it right now. My friend got jump scared like 4 times playing it. Oh my god. All right, and you guys know how well I do with horror. I'm horrible with horror. Okay, I just added it to my library, and if I click play game, okay, I'm gonna install it. It's about 1 gig. It's not that bad. All right, installing it now. Hopefully this doesn't kill my frames, but it's fine. All right, let's start. Of the Devil, another detective game. Dude, that last one, there is no plan B. Amazing. Like I can't undersell how much fun that was to play. That was so much fun. All right, this is an episodic. Whoops. Game is ready to play. Okay, Walking Fish is ready to play. Buy episode 1, buy episode 2, wishlist episode 3. So I'm going to play episode 0. Episode 0 is free to play. Of the Devil. Looks sick. Rain sizzles off neon above me. Okay, this is gonna be like one of those things. The summer shower creates a noted uptick in the flickering of holograms down the street, and a slight blunting of the night's ambience. Emphasis on slight. Lights, camera, and constant noise. This feels like I'm reading what's it called? A detective noir, novel. The city's got insomnia. With the uneven heart rate to prove it. I'm gonna make myself smaller just so I can you guys can read it. Here we go. Put myself right there. There we go. Sick. There's no escaping the second-hand nervous energy of it all, but I'm pretty acclimated. Just a wave of worries cresting on the surface while I hold my breath deep below. Besides, a microdose of nightlife anxiety suits my mood just fine. Cause if I'm not careful, this client of mine is gonna die in jail. Dude, this goes hard, man. Morgan. Well, I'm Morgan, criminal attorney. It's hard to get away with murder these days. People are still presumed innocent, at least on paper. But by the time they're in cuffs, there's hardly any shadow of doubt left. Which Shadow of Doubt is another detective game, which we have to get back into, which is very fun. Because this whole world's lit up, mapped out, never unknown and always online. Morgan Le Fay? Yeah. Whether it's incandescent or neon or hollow, whether it's LCD, LED, or just the nearest phone screen, there's light shining on every last pixel of the map. And someone's always watching. Solitude's a rarity, anonymy's scarce, and criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. So you take whatever clients you can get. You don't balk at public defender work, no matter the hour. And should you find yourself in one of the last dark, quiet corners left in the whole world, well, smoke them if you got them. Smoking illegal in this world? Not that there's much else I can do until my phone. Oh, this is sick. This is like comic book style. Counselor, your public defender contract has been approved. Sick. I got a job. You are expected at the 254th precinct. Present your ID at the door to enter. Arrive at least 15 minutes early. Sick. I'll try. Heart emoji. Looks like the paperwork came through. It's nearly at 3:15 now. 90 minutes since I took the job. Probably makes it about 2 hours since they finally got smart enough to ask for a lawyer. Oh, so this is all gig work. That's crazy. If they're really smart, they'll have used that time to get some rest. Because now that I'm here, things are going to get busy. Oh man. Of the Devil, episode 0. And here he shall appear. Pyro, welcome in. Long time no see. Hopefully you're doing okay today. Welcome in, Pyro. How are you today, Pyro? We're finally caught up on Limbus. I feel quite happy that we're finally caught up. The story is peak. I will not spoil it for you, but the story for Kanto 9 is actually amazing. It's so good. And I'm back from Japan. I came back from my vacation, which is quite nice. I went the best time during my vacation. He may have cried in Kanto 9. It may have cried is an understatement. I did cry. My what's it called? My microphone. I do what's it called? Noise cancellation. So any random noises that's not my voice or that does not sound like a human voice does not pick up on the microphone. So it didn't pick up a lot of my like sniveling and crying, but it did pick up a little bit, which is a little bit, yeah. When the moment Millie sang, it was all over. Yeah, that song I can't listen to Millie's songs. That's the problem. Millie makes really good songs, but my brain makes that connection to the actual game and those moments in the game that are very, very emotional. So if I listen to the songs, I will cry. I will. Like when I was listening to Hero on the way to work after just finishing Kanto 7, I was crying on the way to work. I was like, "Oh my god, I can't listen to Millie." And He Shall Appear is a reference to Speak of the Devil and He Shall Appear. Disable tutorials, you can turn them back on in the settings. Keep them on because I have no idea what I'm doing. Windows 11 broke down, so now I can't play. Shoot. Oh no. Suspect not found. Precinct 254. That was my same reaction to her new song. Her new song, I cannot listen to. It's like, at least Hero, I can like sing along to, and then it's kind of like playful. But, dude, I don't know. Every Kanto either has had a very satisfying ending, yet despite very sad, or a satisfying ending, but extremely, extremely sad. So, like, a good example is, like, on the spectrum of continuum between, like, good sad to, like, bad sad, but still a good ending. Like, good Kanto, but, like, a hopeless ending, in my opinion. Kanto 6, Heathcliff's Kanto, it was a very good ending, very emotional, but man, that was a devastating ending. Donkey's Kanto, sad, yes, but I was not devastated. I'm happy that it turned out the way it turned out, and there's a reason why I don't want Le Marchen Land Donkey, because that is the devastating ending. That is the bad end, and I'm happy how the way it turned out. Kanto 9 is on the same vein as Kanto 6 for me. It's devastating to the point where I don't want to listen to Millie's song because I will cry if I did. It's pretty rough. I must play it. I want to. Yes. Also, yeah, it's like Windows 11 broke down. That sucks. That's not fun. I'm sorry to hear that. I know you just fixed your PC, but now that it broke again, that's pretty rough. But I'm happy to see you though. I really enjoyed my vacation in Japan. It was very nice. Like, I went to Tokyo. I went to Comiket for 2 days. So I was stuck in those lines with like hundreds of thousands of people. I bought a whole bunch of stuff. Ended up going to Yokohama, Nagoya, Okazaki, Takayama, Niigata, which was very nice. It was my first time in Niigata. I only spent like 1 day. And then I went to Sado Island. I got stuck on the side of a mountain, almost died because the bus driver dropped me off and he was like, all right, have fun. And then the place where I was going to go to was closed. So I had to hike down the mountain in like pouring snow and cold. But it was fun. Like, it was very nice. I went to a lot of like abandoned shrines and stuff like that. I took a lot of photos, which I got to clean up my photos and post it in the Discord because, dude, I went to like in the mountains, abandoned shrines where like the Tori gates were like on the ground, collapsed from like a windstorm. It was surreal. Like, I was like in these areas and I was the only one because it was snowing like crazy. Because it was like Sado is right next to the Sea of Japan, like Nihonkai. So it was pretty rough. And then after that, I took the ferry. I went from Niigata all the way up to Otaru, which is a city right next to Sapporo. So I ended up going to Otaru via ferry. Otaru was amazing. It's a little bit too touristy for my taste, so I only stayed there for like 1 night, which is fine. In the winter, it snows a lot over there. It does. Yeah, right when I got there, it was not snowing, and then it started coming down hard. It was really bad. I was stuck in the snow and everything, but it was fun. And when I was in Otaru and Sapporo, like Hokkaido in general, it was snowing a lot. It was so much snow. They said, I was watching the news when I was over there, and they said that it was like 40 centimeters over 12 hours, which is insane. That's crazy. Like, I went to the zoo when I was in Sapporo. Ended up like trudging through like, I think it was like 30 centimeters of snow, like walking through the snow. I get to the zoo, and then the person asked me, like in Japanese, they were like, "What are you doing here?" I was like, I'm here to see the polar bears." And there was no polar bears. There was no polar bears at the zoo because all the polar bears were hiding because of the snow. So there was no polar bears. After that, I went to Hokkaido Jinja. So I went to the actual shrine there in Sapporo. It was great. I went there. I bought some charms, which is really remarkable. It's a very, very beautiful shrine that Hokkaido has. So I ended up going there, buying a charm. And then after that, I ended up going back to Tokyo, and it was fun. Well, bro is having fun. Me, no, please, no, school, no. The only reason why I can go have fun is because I went to school. So make sure to focus hard on your studies. I am where I am now because of my schooling, which is great. So make sure to focus hard on your studies. Make sure to work hard, because the harder you work now as a student, the easier it gets when you're an adult. In my opinion, I feel very, very, very lucky. I'm glad you like Japan. Yeah, it was like my 11th time over there. So I've been there plenty of times, which is really good. I'm hoping to work over there in 2 years once my contract here is up with this company. Either I stick with the same company or I transfer to a new company. I'm hoping to stick with this company because they have branches in Japan, in Tokyo in particular. But I don't want to live in Tokyo. Like, Tokyo is a little bit, what's it called? Isogashi. It's a little bit busy. So I'd rather live somewhere else outside of Tokyo. Maybe more towards like, I'm trying to think. Hachioji? Hachioji would be fine. Or even like Chiba. Like living in Chiba or even in Saitama would be fine. But the company is like dead center. Like in, I think it's called Minato, Tokyo. It's in the center of Tokyo. So I would rather live somewhere like Hachioji or like Chiba or like Saitama. I would prefer to live there. My cousin lives in Yokohama, so maybe even Yokohama. I would love to live down there, which would be nice. But Minato, yeah, the company, the headquarters is in Minato. So like middle of Tokyo, like basically like walking distance from like some of the major stations. Damn rich people. I know, right? That's crazy. It's insane. I visited the headquarters when I was over there, and I was like, dude, this place is expensive. It's really expensive. And then I went to Ginza, and I went to Roppongi, and I was like, what? People live this way? People have money. Like, it's crazy. I was like, man, these people are rich. It's insane. Meanwhile, here's me, like, I'm okay with basically a studio in like Hachioji. I'd be happy. Just give me a studio in Hachioji. It doesn't even need a bathroom. I can just go to a local bathhouse and I'll be fine. I'm happy that way. But yeah, it's quite nice. I enjoyed my vacation. It was great. I loved it. I can't wait to go back on vacation. But I know I just got back from vacation, so my company, they won't let me go. Not at least until June. So I'm on the hook until June. And then I'm hoping in June, I'm going to go hiking. And I want to go hiking somewhere where I just hike for like 7 days straight. Like sleeping in a tent along the way. Because I want to go camping. That's the big thing. I really want to go camping. But there's no good trails here in Korea. There's a huge like lack of like, what's it called, actual camping. Like it's very, how do I explain it? It's very like comfortable, I guess I could say, like comfortable camping in Korea. The word is glamping. Yeah, the word is glamping. Where people show up in their cars with like about like 200 pounds of gear, and they set up these like tents that have like barbecue, television, chairs, all this stuff that when you look at their tent, it's like huge. Meanwhile, I just want to go camping in the woods. I want to go in the middle of nowhere and just camp with whatever's in my backpack. So I'm trying to go to either Kyushu to go camping because there's no bears. So I don't have to worry about bears in Kyushu. Or I might go to the area around Fuji, so around like Fujisan. So I'll probably go to like Fuji Yoshida or Fujikawa Guchiko. I'll probably go to those areas so I can go start backpacking and camping around. I'm going to walk around 20 kilometers a day. That's my goal. That's my target. 20 kilometers a day. It's about 12 miles for all Americans. About 12, 13 miles a day. I want to walk and then camp and then walk again and then camp. I can probably do more than 20. I can probably do like 30, but I want to do it comfortably, which is nice. But I've gotten myself on a huge tangent. All in all, I am so happy to see you here, Pyro. I'm happy to see you. I don't have any friends in Kyushu, so I don't know much over there. Sorry. It's okay. I've been to Kyushu a couple times. I've been to Beppu, Oita, Hita, Kumamoto, and I've been to Nagasaki down there as well. And I've been to Kita Kyushu. I've been to as well. I've never been to Fukuoka, but I do want to go. Probably if I do go to Japan for this backpacking trip, I want to end in Fujioka. I want to end there or begin, so I can take a ferry from Korea. But I'd rather not because I took the ferry from Niigata to Otaru and I was sick the entire time because Nihonkai is very rough. It's a very rough ride, so I did not want to take the ferry. But I can take a flight to Fujioka. And then, no, not Fujioka, Fukuoka. Sorry, Fukuoka. And then I'll go straight from Fukuoka to start backpacking. So I'll probably do that. But yeah, I am happy to see you here, Pyro. I'm very happy. If you don't want to get spoiled on Kanto 9, don't watch the past couple streams because that's all I do. I only did Kanto 9, so don't watch the past couple streams because it will spoil it. Kanto 9 Part 3 is last stream. So all of Part 3, I did all in last stream. So if you're caught up to part 3, you can watch the streams before the stream yesterday. But if you don't want to get spoiled for Part 3, do not watch yesterday's stream because I did a whole 10 hours. But I have to say, when you do play it, it's peak. It's really good. Precinct 254. It's a goddamn ghost town with nothing but a hologram for a welcoming party. I'm here about a homicide. High clearance rates must be damned. You think they treat it with a little bit more gravitas? Try your hardest to avoid spoilers? Yes, please. I'm so happy. And before I started streaming Part 3, I did not go on YouTube. I did not go on Twitter because I did not want to get spoiled. And I'm glad I avoided it because, my goodness, it was good. But whatever. If I'm that unimportant, they've got no right to complain if I take my sweet time getting checked in. And I should take my time. Information is like cash in my line of work. You gotta spend it to make it. And if you're flat broke, no one will give a damn about what you're trying to say. So let's see if I can't poke around and shake some change loose. I will try and must try, and thank you. Yeah, no problem. The final boss aura formed all over Polar. Yeah, they did. They did. They really aura formed to the point where, like, I had to use lunacy to survive. So that was fun. Halt, heads up. Press the phone icon or tap the phone icon in the top left to access the pause menu. You can toggle auto advancing text. Check around for points of interest so you can check to investigate the area. You'll earn credit for investigating anything and everything you can. Credit is a measure of your information gathering skills and your own credibility. So don't go broke. Sick. Whoa. Fun. That's my phone. Whoa, look at these mechanics. Dude, all of these games that we're playing today have amazing mechanics. What? Okay, observe. An actual police lineup. It's like I walked into a museum. Though museums tend to feel expensive and clean. Dusty, forgotten, probably a lot of unpacked boxes. The homicide department's more like an attic. Hard to believe they were ever so busy when they had witnesses making IDs in the lobby. Then again, it's hard to believe that they were ever doing lineups in the first place. Are you certain? Wasn't it dark? Did you know that during traumatic events, memories formation is blah blah blah? Poking holes in that setup must have been like shooting fish in a barrel, and all during billable hours. But there's no room to sow doubt anymore, not when a modded witness can just submit their testimony as a video recording. Assuming their phone didn't automatically file a police report for them. Interesting. High traffic hallway, utilitarian furnishings, multiple screening stations, pragmatic brutalism, so textbook it can teach freshman level architecture, which is fun because I did study architecture initially. I was going to be an architecture student and before I opened my eyes and I became a engineer. Not to say that I don't appreciate architecture. I just didn't want to study architecture after a while. American architecture is quite unfortunate. I can almost hear the building drone on and on about concrete and iron and hard right angles. I love brutalism. Brutalism has a place and has a time and place in history, and I believe that time and place should be now and here. I love brutalism. Observer, IRL, thank you so much for the first time chat. Welcome in. The civil planning equivalents of battle scars. I love brutalism. From a fight won so long ago, they're starting to look ridiculous. Excuse me? I love brutalism. I'm sure it was very imposing back when it was built. But walking in here now with crime rates where they are, feels like a hospice word for the heavy-handedness. Oh God, I love brutalism. Read. A data pad. I'll bite. Even when they're more advertisement than article, they can still be informative. In a flowery, roundabout, corporate propaganda sort of way. Keep your eye out for articles in the environment. They offer insight and credit towards your investigation. Articles are added to your phone's reading list after you first read them. Choose the proper takeaway after reading them, and you'll earn additional bonus credit too. Sick. Oh my God. Subway fixes axe city to refocus on canopy, declaring the subway tunnels to be irreparably flooded. City engineers announced this week that all plans to drain and repair the system were being suspended indefinitely. Salt water damage to sensitive electronic cabling and erosion of key tunnel fixtures were cited as reasons for why 89% of the subway system was evaluated as critically compromised or worse. Civil engineering efforts will be refocused on maintenance and expansion of the hybrid super infrastructure system that weaves together trams, highways, walkways, and skyscrapers into the canopy high above our city streets. Oh my God, there's so much. Oh my God, I'm not reading all this. I'm reading the yellow. Investigation toward Councilman's long campaign finance irregularities. One of the Canopy's major backers, people and corporations alike have little choice for how they complete their morning commute. Subterra, personal submarine taxi pods. First prototype for the city came in a disappointing 3,000% over budget, mind-bogglingly wasteful and impractical in the extreme. Subterra. Appears you have 0 free articles remaining this month. Please verify your account information in order to continue reading the stories that matter. Okay, so what this feels like is the city got flooded. The subways were determined to be a total loss. So they decided to put their efforts into the canopy, which is basically transportation above like the streets, so they don't have to deal with the water. But it's kind of shady, whoever's funding the canopy, because Councilman Long campaign finance irregularities, so it's kind of shady. And people have little choice on how they commute. because of the flooding. Subterra tried to make a change by offering personal submarine taxi pods, but they came over budget and it's impractical and wasteful, so it's pretty useless. Nelso Kelso, how's it going? I'm happy to see you. We're playing some new games today. We're doing indie games, which is pretty nice. Ballsy of them, putting the paywall there. As if I'll reach for my wallet after having to read a word like aesthetical. Besides, I got the gist of it. The takeaway that the city will be refocusing its efforts on the canopy. There'll be increased scrutiny surrounding the canopy now that there's no plan B. It's a massive project with a massive budget, lined the pockets of a lot of people, big and small. None of them would appreciate bad press at the moment, not when Councilman Long's already thoroughly chummed the waters. True. Okay, so we got additional money for that. Anything else to look at? Okay, this is the last one here. The medium's cracked in the corner. Looks bad, but my phone's made out of the same stuff, and I'm rolling the dice every time it falls off the sofa. Could probably null the warranty on one of these things with a loud sneeze. At least it's not broken. Yeah. Entirely. Even at this hour, it's still dutifully scrolling through its notifications. Looks like its usual 1-to-1 ratio of public health alerts and inoffensive pop culture trivia you always get served at state buildings. But there's a few missing persons too. 1 year of silver plan coverage courtesy of Caduceus as a reward for any... Silver's no joke. Family must be getting desperate. Okay, interesting. Alright. I've taken in all the scenery and learned as much as I can here. Time to get checked in. Hello. You booted up just fine. So far, so good. Good morning. Morgan here for the public defender contract. Could you please provide your name? And great, please stand still for a moment. I wouldn't call intake hollows charming, more like harmless. But that's probably what the designers were aiming for. People don't mind a quirk or two in their tech, so long as they don't speak out of turn. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble placing you. Could you please provide your name and date of birth? So far, so good, was it? Scan my card. Scan my face? No, just scan the card. Say, why don't you just scan my ID card? Great! Now, could you just confirm your date of birth for me? Why do they even bother asking? My birthday's on the damned card, and my profile. I'd have to be a world-class airhead to get this question wrong. No problem, my birthday's... Oh my god, wait. December 26th. Okay. Okay, I was gonna say, can fall asleep in any position? I wish. Dislikes commercial hairdressers and jogging. Likes puzzles, smoking, and wooden furniture. Interesting. Decaf coffee? For me, it would be coffee. None. I hate coffee. Drink? It depends. I would just say tea. Okay. December 26th. December 26th. Perfect. Good morning, Morgan, counselor. Thank you for your timely arrival and for taking on this public defender contract. It is a contract, okay. If you're ready to speak to your client, you can proceed to counseling quarter 3C. Is that what we're calling it now? You mean the interrogation room? I'm sorry to have caused any confusion. My vocabulary is regularly updated to better reflect state standards. Don't sweat it. I can't keep track of every new euphemism either. They can call it involuntary wellness check room if they like. Doesn't change the way it makes a person feel. Sitting in a stifling box of one-way panels, nothing to see but their own reflection dully warped across gunmetal walls. Morgan Counselor, can I help you with anything else? Choices that progress the story forward will cause other options to shrink away when selected. Choices that will take conversation down side paths before returning to this point will not. Because of the article you read earlier, you've unlocked an additional choice in this dialogue. Sick! Read and examine every opportunity to build up your knowledge and get the most out of each conversation. Okay. So if I do this, because the other options are shrinking away, this will end the conversation with her. Why did this rare? Yeah, what's going on? I know the city is not terribly concerned with the lower wards, but this is a police station. Why is this so goddamn dusty? This facility is currently undergoing renovations. Since when? The 60s? It's been 22 months. What? It's like 2 years since the timetable. It didn't even start. Timetable was last updated. They really don't see a lot of action here, do they? I'm sorry for any inconvenience you might have encountered. I'm adaptable. What about you? They ever gonna fix that crack? Thank you for asking. It has not interfered with my work. Well, that's all that matters, right? I'm not gonna ask what, you know what? Let's ask, what are you? I'm a smart user interface, proudly sold by Noble Electronics. Thank you for asking. If you're interested, I can send you a link with information about our subscription packages. Should I send you a link with an information about our subscription packages? No, sorry. That was a mean question to ask. That'll be all, thank you. You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office through the door to your right. Thank you. But I think it's just me for now, so you can go on a break if you like. Automatic dependents do not take breaks, Morgan Counselor. Then what were you doing before I walked in? Taking a break? You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detectives. Okay. Through the door to the right. Thank you. Yep. Ads don't get breaks. And they don't get my jokes. Yep. But it's usually the humorless types that are the most fun to mess with anyway. That's so rude. She was just doing her job. Faint voice. Eyes gone bad or something? A voice. No, voice is coming down the hall. Compared to yours? Probably. Thank goodness I stopped for directions. A building this empty, the desk could have just told me to follow the echoes. One voice sounds older, rougher, and decidedly low energy. Appreciate you worrying about me. God forbid I try to be serious, while the other rings of youthful indignation. It's not like our job is important or anything. Definitely cops. In this precinct, at this hour, they might be the only two living, breathing people in this whole complex. Because why else would you bother to print all that out? One document or 100 looks the same on a data pad. Anytime you question a suspect, you need to have a heavy file in hand. Makes them think you know him better than the priest, their mother, their big brother. I wasn't going to say that. So how many of these sheets were blank then? Detectives! Oh my god. Dude, I love the character design. No red carpet tonight, officers? Good cop. Oh, sorry about that, ma'am. We don't keep many extra hands around at these hours. Probably faster to let the desk handle intake anyway. But mostly cheaper. Bad cop. You the lawyer? I am. Morgan Esquire. Pleased to meet you. Same here, counselor. Kasim London. Dude, what a sick name. Oh, for a cop? What's your name? My name is Kasim London. It sounds like a secret agent. Are you kidding me? That's a great name for a cop. What's your name? And the ball of sunshine here is my partner, Farrah Reyes. Ball of sunshine? She certainly is. Oh man, I love how, dude, she has some attitude. I like that. Huh? Sorry if you were kept waiting. Chatter between the departments have been hectic all night. It's no trouble. Gave me time to enjoy my cigarette. Cigarette? Like tobacco? Is that illegal in this world? What are you, 80? That's so rude. She can't be more than a few years younger than me. We're the detectives in charge of this particular case. And it looks like tonight we're also your humble guides to the illustrious homicide department. Apologies in advance for any cobwebs. Pretty sure I've seen this London character around the courthouses before. Oh, he famous? Popular? He never struck me more than just some old timer. But I suppose being an old timer is an accomplishment in and of itself in his profession. Sunshine is definitely a new face though. Rigid in her posture and her attitude. 3 in the morning and her shirt still looks ironed. Freshly promoted maybe? 2 whole detectives working at these hours? Sounds serious. Unless you were just the first to arrive on the scene? No, we're not nearly that timely. Uniforms responded to the emergency call within a few minutes. Calls, plural. Must have been quite the commotion. Look around. You think we're the first to arrive for anything? She's not wrong. We were only tapped after circumstances at the scene indicated involvement with an ongoing investigation. Our ongoing investigation. Not very subtle, is she? But I may as well bite at this point. What's the ongoing investigation? So you suspect that this client of mine is involved in some separate criminal activity? Wait, did they really not? No, I guess they wouldn't put that in a public defender's briefing. What did my client do? Hello? Look, consider this a little professional courtesy. A fair warning, yeah? That's the heartbreak killer in that room. What? Heartbreak killer? And we got the dude dead to rights. So if you're kind, you'll help him plead it out. And if you're smart, you'll pass the stuff onto some other night owl and go back to bed. So pass on this case? I'm not feeling particularly kind or smart at the moment. So perhaps in the meantime, you'll be so polite as to fill me in about this heartbreak killer. They're like, you don't know about the heartbreak killer? They cover utilities at the rock. Wait, they cover utilities at the rock you live under? Is there a problem? You're seriously not familiar with HK? Never heard of him. I've heard enough of him for a lifetime. That name has been plastered all over the city for weeks, their crimes wavering between breaking news and urban legend. Their presumed goals flip-flopping from unadulterated anarchy to unappreciated vigilantism. At street corners, in the media, on the net, everyone's indulging in this exact kind of armchair detective speculation that I cannot stand. But right now, I need to figure out exactly how much the police do or don't know. And when it comes to cops, I get much better results playing dumb than I do acting smart. Smart! I take it that he's a repeat offender? Was it the killer part that tipped you off? You must have at least heard about his MO. Media's gone crazy with it, along with everyone else. One bullet straight through the heart, body left to lie where it falls. Hence the name Heartbreak. Okay, so we got new evidence here. Oh, if we scroll up, we can see everything. Automatic dependent, AD or ads, basically robots with some lore about them. Conductive resin, which is the screen. Holograms. I love how they're like telling you, giving me ads as I read about them. Data pads. Profiles. Heartbreak. Favorite color, probably red. So this is Heartbreak Killer. Reyes. Oh, we know everything about them. Okay, let's read about them. So 162 centimeters, 63 kilos. Homicide detective, 3rd class. Likes rice, limes, and automotive history. Dislikes liars, small plates, and cheap people. Enjoys watching product reviews. Who doesn't? I love watching product reviews. Bad at games of chance. I mean, everyone's bad at games of chance. Right eye. Osiris Elite 86. So she has... I don't understand what that means. Okay. London. Homicide detective, 1st class. Photography, dive bars, and bangs. Dislikes ties, pollens, after-hour work messages. Listens to podcasts. Hobby, pencil sketching. Frequently running late. Interesting. Article. Subways abandoned. We did read this. Close phone. Sick. This is nice. Hence the name Heartbreak, which is where we got this profile. So that's great. Not exactly creative, but amidst the swirl of every other 100-word articles out there, catchiness trumps originality. I can't read. I'm sorry, guys. What you won't read about online is that all 6 of HK's victims were shot by the same gun. without even needing to reload. Okay. Is that something particular? 6 shots? Could be a revolver, could just be a normal pistol. Horrible to say, I know, but 6 for 6? That's crazy. That's pretty good shooting, isn't it? It is. Hitting the bullseye at the shooting range is good shooting. Doing it 6 times in a row is great. And then doing it 6 times in a row with a moving target, but shooting 6 people with accuracy like that, that's unheard of. It's a whole different beast. Yeah. It takes a certain kind of monster, a real freak. His pulse probably didn't even rise. I see. Sounds robotic. You almost make him sound like a machine. Is it possible that... No, it is not, and there's no such thing as killer robots, madame. Of course, my mistake. So all those androids marching around in the military, those robots patrolling in police uniforms, those drones dropping firebombs from the sky, I guess they're all firing blanks. Fair enough. Machines can kill, and they have been for decades. They don't commit murder. Right. Evil like heartbreak is all organic. That's a pretty terrifying thought. I should really start paying more attention to the news. How I managed to miss 6 murders. Well, you can only blame yourself for missing 5. Pardon? You're still not getting it. HK's 6th victim was found around a few hours ago. When we caught the dude red-handed? So you're convinced that my client is this heartbreak killer, and tonight was just his latest crime. That's a serious accusation with very serious consequences. I take it you have serious evidence to back that up? Huh, I was being literal, counselor. Literal how? Red-handed. When we found your client, he was covered in her blood. Well, that's not good, is it? What you say certainly sounds compelling. Is that lawyer talk for open and shut? But even if that is the case, how does one crime scene make him look good for 6 murders? It's all there in the discovery files and the arcs, of course. What is that? What the heck is an arc? Augmented reality crime scenes is the investigative tool in which data harvested by sensors worn on first responders is used to reconstruct a data copy of the pristine crime scene. Sick! Like a 3D scan. Join the local net on your phone and we'll turn over everything you need. I'll bet. Thanks for that, detective. I'll make sure to read it over. But if it's all the same, could I ask you some questions while I got you here? They use augmented reality again. Yeah, that's a very popular thing in the future. The heck kind of attorney wants to interrogate detectives? This kind of attorney, you're just that pleasant. I love how in the front it's just all passive aggressiveness with Morgan. It's so nice. Also, Morgan is such a good name for a detective. Yeah, Morgan is such a good name for a detective because it's like Morgan and Morgan. Like that's a detective, or not detective. That's like a lawyer agency that's pretty big in the U.S. Morgan and Morgan. Come on, sunshine. Not like we're gonna be punching out anytime soon, right? Whatever. Let your clients stew in interrogation all night, for all I care. You mean the counseling quarters? We're at your disposal, counselor. Okay, now we can. Whoa. Okay, before I even talk to them, I want to get a feel for the scene. So let's inspect his computer. Barren, stark, and uninviting. This must be Reyes's desk. Keeping your workstation neat and tidy is admirable, but I can't spot a single mote of personalization. Dexter Morgan, the Babe Harbor Butcher. Dude, I don't watch Dexter, but I love the theme that Dokes plays. It's so nice. Is she so new that she hasn't had time to unpack, or is she really that uptight and boring? Uh-oh. Huh? She's noticing. Both, maybe. Okay. Already observed this. How about this? You shouldn't have cleaned up so much just for little old me, Detective London. Someone really needs to introduce this guy to a filing system, or even just a stapler. Paper documents scattered about lazily alongside actual photographs. Either he's really old-fashioned or really paranoid about data leaks. And he doesn't look like the paranoid type. Well, orderliness aside, some things are better in paper. I'll give him that. Sick. Okay. What else do we got? Read notes. Latest noble androids receive warm welcome. So we're just gonna read the yellows. Searching sales of the Animate 16 Noble Electronics stock rose a stunning 3%. The first generation of androids to feature over 50% organic components, called warm androids, they were looked down upon as impractical due to increased maintenance costs, cuts, scratches, bruises, and the like. Alienates customers in the industrial and military sectors. Animate 16 is poised to break profitability records. The work of Noble's famed lead programmer, Dr. David Assure. Noble Industry Weekend. Dr. Assure himself was nowhere to be seen. Looks like you're not. Okay, sick. He's in the news again. No wonder. Can't spit without it landing on a piece of Noble tech these days, especially not where the state's involved. Don't know if they'll bite when it comes to warm androids though. For government use, they're just too frail. Yeah. All androids undergo wear and tear, especially if they're directing traffic or suppressing crowds. Yep. So if these warm androids bleed pink all over themselves every time they take a rock to the cheek, it's just an endless stream of bad photo ops waiting to happen. Yep. That's why the military and government didn't try to go for him. And the last thing to observe back here. Loose wires, missing panels, and an aircon system that probably sweats more than the people it's supposed to cool. No room in the budget for making the office not look like this, huh? I expected to find a lot of belt tightening at Homicide, but I didn't think their operation would be this bare bones. They got a stunning clearance rate, and they work fast. Guess the city sees that and assumes their job is easy. Maybe their job is easy, with our dear doting surveillance state eliminating much of the footwork. But if your wheels don't squeak, you don't get your palms greased. True. So Homicide ends up as the only state department with a shrinking budget, dumping ground for the police force's most unambitious and least popular. Okay. Nothing else jumps out at me here. I got a better idea with who I'm dealing with, at least. Now I gotta check out the crime scene data. I should have been sent a link. You have been granted access to state files regarding case blah blah blah. Press C to confirm. Confirm. You need to reply C in order to confirm. Am I talking to a person? I'm an automated dependent. Ads are usually more polite. Our personalities are tailored to suit our users' preferences. So the state likes you to be a little authoritarian. Yeah, you need to reply C. Lowercase c. Lowercase c. He says it has to be capital. It's case sensitive. Capital C. Thank you. There we go. Thanks. All right, if I project from my phone. Huh? Whoa. Augmented reality crime scene. Also, I made gyoza, but I haven't eaten one bite, so give me a second. I'm gonna mute myself while I chew on this. Oh, that was good. Gyoza is amazing, especially if you make it on your own. All right, let's see what the police have and what they think is important. Examine. Inspect. 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 Let's see the body first. The victim's body. Cause of death, ballistic trauma. Class 4 blood loss, atrium and aorta. It's good with soy sauce. It is. It's very good. That's why I have soy sauce here with me too. Oh, I love gyoza. It's so good. Single gunshot wound to the heart. In brief, death was instantaneous. No injuries anywhere else, and no blood or skin under her nails. Blood splatter forensics and all the other good stuff tell them that she was shot from there. So the killer was standing in the doorway when they fired. Here's the gun. The murder weapon, a revolver found right next to the body. 6 empty casings have been found in each of the 6 chambers, meaning the gun has been fired 6 times. Looks like the crime scene techs practically disassembled the damn thing. But all they found were fingerprints belonging to my client. So he was found by the police with the murder weapon right in front of the body. I don't even know where to start. Highly prejudicial would be an understatement. Okay. This. A stand-up mirror shattered and knocked over. Real glass, no screens or cameras here. It was hit hard. Hard enough to come unattached from its arms while shards of glass were scattered. Far enough to land on the victim's body. What a mess. Seems like this vase got tossed aside at some point. Yet, there's not a single scratch on it. It must be pretty damn durable. Isn't art supposed to be delicate? Maybe it's making a statement. That's all the big ticket items. What about security? Looks like the apartment was unlocked all night. It's not uncommon for people their age in a neighborhood like this. Even if you live in the safest neighborhood, why would you just not lock your door? That's the one thing I like about Korea. Where I live, or at least my building, as soon as I leave my door, it automatically locks. And I don't need a key to unlock it. I use it as a key code. But even when I'm home, I don't have to rely on the key code lock. I can also manually lock my door, which I don't go that far, but my door has a lock on it. So I don't understand why people just don't lock their doors. It's crazy. But no signs of forced entry only hurts my client's case. What about the rest of the room? There's not much else flagged here. Just a lounge chair that got thrown, and whatever that is. Unidentified ceramic debris. This case smells a bit fishy. Yeah, it does. Flag is irrelevant? That's their technical assessment? I guess even their crime scene techs weren't sure what to make of it. Okay, that's everything the police highlighted. But did I miss anything? I'm not gonna wrap it up because I think I might have missed something. Let's see. The heck is that? Yeah, what is this yellow stuff right there? Yeah, right here. What the heck is that? Something's in the victim's hand? How the heck did... Just a pill organizer. Looks like some immune adjusters, NSAIDs, and tripasansone, huh? Triprexazone, yeah. A synthetic glucocorticoid medication taken daily to reduce rejection symptoms like phantom pain and generalized itch. The autopsy said her tox screen was clear, but not like it matters. She could have swallowed every medicine in the cabinet in the city and still wouldn't change the cause of death. It's odd and ultimately irrelevant. We read this before. I want to see what that medicine is. What is this? Okay, I'm gonna do some Googling on my own. What does this say? Triprexazone. Triprexazone is a... It looks like it's for blood pressure. Here it is, how it works. It's a combination of 3 blood pressure medications. One reduces the stress on the heart by relaxing blood vessels. The second acts as a water pill, removing extra water and salt, which helps relax blood vessels. And the third ingredient helps widen blood vessels, making it easier for the heart to pump blood. So based off of that, and based off of this and based off of her comments, what this makes it feel like is whoever the victim was taking medication to reduce organ rejection for organ transplant, so she probably has someone else's heart. I don't know what this debris is here, but interesting. Everything else in here are all very incriminating, but the kicker is everything that's not here. No out of place DNA, footprints, crumbs. Nothing that points towards anyone except my client. Well, I've done more with less before, but not much more. I've really got to sing for my supper this time. Better get start. Who the heck's messaging me at this time? First person who comes to mind is, I suppose it could be something important. Currently texting with Brat. Red. What couldn't wait until morning? Good news, of course. Got a job for you. I'm already working a job. That's a pretty cheery way to tell me you violated parole. LOL, not that kind of job. Besides, I've been covering my tracks. This is something different. Kind of thing I just can't handle with a keyboard and a phishing scheme. I need you to sue my gym teacher. For what reason? I'm not that kind of lawyer, sorry. Hey, at least let me finish. What did they do? Made me run laps. Not illegal. Let me finish! They made me run laps. Even though I said I had a stomach ache. Not illegal. Said. Gotta be like youth endangerment. Depraved indifference or some kind of stuff. Sounds like you already got a strong case. Try self-representing this time. What's with this blow-off? Nice phrasing. Oh wow, I'm laughing so hard right now. Look at her laughing. Is that your mugshot? I wasn't gonna not get a copy of my mugshot and use it as a reaction. Glad you found a use case. But I'm working right now, so anything cool? Homicide. Oh, cringe. Wait, what kind of homicide? Is it HBK, Heartbreak Killer? Is that the kind of morbid things kids your age talk about? Yeah. Teens my age. And yeah, we can read. Compared to the corrupt stuff in the headlines. Old-fashioned murder like Hardy B is like quaint. Really? It's not heartbreak. Then why'd you take the job? You see the 98% conviction rate as a challenge or something? You taking up lost cause probe nose work? Oh, pro bono. Oh, pro bono. That was autocorrect. Okay. You know they give lit homework for a reason, right? This is borderline concerned nagging. Maybe you really are a bleeding heart. Or just a sucker. Rude. I'm not a sucker. Nice phrasing. You should go to bed, Fran. Tomorrow's Sunday. I can stay up if I want. True. Yeah, tomorrow is Sunday. I can stay up as long as I want. Tomorrow is Sunday. Because today is Saturday. That's lawyer. What's with this carpe diem stuff? It's nearly 4 a.m., kid. You got school in like 3 hours. Oh. Repeat offenders may be good for business, but that kid's bad for my blood pressure. Important text message, I take it. Just your typical teenage drama. So then, if you wouldn't mind filling me in on a few details. Android and cops. I just unlocked this. There we go. By the way, I couldn't help but notice your light on staff. It's It's 3 in the morning. Were you expecting a parade? I thought there would be at least a few androids around. Aren't many androids in any police station in this week. Not while the brass is renegotiating contracts. Contracts with Noble? Good guess. Hardly. They're the biggest robotic corp there is. I was just thinking. Could spend all day in the data center city without leaving their offices' shadows. Yes, we're very fortunate to have them headquartered here. Saves us some money on shipping at least. But these talks never last that long. I'm sure they'll be back to writing checks for Noble ads at the end of the month. Even with Noble pushing those warm androids? Warm, yeah. Might as well call them the adult line. That's the one thing that popped up in my head. Because androids in the future, they have no reason to have like organic components unless for this reason, for adult line. Might see them in bigger departments or out on patrol, but not around these offices. Warm or cold, there's no such thing as an android detective. Yet. Really? Any day now. I want to appeal to him, so I'm going to say, yet, really? And if I say any day now, he's an old-fashioned guy, so I'm going to say, yet, really? Yet. You really think it will happen? We already use ads for patrolling, securing the scene, pacifying crowds. Doesn't seem that big of a stretch to me. You're joking, right? Android detectives? With all the pain we go through, getting witnesses to talk to us? With your warm personality, I can't imagine. A cop knocks on your door, starts asking questions, you're gonna be put in a bad mood. An ad knocks on your door, calls you a degenerate criminal in a synthesized voice loud enough for the whole neighborhood to hear? You're gonna start posting stuff that gets you put on a list. Well, we certainly don't want that. But flesh and blood witnesses are becoming less and less common anyway. Cameras, sensors, satellites, we already get all of our facts from machines. Give it a few more years and it might make sense to let machines do the investigating too. The union would. The police union wouldn't let that happen. She needn't have specified. It's the only real union there is anymore. Heartbreak. Checking my phone here, and I have to say, you've done a pretty admirable job. So, like a Detroit Become Human situation. Yeah, exactly. I think that, yeah. Detroit Become Human, the game was, I don't know. I played the game. The game was, I don't know, so. I'm a big fan of, the developer. I forgot what the developer's name was, but they made Heavy Rain, Beyond Two Souls, and Detroit Become Human. I really loved Heavy Rain. That game was amazing. It was really good. I really enjoyed Beyond Two Souls as well. And I played Detroit Become Human. It is a good game, but I didn't enjoy it as much as Heavy Rain. Heavy Rain was peak for me. It was great. I loved it. And the music. But the thing is, Detroit Become Human has a great soundtrack, so I do love it. You've done a pretty admirable job keeping the details of HK's crime a secret. The less reputable sites are doing some real journalistic acrobatics trying to piece together a story. Yeah, top 11 theories on who hurt HK was a real weighty read. Not just journalists though. All kinds have been emboldened. The freaks that HK managed to take out and bring out of the woodworks in just a few weeks. Probably not that good. Can you blame them though? I mean, he's a genuine serial killer. Repeat offenders in general are an endangered species, but he's gotten away with. We know of what he's been gotten away with. My friend's calling me for help in Battlefield 6, so need to go. Good luck, Pyro. Go show them what a real player can do in Battlefield. See you next time. Have a good one. You too, Pyro. Have fun. Take a look around this, detective. National DNA registry is robust enough that cases never go cold. Cameras on every street, a phone on every citizen. Violent crime at an all-time low and clearance rates at an all-time high. But you're gonna spout some alt-pol stuff about invasion of privacy? No, I'm not. People are safer now than at any other time in history, detectives. So when someone like Heartbreak does come along, good point. Aha. London's trying to look like he can laugh it off, but the pressure from higher ups must be reaching its peak. They want, maybe need, to see someone charged, and that makes them predictable. Well, yeah. Even if there's nothing standard about HK, Department SOP? SOP. Standards of procedures? Department procedures still dictate we starve the media for case details. That way, when we do feed them, they're grateful for whatever scraps they get. But we can't take all the credit this time around. Homicide's tight-knit and tight-lipped, but it's not like there's much information for us to leak in the first place. And why is that? Because none of the shootings were caught on the opt-in crime surveillance system. Really? The opt-in crime surveillance system? IoT? Heartbreak Killer? Counter optics? Here it is. The opt-in crime surveillance system is a partnership program between the state and private enterprises that allow for the free sharing of surveillance. I see. So it's like a mass network. Let me clear these out. There we go. How's that even possible? I know that there's some rough areas in the lower wards, but Optics is watching every other street in the entire city. You're saying that you haven't seen this killer on camera once? You think we'd let him kill 6 people if we did? I understand your concern, ma'am, but Optics is only what it says in the name. Private surveillance systems signing up to feed into the state security network. It's not perfect, just another one of the many public safety tools in our belt. It's not meant to be perfect, it's meant to help us solve crimes, or at least act as a deterrent. One would hope so. Fat chance. Deterrents are for war rooms and board meetings. Anyone crazy or desperate enough to commit a crime in a city like this couldn't care less about anything as vague as the consequences of their actions. It's like a safety blanket, one with very few holes left in it. But it does have holes. The writing in this game is insane. Insanely good. Patching up those remaining holes take effort. And that effort usually means rebooting the system. There's all kinds of technical detail and digital bureaucracy involved, but the end result is that there are occasional localized blackouts, and the math used to schedule them is not impossible to predict. I see. But those windows of opportunity are small and short. Taking advantage of them requires specific knowledge. You need to be involved in law enforcement, pub data, or city planning. They'd have mentioned if my client was a cop, and he wouldn't have needed a public defender either. They would have mentioned if my client was a cop, and he wouldn't have needed a public defender either. His file says that he's modded for heavy mass manipulation, not tech interfacing, so that just leaves city planning. So does he work construction for the city? HK's only ever struck at times and locations where Optics would be down, so HK knows the system. Even with the devil's own luck, it can't possibly be coincidence. Yeah, so wait. You're saying when this woman was killed, yep, there was a blackout from around 8 to 9 tonight. Right on schedule, so to speak. It included the area surrounding the victim's apartment. Suspicious. Well, what about DNA from the other crime scenes? Was my client a match? There's been no blood, no saliva, no suspect DNA at any of the crime scenes. No footage and no forensics. Also no motive, tampering, or witnesses. It's been like hunting a damn ghost. We didn't even have a murder weapon until now. Finally, a lucky break for the boys in blue. Scanners, cams, drones, forensics. No matter how you dress it up with tech, all detective work relies on one basic assumption. People make mistakes. I like how this game and the last game are both detective games. However, the themes and tones make them feel entirely different. Yeah, that's what I'm noticing too. I like this too. This is really sick. But HK is the kind of monster who doesn't make mistakes. Only reason we caught him tonight was because he finished what he set out to do all along. So was my client on the list of suspects before tonight? Weren't you listening? There was no list of suspects. We questioned some execs, or some some CIs. Someone even spoke to one of our unlisted at some point. One or two unlisted at some point. Nothing came of it. There was talk about starting on some kind of psych eval or something, but I never expected much to come of that. There's just not enough to work with. In other words, the only thing they have, the only thing they could have to link my client to those killings is the murder weapon. If I can jostle those keystones, or that keystone, then the rest of their case should start to come loose as well. Yes. Details. So how about the basics? What exactly have my client been charged with? Your client, Carlos Backer Flat, was arrested on the scene at 9:50 p.m. Using his middle name already, they really do think he's a serial killer. The charge being the first-degree murder of his girlfriend, Miss Diane Dawn. First degree. Compromised! Volkman Lundy. Increasingly rare. First-degree murder, so that's a first-degree murder means, it's been planned. Like, the person planned out meticulously that they were gonna kill someone, to say the least. It's rare for us to get handed anything but crimes of passion around here. Crimes of passion, which is not first degree. City's got damn near more cameras than people. That sounds like Korea. Korea has like 3 million CCTV cameras. You can't even sneeze without a camera catching you. So you gotta be really, really stupid to try and get away with murder. I hope Project Moon makes a detective game based on Distortion Detective. That'd be pretty sick, honestly. A game in this style, that'd be nice. Well, Heartbreak's gotten away with it 6 times. So what's that make him? 5 times. And that makes him insane. I was gonna go with extraordinary. Let's split the difference and say he's extraordinarily insane. But nutjobs like that aren't renowned for their ability to think ahead. So what makes you think that this was premeditated? How about the fact that he stalked and killed 5 other women as a warm-up? A warm-up? 5 previous bullets, 5 previous victims. None of them knew each other, lived near each other, worked in the same fields. Weeks of digital autopsies crawling up and down their online profile. Nothing. So this serial killer chose his victims at random? If they have nothing in common, yep, nothing in common at all. Really? Other than that, they all look like cousins. Huh? The physical similarities are striking. All 5 prior victims were young women with brown hair and eyes, about the same height, comparable weight. Cybernetic Susurrus, thank you so much for the first time chat. Whenever you see differently colored text like that, it indicates something's been added to your phone, by the way. Purple equals term, cyan equals profile, pink equals evidence. That's good. I can see it here. Oh, that's sick. I didn't know that. Thank you so much, Cyber. I'm gonna call you Cyber. But thank you so much for the first time chat. This game is actually pretty sick. We're only playing detective games right now. The game I have linked in the chat was the previous detective game. Once I finish this, I'm gonna link this game, and then I'm gonna pin it on the chat as well. But yeah, welcome in. Thank you so much for the first time chat. Arigato. Thank you. Also, let me clear out these. Where's my mouse at? Oh, there it is. Sweet. Digital autopsy. Oh, that's when they start going through people's profiles. Okay, makes sense. Evidence, victim, here she is. Diane Dawn, 27-year-old agricultural genetics researcher for Perigee Labs. Found shot through the heart. Shot through the heart. Profile, flat. This is the guy that I'm defending. Interesting. Just finished fixing the Valkonen and Kelly lore. Hi again. Nice. There we go. Well, those features aren't exactly uncommon. Couldn't it be a coincidence? A coinky dink? If you really believe that, then you should quit your job and start buying lotto tickets. Yeah, honestly, even though those features are very common, for that to happen 6 times, that's very rare. HK's got himself a type. Anyone can see that. You really gonna try and tell me you don't see the resemblance? A young woman, brown hair, brown eyes. Can't tell how tall she is from a portrait, but I can take the hint. So you think what exactly? That Carlos Flat wanted to kill his girlfriend so badly that he went out and shot 5 other women first? Hey, if the shoe fits. If the shoe fits, then you put the shoe on the... Huh? What sunshine means that it's not uncommon for killers to displace their violence from people close to them onto outlets with fewer consequences. See, that's why this guy is the veteran. Drifters, loners, strangers, workers. He was probably building up the nerve for tonight by practicing on these other similar women with such precision, shooting them straight through the heart. That is insane. Or he's just so far gone that he can't tell the difference anymore. It's not the worst theory in the world, but it doesn't fit. They want to claim that the previous victims were practice runs, dress rehearsals for tonight's main event, but still, with the precision that they got done. But if that was the case, there would be signs of hesitation, nerves. There would have been mistakes. On top of which, guns are impersonal execution shots, even more so. There's no sadism or hatred or intimacy in a single bullet to the heart. Killing your girlfriend or lookalikes usually is, if nothing else, a lot less sterile, if you ask me. Oh god, those cuts to like those moments are pretty insane. I'm not losing it. I'm trying to think. I'm gonna throw a crock pot theory out there. I'm gonna throw a theory so insane that this is probably not true. These cuts that are happening right now, where it's like, oh, it's an impersonal way of killing, if you ask me. Like how it cut like that. I'm gonna throw the theory out there right now that Morgan, the public defender that I'm playing right now, is the heartbreak killer. I don't know. I feel like that's so far out there, but I'm gonna throw that out. Timeline. I saw the time of death was 9 p.m. on the autopsy, but do you have a timeline for the rest of the night's events? Can't trust much of what come out of his mouth, but we managed thanks to less biased sources. We're pretty confident about what we've been able to piece together from their statements. So they interviewed witnesses. Sounds eerily similar to real police work. The suspect and his girlfriend were arguing loudly with one another starting around 8 p.m. Neighbors were very clear about that part. Couldn't wait to tell us all about the happy couple's domestic problems. Everyone in the building knew they'd been fighting for weeks. So you probably gathered from what you saw in the arcs there was a struggle. Furniture turned over, glass shattered, but things go quiet sometime before 9 p.m. And then there's a gunshot. Scrubbers are still scrubbing. What the heck is scrubbing? Net scrubbing? Scouring all available information posted? Okay, that makes sense. Looking for audio from the area to get a timestamp, but we heard from enough concerned citizens to be pretty damn sure about the time. Right, emergency services got a burst of calls from the block shortly after 9 p.m. No one seemed to recognize the sound for what it was. But the silence that followed was pretty universally alarming. Officers arrive on the street at 9:08 p.m., establish a perimeter, enter through the open front door at 9:10 p.m. If it was her, why would she try to prove the culprit's innocent if taking the blame would be easier? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like with serial killers, they don't want other people taking credit for what they do. So maybe she's trying to maybe she's trying to prove that he's innocent, so the mystique of the heartbreak killer can still continue on. I don't know. That's my theory. Or maybe she's just a unrelated killer as well. I'm gonna go ahead and say this is full. Yeah. Maybe she is a serial killer, not the heartbreak killer. Exactly. Maybe this is a Dexter kind of situation. That it's a cop, a detective, but she is a serial killer. And then your client, and then they had to find your client. Wait, and then they find your client crouched over his dead girlfriend, his hands covered in her blood. Evidence. That's Flat's coat. Coat the suspect was wearing when taken into custody, taken by lab techs for analysis, but initial tests show blood on the left sleeve that matches that of the victim. Interesting. Yeah, that one bald dude from the Dexter Morgan meme. Yeah, Dokes. Also, my tracking is back. There we go. At which point they moved to secure the scene and the suspect. Sorry, did you say his hand? Singular? Your client's modded. Cybernetic right arm. Okay, so modded means, like, augmentations. How modded are we talking about here? Registered with HAL 85 habilis. Industrial grade, looks like. Says he's spec'd for dexterous manipulation of up to class 4 kPa, kilopascals, minimum grip strength of, well, basically, he can crush your neck without even gritting his teeth. Yeah, 4 kilopascals. That is a lot of force. So if he can use something like that, why would he use a gun? Considering a career change? No, it's not that. It's just your eye must be very sensitive for you to put the patch back on each time. Yeah, the eye. And here I thought you just had a 14-year-old sense of fashion. Yeah, she's chuny. You think a cop would ever cover up her dominant eye just because it was fashionable? I actually thought the same thing the first time we met. You what? But getting back on track, the arm of his had been in the shop for some time now. That explains why. You can't work without it. Money got tight. The arguing? Yeah. When did he put the arm in for repairs? 8 days before HK's first victim was killed. Well, no chance that they'll be willing to chalk that up to coincidence. Your client was arrested on the scene after a preliminary scan found his fingerprints on the revolver and no one else's. A revolver? What kind? The old kind. The real old kind. More specifically, a Calver M54, 6-chamber, 10mm. 10mm revolver. That's interesting. A Calver? How retro. Calver. That's mods. Calver. Manufacturer of civilian firearms from 1931 to 1962 when it was bought out by Tortec. Interesting. Though no guns have borne the Calver branding since production halted in 1960, the iconic brand was briefly revived in 2071 Q2 with a series of video game memorabilia tie-in promotions meant to increase sales of in-game. Okay. Yeah, so they sold out. Evidence. The revolver, that's been updated. And the suspect's prosthetic. Sick. You don't know the half of it. We're talking steel chamber, real gunpowder, mechanical firing pin, and no tags. No tags. How is that? Just how old are we talking here? Yep, 24/7 location data, timestamp trigger pulls, safeties coded to the owner's biometrics. For the past 3 decades, tags would have made shooting crimes very unambiguous. Yeah, I bet the fingerprints are going to be for the hand he doesn't have. I bet so as well. That's what I was thinking. So you're claiming my client used some kind of antique to commit these crimes? How else do you think he would have gotten away with this 5 other times? If he tried to buy a gun legit, he'd probably fail the very first site check. And even jailbroken pieces are only good for so long before update withdrawals sets in. So then M54, that's model year 2054. A 30-year-old gun. Well, that sure complicates things, doesn't it? In some ways, sure. But pre-tagging firearms are rare. Gotta be less than 1,000 of them left in the whole country. and fewer still compatible bullets. True. The ammunition would have been 30 years old too. The novelty of his weapon has kept us in the dark so far, but now that we have our hands on it, it's gonna put him away for good. Really. Archive department complained loud as hell about how deep they had to dig. But with the protocols they found, the techs were able to match the rifling marks on all 6 bullets to the gun your client was found with. That's bad. That's real bad. Rifling marks on the bullets? Bullets found from the gun that old are marked with the barrel shape. So if all 6 bullets had the same rifling marks, we know that they were fired by the same gun. It's not as plug and play as tags are, but it's equally precise science, I assure you. And if that's not damning enough, the spent casings from the other 5 shootings were still in the chamber, without even needing to reload. The caliber your client was found with is the gun HK used to kill 6 women. No way to lawyer around that. An untagged gun, just being anywhere near a weapon like that could warrant your arrest. Being found by the police over a dead body with an untagged gun used at 5 other crime scenes is just... To summarize then, you believe that my client fought verbally, then physically with his girlfriend, and then he retrieved his weapon and shot her? Yeah, pretty much. That does not fit HK's MO at all. How did he look when the officers found him? Guilty? How was his effect? Quiet, detached, what the heck is an effect? Stiff. Not exactly the picture of a grieving partner. That reaction may have lost him some points with the cops, but beyond that, people react to loss in all kinds of unusual ways. And so long as the police are suspicious of you, there's no right way to grieve. Thanks for the chat, detectives. I think I understand the background well enough now. Candidly, I see the same strokes you do, and the picture it paints isn't pleasant. But even so, it seems a bit unrefined to be brought before a judge, don't you think? Hey, it's only our job to catch it's only our job to catch the dude. The DA is the one who gets the conviction. Besides, we're not exactly going to have to work hard to convince anyone of this guilt. Why is that? Because we found a handwritten confession at the desk. Oh my god, he's making my life so much harder. Well, that's unexpected. I'm sorry. You're now telling me he wrote a confession? Has it been verified? Not yet. Then I don't care about it. We have to muscle past everyone in fraud and disinfo to get in front of that line. Why bother? The note's covered in his fingerprints. There's a copy in the discovery data, but I should warn you, it doesn't exactly make for light reading. I'll have to manage somehow. I need to see this confession for myself. Okay, let's read this. Let's see. Sorry for everything. Can't say it enough. Didn't mean to hurt you or do what I did. Did not. Sick. So that sick means it's written as it was in the paper. So did not want any of it to happen. Can't stay in control when I get mad. When I'm not in control, I hurt people without meaning to. I wish I hadn't broken them. Didn't mean to at first, but I was hurting. Wanted you to hurt too, but didn't want to hurt you. Words aren't enough, I know that now. I'll take responsibility and do what I've been avoiding. Please forgive me. That was difficult to read. That doesn't feel like a confession that he killed his girlfriend. That sounds like a note, like he was gonna end it all. Barely legible, in fact. Well, got a spin on that. No need. But it's a confession. Not a confession that he signed, though, is it? Not yet. And he's not one he intends to sign anytime soon, considering that he asked for representation. Yeah, the most wanted man in the city asked for a lawyer and got you. Guess you're both lucky. Hardly. I'll just happen to be awake when his call went out. But I'm not so flush with work that I can afford to turn tail now. So if you don't mind, I'd like to go and speak with my client. What? He's not still handcuffed in there, is he? Look, counselor, with all due respect, we have strong evidence pointing to that man being responsible for 6 murders. 2 hours or so in cuff isn't cruel or unusual, and that's for your safety as well. It's kind of you to worry, but I doubt I'll be in any danger. Yeah. He's killed 6 women. None of them were redheads. True. Yeah. She hates me. She really does. Seriously, though, I'd like to speak with him alone now. Camera's off, if you don't mind. Huh. Mic's on or off is your call, counselor. We'll be watching the feed from right outside in case anything happens. And the cuffs, that is, stays on. That worried about me? How chivalrous. Yeah, my armor's practically blinding. Gross. I'll start up the unlock cycle. Counselor, just one last word of advice. If you have any interest in his well-being, I suggest you help him sign that confession. Not a bad idea. I do get paid either way. But the defense part of the defense attorney isn't just for show, detective. I mean it. 6 people dead is one thing, but he's also caused weeks of widespread terror and public unrest. Putting it in another way, he's made the state look bad. That's a capital crime, if there was ever one. And even if the death penalty is not actually on the table these days, I can guarantee he's not gonna like whatever rehabilitation plan they'll draw up for him. Look, I've seen the virtual work release program in person, and it's... What is that? Virtual work release? Hey there, due to some ongoing controversy following the suspected that of inmate Galay, research results are so bad thing. The virtual work release program is a bad thing. It says no. Being challenged before the Supreme Court. Yeah, sometime in the next decade, maybe. Just remember, a plea deal might feel like a loss for you, but if it keeps him from, well, that's probably a win for your client, right? Prison sentences are generally lighter for those who plead guilty, that much is true. It saves the court a great deal of time and money, and they show their gratitude with reduced sentencing. But no one will ever be grateful towards a heartbreak killer. Anyone convicted for killing 6 people, they'll never rest their mind another day in their life. That's crazy. So the virtual work release program, they basically just put your mind into like a virtual work program. 3:35 a.m. June 5th, 2086. All right. Let's go check up on my clients. What's up, Mr. Flat? Here he is. It's depressing as hell in here. Don't need to liven this place up. Carlos Flat, right? Hope you don't mind if I get comfortable. We got lots to cover. But this shouldn't take all night. What are you? Look, I already told you people. I'm not a cop, Carlos. Furthest thing from it. I'm a lawyer. Your lawyer, in fact. And I'm here to help you. Yeah, well, yeah, he's missing an arm. They said that too. All of them did. Back there, in here, kept repeating the whole ride over. They said that they were going to help me, that they all knew this was all a mistake. Then they said that I killed, acting like they were on my side, and then they thought that It's not their job to help you, Carlos, but it is mine, and I'm here now. He's still in shock. I need more information, but if I approach this the wrong way, he'll just clam up even more. I'm sure you're exhausted. It's probably difficult to think, let alone speak. But I'd like you to try and answer a few questions. The police already questioned you, I'm sure. She would get soloed by Saul Goodman. Absolutely soloed. But they were treating you like a suspect, not as a client. Okay. So what do you want to know? See, I don't want to learn about the victim or the murder. If I did that, it would be pretty bad. So, see, like, learning about you, the other options don't shrink away. I mean, they do. So I'm going to learn about you. I don't want to talk about the murder. I don't want to talk about the victim. So let's learn about you. Let's start simple. Something mundane, grounded. Rote. I'd like to know a bit more about you first, Carlos. Something like, what line of work are you in? I'm with city engineering. Oh god, that paints him such a bad picture. Or I was, or I should be. As I thought, the police must be convinced he mapped the optic blackouts using data he stole from work. My arm, I got it slotted for the job, and Carlos, I'm gonna need more than that. So what do I know? He works in city engineering, not a desk job. Reyes said he was modded for work, and that arm must be in custody at the moment, but based on his shoulder, it'd have to be pretty utilitarian. Utilitarian, yeah. He doesn't strike me as the type who's enamored with the aesthetics of modding. The young and the restless and the rich, swapping in neon and chrome limbs because they like the way it looks, or the way it makes other people start looking at them. No, he's pragmatic, grounded, and very unlucky. In which case, I should be too. You know, my brother wanted a mod. Really? Really? I don't even have a brother. He had everything planned out, a whole career path with promotions and bonuses and the upgrades they'd afford him. Then came his 18th birthday present, the test results politely informing that he's not a viable candidate. That sucks. I think he felt relieved, actually. Seemed like it was a weight off his chest, like he was glad that he didn't have to choose. Does that make any sense? Yeah, I think it does. I always figured if I'd start at all, I'd start small. A hand or an eye. An eye is not small. For like prosthetics, for like chrome, replacing an eyeball, I don't think that's small. That's huge. A hand, even a hand, I feel like, oh man. In a cyberpunk world, I don't think I would ever get myself modded at all. I think I would just stay fully Ganic. Like, I would not mod myself in a cyberpunk world. That feels painful. And if anything goes wrong, then you're kind of screwed. Never thought about lobbing my whole damn arm off, but the recruiter was enthusiastic. He said, because of the NCDA, there was financial aid and resources. I'm going till cyberpsychosis. No, not cyberpsychosis. Yeah, I don't want to get hacked. That's the big thing, Crimson. And cyberpsychosis. I don't want cyberpsychosis. I don't want to get hacked. Unless there was a way where, like, you can get the mod. I don't even feel like the mod is the right thing. I feel like the best thing is probably just like a Iron Man suit of armor or something like that. Where I can just put the armor on and it's fine and I can just take it off and just be human. I think that's okay. I feel like modding in any sort, it's just like it just opens yourself to get hacked or get a modded tool or weapon. Yeah, I feel like that's a big thing because, like, look at Atom Smasher, like 97% or 96% cyborg or like non-organic, and the only organic part is like his brain or something like that, or parts of his brain. And like, yeah, one hack on that, yeah, he probably has really good ice, but like one hack that gets through and you're just done. Of course, that got canned. So now me and every other modder is royally screwed. Couldn't even let me keep the tax credit. The new Citizens with Disability Act was amended, not repealed. But I doubt he'd appreciate the distinction at that moment. Or this moment. I worked the tighter spaces, the high volt environments, mostly canopy upkeep. Typical stuff for modders, you know? He's speaking freely now. Don't need to do much more than repeat the words back to him to keep him talking. Yeah. Only V and Adam are immune to cyberpsychosis. Or you can use that theory where V was always a cyberpsycho. But the degree of psychosis was a lot more restrained, because if you follow the events of Cyberpunk 2077, they killed a lot of people. Like, any outside observer would immediately assume that V is a cyber psycho. Like, oh my god, they just killed like an entire building's worth of Arasaka people. They are a cyber psycho. Like, you would just assume. But the right word choice here and there can still make a difference. You work on the canopy, you must be under a lot of pressure, because I read the documents. Under a lot of pressure. Must be under a lot of pressure. Now that the subways are cordoned off. Damn straight. And this crap with Long, once word got out that the case against him was real, every desk job in the chain became terrified of their own shadow. All of them convinced that internal affairs is going to come knocking if they misplace so much as a paperclip. Everything by the book means no room for compromise, no room for problem solving, no room for engineering? Yeah. Yeah, true. Also, maybe Johnny Silverhand helped V with dealing with it? True. Just a functioning cyber psycho? Yeah. And no patience for screw-ups. He's trying very hard to not look at his shoulder. Why aren't you wearing your prosthetic right now, Carlos? Yeah, that. Rejection issues started last month. A lot of sleepless nights. Rejection. Did the therapy not take? Mod therapy. Just in the human mind. Medication, minor, viral tuning. Okay, interesting. It's not like that. I wasn't oozing pus out of my socket or anything. Then, do these rejection issues have anything to do with your scars? Not in the way you're thinking. Then what other way? I'm right-handed. Oh. So he is right-handed. And his arm is right-handed. So those cuts on his face are just from shaving? Really? Never thought this go on for so long that I had to relearn how to do everything. Oh, yeah. I just realized something. His arm is right-handed. He's right-handed. And for some reason, I was like, why is that a thing? He has a cyber arm. Why is being right-handed like a bad thing? But then I realized his arm is an industrial piece of equipment. He can't do anything with that arm unless it's like for industrial equipment. It's not precise. So if he's right-handed, he has to relearn how to do everything on his left hand. That's crazy. I would lose my mind if I had to do that. I am not left-handed at all. I'm not, it's called ambidextrous. I'm not ambidextrous at all. And I would lose my mind. I'm right-handed. He just has VATS. That's how he doesn't miss. True. I mean, the problem started small, trembling, but then spasms. Just oversensitivity, they said. An easy fix. Then the problem got bigger. Couldn't let it get that far. Need to be able to trust your own hands when you're on the job site. Drop a cutter at the wrong moment and people can get hurt. So I sat down, made an appointment, turned in my arm, and watched my case get placed in the back of the damn line. Where did you turn it in? Some mass turnaround chop shop with a waiting list like you wouldn't. It doesn't sound like you're a happy customer. Heck no. I find a dozen other clinics with shorter wait times. But as long as I'm renting and not owning, the manufacturer decides where you get your arm maintenance. Okay. So it's not even his arm, it's like a lease. Submitted 5 weeks. Average wait list duration of 40 business days. Oh my God. It's horrible. And that's why I'm sitting here with this expensive stump for a shoulder. I haven't been able to work in weeks. Bosses were generous enough to say that my position might still be there when I got 2 working arms again. He needs to take that up with a ripper doc. Needs better chrome. Yeah. You couldn't buy or rent a replacement yourself just in the meantime? I serve at the pleasure of the state. And they got exclusivity contracts with Hindi, all locked up white knuckle tight. Hindi. Halo Industries. That makes sense. He does that. That is his prosthetic. Interesting. As I recall, he's registered with one of their habilis models. If I took one step on site with uninsured tech, forget the fines. I'd lose the down payment and my arm. And I'd never work in this city again. If this was last quarter, maybe I could have worked out something with management, but like I said, no one's sticking out their necks for anyone now that Long's in deep stuff. You mentioned discomfort. Are you in pain? Pain will come and go. It's the itches that will kill you. And the phantoms come back pretty fast when I don't have anything. The phantoms. Pain or discomfort? I'm guessing phantom pain. Phantom vision? Okay, so there's phantom vision and then there's phantom pain. Okay. And this is more information about flats. Wait, what does he like? He likes airports, worn shoes, and firm beds. Dislikes cabs, musicals, and cashews. What? Huh? How can you not like cashews? I love cashews. Arm shaped, attached to me. Didn't they give you something to, well, wear in the meantime? Something in the clinics lend out for cases like this? What they gave me was a dead weight, 3-jointed landfill bait POS. Sorry, it's a very bad feeling. Having a part of your body that you know they cut corners on. It fits, it's compatible, technically. I can slot it in and feel on balance again, but the fingers don't even bend, and the quick twitch motors are way off. It's like walking around with your arm asleep or dead. So you were wearing it when you were, I'm not gonna say when she died, when you were arrested. Were you wearing it when you were arrested? No, I wasn't. But I'm pretty sure I saw police bagging it as evidence, so can't have gotten too far. So Detective Reyes was being quite liberal about how he was found. Yeah. So the victim's blood on his left arm. So he had victim's blood on his left arm only because at the time in question, he didn't even have a right. No inconsistencies in the story so far, and he's opened up about as well as can be expected. So that makes sense. If he's right-handed and he doesn't have his right arm, how will he shoot with the precision needed to hit her in the heart? And not only hit someone in the heart, but hit someone in the heart 6 times. That's impossible. But this has all been a warm-up for the both of us. Now comes the delicate part. See, these are the serial killer tendencies that I'm seeing in her. Carlos, you and the victim were romantically involved. How long did you two know each other? Gun in the mouth, and he never misses. Yeah, right. I've known her since college. We shared a few classes, some mutual friends, always got along. Eventually, we just got together at some point. Guess I never actually asked her out the real formal way. Sounds pretty cowardly saying that out loud. Diane, she was in genetics, focused her studies on agriculture. It always takes them a few tries to get used to using past tense. Just finished her post-grad work this year. Got hired right out the gate, practically headhunted. You believe that? Practically headhunted. Of course she was. Any company would be lucky to have her, unlike... It was a real job, paid real money too. So her career was starting to pan out, right as yours had fallen into the mother of all slumps. Where was she hired? Pedigree? No. Perigee Labs. I say that like the name matters. The whole setup's under Harco's umbrella. That doesn't narrow it down. The Harvest Corporation grows 1/3 of the soybeans and corn in the entire country. One client that size, the lab wouldn't need any others. Now, no corporation earns the mega prefix without a little throat cutting, but Harco's is about as tame as big business can get. Predictable like the seasons, no one's going to buy that they had some lab tech murdered because of corporate greed. Had she adjusted well to her new job? Yeah, they loved having her there. She never mentioned arguments or disputes, corporate politics getting rough. I don't think so. Not like I've been a good listener anyways, or lately, but I never got the impression that look, no one I know could do this to her, and there's nothing she could have done that would deserve what happened to her. It was a long shot, hoping for a disgruntled character from her past to shift blame onto, but with no other suspects, I can't reshuffle the detective's suspicions. I'll have to disprove their argument entirely. Thank you, Carlos. That was very helpful. It was? Now I'd like to try and tell me whatever you can about what happened tonight. Oh, the one thing he's trying to avoid. Start at the beginning and take your time. The details are important. All right, Miss Morgan. I'll try, Morgan. When you're ready. We were arguing. We have been arguing a lot lately. Arguing about stupid things. I haven't been working. Haven't been making money. Haven't been pulling my weight. I was mad at myself. More than that, I was jealous of her. Jealous over nothing. Jealous over money. The reports say you were arguing around 8 p.m. 8? Yeah, it must have been. When we started. We got into it, and I said a lot of things that I shouldn't have. I said one thing that I really, really shouldn't have. I crossed the line, and we both knew it, so I left. You left. You left. Yeah, walked out the front door, thought some fresh air might help cool me off. Help me figure out what I'm trying to help me figure out what to say to make it up to her. Of course, the air wasn't fresh, just humid, thick like mud. And while I was like wasting time, Diane was, did you bring your phone with you or any other electronics? No. Oh God. I kind of stormed off. I didn't even take my key fob. Didn't even lock the door behind me. Oh God. With optics down, traffic and street level cameras won't help him. That leaves. Did you go through a checkpoint or talk to anyone with modded eyes? Did you buy anything, cash or credit? No, not even a vending machine. Not even a damn vending machine, huh? I may have met my match. How can anyone be this unlucky? That's quite unfortunate. I just wanted quiet at the time. Wanted to wallow in it, really. Sorry if I didn't have all the details straight. My head is... But if my exact route will help, the cams probably... Nope. The cams are down, my friend. What? What is it? Optics was what? Can that even happen? And there's no other proof that you were out at the time Diane was killed. Meaning you got no alibi. This can't... Listen, I didn't do this. I couldn't. Carlos, I'm the one person you don't have to try and convince. True. I'm defending him. After all, I'm your lawyer. So let's just get this all out there and see what we got to work with. Right. Now that you said you left to clear your head, so what made you come back? I came back because I heard a noise. A loud noise. Didn't know what it was. But it was loud, and it scared me. And it came from the direction of our apartment. I was walking back at first, but at some point, I must have started running because when I got back, I was so out of breath, and that's when I saw that the front door was open. Something dropped in my chest, and my lungs wouldn't. You live on the first floor, right? Yeah, first floor apartment, street facing entrance. We were proud of that when we first moved in, like it was some kind of big deal. From the hallway, I saw her, but I didn't realize. I never thought that she was. The lights were off, the whole room was a mess. I thought we had been robbed, or she had fallen, or there was broken glass, furniture knocked over. And she was... I called her name and she didn't move. I checked her pulse and she was still warm. Her blood was warm. And I saw her. The gun. I saw it. It? Backlog. Hold up. I saw the gun. Okay. It looks so heavy, but I thought it had to be fake because I didn't want it to be real. And that's where he grabbed it. Is that why you picked it up? What? Pick it up? I didn't touch that thing. I didn't shoot her. Damn it. Doing what I do, you hear a lot of lies. White lies, blatant lies, hasty lies. Bad lies especially. Oh God. For me, it's always been easy to spot a lie, but it can be hard to know what to do about it. I have all the proof I need in my files, but he's defensive and nervous. None of this works if he doesn't trust me. Stay up to date with the details of your evidence by checking your phone. If your client notices that you don't know what you're talking about, they'll stop giving you any credit. You did touch the gun, Carlos. That's just a fact, and we know because you were found with it. It was registered because his prints were all over the gun. Because of your prints. It's a fact that your fingerprints are on that gun. What? But I didn't do this. I know you didn't do this, Carlos. But you touched the gun. I wasn't thinking. I was just... Carlos, all I'm saying is that you picked it up. That's all. Would you believe me if I said I didn't realize it was a gun? That explains how his prints got on the gun. Not in a way that would satisfy the police. Still, if all he did was hold the gun... So dumb. I know what a gun looks like. But seeing it in my own home, right in front of... You were in shock, Carlos. You still are. The police came in sometime after that. I don't remember much about what they said. Things started moving fast, it seemed like. The rest of my night went probably the way you expect. Carlos, you admit to having a verbal argument with Diane, but you said you were surprised to see the room trashed when you got back. To clarify, you're saying that you two never had a physical fight. What? Physical? We never fought. We never fought like that. Did the police say that we did? They assumed as much. Which means they also assumed that the room was disheveled well before the shooting occurred. Considering what Carlos just told me, what else did they assume? What is it? I'd like you to take a look at something for me. The crime scene. Oh. It's an AR module built from data taken as the police entered, so... Right, it's just that. It's just data, Carlos. No grisly details. Okay. Let me see it. Take your time. This game is very well written. I have to say, I'm like sucked in. I'm locked in. All right, I think I've got it. That's how the police found things. Now close your eyes and think back to how the room looked when you left. Try and focus on what's out of place. All right. I'll take notes, you just say whatever comes to mind. I don't remember exactly where everything was. But well, the mirror was upright, of course. And that clock was still on the wall. The chair got knocked over at some point, and the bed got tossed, the cushions torn, and the urn fell. Other than that... No, sorry. That's all that stands out to me. I see. Like so? I am a horrible artist. What's wrong? Something out of place? I am a horrible artist. Even he thinks so. Carlos, you need to trust your instincts. If anything seems off, don't be afraid to speak up. She's so proud. It's just, I guess I assumed your notes would be making edits to the AR. Well, I suppose that works too. Sorry, I didn't mean... I think your drawing was pretty good, considering... I'd like to change the subject now, Carlos. Right. It's like watching an actual detective film. Exactly. That's how it feels like. That's exactly how it feels like. It's very well written. I feel like I'm sucked in. Let's talk about the letter that was found on your desk. Letter? What do you mean? I mean this letter here. Do you recognize it? Because the police are calling it a confession. A confession? But this is just a note to self. Huh? Pardon? Look, when we fight, I lose my temper, say things I don't mean to. So this morning, I tried writing things down so I had a script to stick to, so I can apologize to her instead of just fighting with her. Carlos, you say in the note that you hurt them. That's... I broke her fidget tubbies. What? Huh? Her what? Her what? Her fidget tub. Oh my god, look at him! They're so cute! He deserves death for that. Deserve instant death. I was like, well, my job here is done. I'm letting the police handle you now. Her fidget dubbies. They're these collectible ceramic character things. They're supposed to be like tactile. You use them as paperweights or Burn him! Or conversation starters. Conversation starters. She loved those little things. They're not worth a damn, but you can buy them at any flea market or garage sale. But they meant a lot to her, and I broke them. The fidget tubbies. No, not the fidget tubbies. Collection was pulverized by Carlo Flat's replacement prosthetic arm in the morning of the murder. Evidently an acquired taste. No, not the fidget tubbies. His rental, and then his statement. Interesting. I mean, I was pissy at the time, but that goddamn piece of garbage rental arm, I hardly know where I'm swinging it half the time. I got so angry I just ripped it off and tossed it in the room. That cheap, dusty, worthless... Okay, let's say he did break her fridge a duckies with his replacement arm. What does that change? Nothing at the moment. There's not enough details in the note to prove what his intent was when he sat down to write it. But if the police insist on claiming it was a confession from the heartbreak killings, anyway, couldn't even bother to sweep them up, so I felt so... Alright, Carlos, thanks for answering my questions. Now I'm going to call the police back here, and I'm going to get this cleared up for you. What? That's it? That's it? Oh, okay. Although, before I do that, I do have to ask, what do you know about the heartbreak killings? The killer... Dude, she is the heartbreak killer. She has to be the heartbreak killer. What was that? What do you know about the heartbreak killer? Like, oh my god, dude, she has to be the heartbreak killer. She has to be. Dude, this is actually really good. I am locked in. You know what? I'm so locked in. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. I haven't finished this. I did not finish this yet, but I'm gonna tell you exactly what I'm gonna do. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm buying the next 2 episodes right now. Add to cart episode 1 and add to cart episode 2. That's exactly what I'm doing right now. Here we go. Boom. Episode 1 and 2 in my cart right now. Buying it right now. Yep, pay with my PayPal account. Yep, I agree to the terms. Yep, I bought it. Dude, this is so sick. I just bought it. There we go. And episode 1 is ready to play. And then I'm guessing it's downloading episode 2. Okay, sweet. Alright, I bought episode 1 and I bought episode 2. Yep, well, we're gonna play the rest of this week. This is so sick. Heartbreak. You mean that psycho that was trending all month? I mean, as much as anyone, I guess. Haven't been getting out much, but I'm sure everyone's on edge. A guy like that out there, he shoots people through the heart, right? The police kept their victims' appearances far away from any upstanding news sources. So unless he was already following the murders, Carlos wouldn't notice any resemblance to his girlfriend. I mean, she was shot in the chest, but that doesn't mean anything, does it? If he's this slow on the uptake, it's going to be a real shock when those officers walk in here and accuse him of being a serial killer. We'll just have to squash that theory as quickly and definitively as possible. 4:04 a.m., June 5th, I keep saying 1986, 2086. I didn't realize you could smoke in here. Technically, I can smoke wherever I want for a fee. Smoking in a non-smoking area, yeah, I guess you just pay the fine. I guess so. Nervous? Don't be. I'm the one who's on the clock. Right, I'm sure this isn't your first time doing this. No, of course not. It's my second time. It will be my first homicide defense, though. Oh. Why does everyone think this is the first time so goddamn important? Hey, cheer up. I've got relevant experience in other areas. Oh. And, what areas are those? You ever gamble, Carlos? No, ma'am. I don't go anywhere near loot boxes. I won't touch the stuff. I mean, more like playing cards. Oh, well, then no to that too. I've actually got pretty terrible luck. Could have fooled me. Well, what I do like a lot... Wait, what I do is a lot like poker, Carlos. Poker's nice because even if you're dealt nothing but crap all night long, you can still win. Which makes things pretty fun. Okay, do you have a good poker face? I'd like to think so. And are you lucky? Only when the stakes are high. And in this metaphor, we're playing poker, and the state's the dealer? If only. No, the state's more like the house. Oh god. Dude, this is so good. This is really good. You mean like the house always wins? Yes. They're very good at it. Winning, I mean. That's why they're up there and we're down here. That's why they're the house. So what do? We play the cards we're dealt as best we can, win more hands than we lose, keep it up, and eventually someone will come over and tap the dealer on the shoulder and whisper something in their ear, and then we'll be politely asked to leave. That doesn't sound very triumphant. The house always wins. So our definition of victory is more like, don't lose. Thanks, Morgan. But I guess I was more asking like, what should I say? Just leave all the talking to me. So that's the strategy. What's up? You know that there's a saying about gamblers with strategies. Yo, ready to confess yet? Reyes, get out of here, we're not done. Because I already woke up the DA. Already? She must be new. The district attorneys always have a final say on whether or not a case is to be brought to trial. Only fair, since they're the ones who end up having to actually prove the damn thing. Most of them prefer simple guilty pleas over long, protracted trials, and they all dislike having their time wasted. Unfortunately, then, you'll have to give them a call back, because my client is not guilty. And frankly, I'm not even sure you have enough to hold him here. Right. What she said. I told you, Flat, don't say anything. You got a weird sense of humor, counselor. Different generations, I guess. Before my time kind of thing. You calling me old? I'm very serious when it comes to defending a man's innocent, detective. How old is she anyways? Also, I got the rental, more evidence here. How old is she anyways? There's no years here. Still, it's crazy. I'm very serious when it comes to defending a man's innocence, detective. Counselor, we have your client's written confession. His written confession. Let's start there. Okay, well, we'll be happy to. The thrust of every argument starts with the facts. What's already known and agreed upon. Public knowledge for every player at the table. It's pretty simple, counselor. Real paint-by-numbers stuff. See, we found this note in his apartment with his fingerprints on it, apologizing for how he hurt them all so bad. Now, how are you planning on spinning that? Those are the facts, but I've been building up my hand all night, and now that I've got the weapons to answer anything they try to throw at me, well, my client did write that note. It was an apology, not for murder. He was apologizing for... Analyze the facts as they're laid out, then review responses in your hand. Select a card that best answers the argument and place it into the slot on the right. You can mouse over your opponent's portrait for a reminder on which key point you're answering. Okay. He wrote a confession. Debris, ceramic, revolver, link to... So I'm gonna say debris. So he wrote a confession, note prints, and that ties to the debris. I would say around 40s to 60. Yeah, maybe. I would say 40s. Murder weapon linked to 5 flash fingerprints. I would say debris right here. Because that wouldn't tie to the revolver at all. He wrote a confession. Okay. So I would say debris. He was simply apologizing for this. The heck is that? And I got money. I found myself asking the same exact question. Win your first hand. I got an achievement for beginner's luck. Win your first hand. What are we looking at here? Something from the crime scene? Yes. This diagram of the room, it's created from data you've captured, right? Pure non-GMO augmented reality crime scene data. Yeah. What's non-GMO? Kids these days don't understand there was a time before GMOs. Not much these days. Notice anything out of place? Yeah, the whole room's full of busted stuff. It's a scene of a murder. Full of busted stuff for sure. But what I was more referring to the unidentified ceramic debris found on the western side of the room. The heck is that? Ceramic debris, huh? Must be from the vase that got tossed. Actually, that's not possible. Oh, because that vase is a fake. Wasn't here. It wasn't damaged at all. It wasn't broken. It's not possible for that debris to come from that vase or from the vase because that vase is still pristine. How is that? How is that possible? The lady at the garage sale told me it was so old and delicate. Damn it! The one time I try and thrift shop on my own. Well, so what? What does that even matter? If that vase doesn't have a scratch on it, then the debris must have come from somewhere else. That debris is what my client wrote in that apology. Wait, that debris is what my client wrote that apology over. You're saying that the confession was his apology for not vacuuming? I am, because that pile of rubble is all that remains of the victim's collection of Fidget Tubbies. I love whenever the Fidget Tubbies thing pops up. It's just playing that playful music. What he said. Mr. Flat broke the victim's ceramic figures by accident. And this impassioned note to self was just his attempt at scripting out an apology. Can you prove that? We're taking this seriously? As much as I wish we weren't. We're all in agreement that my client wrote that note. And we can all plainly see that there's ceramic debris on at the crime scene. Now, since it couldn't have come from the vase, it must have come from the collectibles. Those things. Simple, right? The heck are you on about? The whole room was trashed, as the art clearly shows. Those fidget tubbies must have gotten pulverized during the struggle too. You really gonna claim he sat down to write an apology for breaking her toys after gunning her down? Not a bad train of thought, but I can do better. No, those collectibles were destroyed much earlier than that, and there's proof. Yes, the proof is his arm, his prosthetic. Let me see, cost of maintenance. Or it might be under the fidget tubbies. The morning of the murder, replacement prosthetic arm. So it has to be the rental, not the prosthetic. Here it is, smashing, hasn't been worn since. Yep, it'll be that. The proof is the rental. Not the note, it's the rental. Just take a closer look at the rental you took into custody. Huh? One swipe of your finger should show exactly how devastating it was to the fickle buddy ecosystem. It's fidget tubbies. Whatever. You did take it into custody. I'm sure your text found ceramic debris on it, yes? Now that you mention it. Fine, whatever. He broke them with his arm while he was killing her. Happy? Overjoyed, because even a cheap arm got an operating system that logged the last time it was worn, right? He knows. Right. I see. Wait, let me refresh chat. There we go. I see. I happened to spot a footnote on the lab report saying that the rental hadn't been used since the AM. Whose side are you on, old man? It's gotten pretty late, sunshine. Just trying to save us all some time where I can. Well, thank you for your service. Are you seriously buying this stuff? Just look at how scrawled, how panicked that note is. You expect me to believe he was upset over a fidget tubby collection? One that hasn't even been graded? She knows. She knows. She's a fidget tubby fan. Setting aside Detective Rey's surprising depth of knowledge when it comes to collectibles, you're correct. They held no real monetary value. It would be odd for Carlos to be so shaken over their loss. But so what? So what? After all, that's not panic you're seeing on that page. No, the only reason that note looks the way that it does is because Carlos, he is right-handed. Yep. It's because Carlos is right-handed. Yep. Morgan reminds me of Makima from Chainsaw Man. Yeah. Yes, I am. Did they not know that? Did they not know I'm right-handed? Shouldn't that be on my permanent record or something? So the reason why that note looks like asylum wall scribbles is just because he had to use his left hand to write it. I tend to think better writing than typing, and I needed to get used to writing with my left anyways. So I just thought it could be good practice. Taking that into account, alongside the ceramics, your slam dunk confession is looking about just as watertight as fishnet. Okay, fine. Forget about the confession. Congratulations, counselor. You've established that your client's remorseless. Yeah, she's right. He's like, oh, he didn't write a letter at all. So throw away the letter. Everything else still stands. Yep. Now, let's get back to the reality of the situation. Here are the facts. Found your client at the scene of the crime, wearing a coat covered in the victim's blood, right next to a big old goddamn gun that just so happened to have his fingerprints on it. That's right, that coat is. What, you're gonna claim it's not his? That he actually wears an extra small? She's trying to bait me in her typical low-key fashion. As the arguments flow, you won't always have the stronger hand. Okay. Sometimes the best you can do is hold your tongue and avoid overcommitting. Try to lose as little credit as possible while you wait for a more favorable chance. She must have something, no playing into it. Yep. Something you'd like to ask me, detective? I'm just curious. What'll it be next? You're gonna tell me he actually wears an extra small? I'm not gonna raise, I'm gonna stay. He doesn't wear an extra. He doesn't wear an extra small. I'm gonna stay. Gee, Carlos, do you? No. Yeah, sure. There's no evil twin you've forgotten to mention. I don't want to raise. I'm gonna hold. There's no evil twin. Oh no, I'm afraid not. Not even gonna go for a mysterious third party at the scene of the crime? To prove his innocence, I will need to get there eventually. But going there now without hard evidence? I'm not gonna raise. I can prove a third party? No. I can't prove a third party. I have no evidence, so I'm gonna stay. I have no evidence of a third party at this time. Damn right you don't. It's clear as day in the arcs. It's clear as day in the arcs. No evidence of anyone besides Carlos being there that night. So keep dreaming. It was obvious she had something there. I wasn't going to win that hand either way. But at least I didn't overstep and take any more damage than I had to. We're not contesting any of that, detective. My client freely admits to holding that gun. Broken window is proof? See, the window's not broken. It was a broken mirror, not the window. So that was the glass on the ground. The window was okay. But I do see, if it was a broken window, it would have proven it. He picked it up in confusion after coming home to find a brutal crime scene, which was not smart. Hey, but not illegal either. And that's all? He had her blood all over her clothes. Mirror is basically a window glass mirror from Limbus. Yeah, he had her blood all over his clothes. Yes, he did. Right. Do you have those clothes on hand, by the way? The lab finished with them a while ago. What are you getting at? The fact that he was like, if I go to the backlog, which is L, he had her blood all over his clothes. Yes, he did. Right. He sees where this is going. What are you getting at? It'll be easier to just show you. Would you mind getting them for me? You know what? Sure, I could use the fresh air. Stinks of BS in here anyways. And here I thought the room smelled like... Psst, Morgan. What are you doing? My coat's covered in her blood. I remember that much. And so doesn't that like make me look really bad? Just relax, Carlos. I'm pretty sure that's impossible. You're innocent. And that means that having more evidence will always help you, not hurt you. Ria's going to come back with the fidget tubbies. Yeah. Really? Not really. Plenty of innocent people in prison. People with bad luck. Or bad lawyers. People shouldn't count on the truth to come out easy. More often than not, it takes coaxing. What was it that reminded me of? Alright, here it is. One blood-stained jacket fresh from the lab. So what's your angle? You gonna tell us that this is actually just hot sauce? No. That would be silly. She actually thought it over. So what the heck's your point? Hey. Sorry, just got thrown off by a turn of good fortune. What good fortune? You should thank the detective for you bringing your jacket, Carlos. She just proven your innocence. My client was arrested wearing his coat. He would have been wearing it at the time of the murder. It has the victim's blood on it, who we know died when she was shot in the heart by a gun that happened to be an old pre-war tagging, old world pre-tagging firearm. And so this coat proves he couldn't have been the shooter. Is there a gas leak in here? In what world doesn't that make any sense? Does that make any sense? Sense happens to be the key here, so I just need to draw their attention to what they can. You can see what you can see on the coat with your eyes. What you can feel, I'm guessing the smell, gunpowder. You would smell the gunpowder on it. Not see, like, no, you wouldn't see the gunpowder, because if you look at the coat, it's like kind of a short sleeve coat. It looks like it goes up to like his elbow. So I gotta think about this common sense wise. It's gonna be the smell, not the feel. It's gonna be the smell, because the revolver in itself. Here it is. Look, I'm gonna show you right now. Where's the gun? Rifling marks, bullets, fingerprinting. It has to be the gunpowder. Even though it's not saying here, it has to be the gunpowder from the smell. No DNA present, no expected crumbs present, no fingerprints, no evidence of tampering. I want to make sure I get this right. If I go back to the... Where's my phone? Terms. Calver. I swear there was something. Ballistics match. Ballistic trauma. Smell doesn't last that long though. Gunpowder smells, man. Like, trust me. I fired a lot of guns for fun. Gunpowder sticks to you. Especially if it's not clean, and especially if it's fresh. Debris, no. There's 2 flat coats. No other details of forensic significance have been found. So, seeing that, no other details, so it wouldn't be something that you can feel? Because feel doesn't make any sense. The feel doesn't make any sense. Blood on the left sleeve matches that of the victim on the left sleeve. So that would not be it. It would be smell. So I'm gonna say not what you can see. Actually, no, it might be what you can see. Because the blood's on the left. No, yeah, it is what you can see. Think about it. He used a revolver. So, why is the blood on the left if he just has a stub on his left? Maybe because he's right-handed. Yeah. Why would the blood be on the left shoulder if he wouldn't have a left arm at that point? No, he would be left-handed. How would he get the blood on her if he's holding the gun with his left? Because wouldn't the blood be on the right? Just sticking out his arm or something like that? I don't know. It might be what you can see with your eyes, not what you can feel, what you can smell in the coat with your nose. I would say what you can see on the coat. There's blood on the left arm. If he's right-handed, then yeah. Okay. I'm trying to think. Yeah, it'll probably be what you can see. Just tell me what you see. I see a coat with a lot of dead woman blood on it. And you? Oh no. Okay, I lost it there. That's not gonna work. The truth is plainly there, but it isn't the kind of detail you can see with your naked eye. It was the smell. I guarantee you. Just do me one favor, detective. Tell me what you smell. I don't smell anything except dried blood. It would be the gunpowder. I was right. I should have trusted myself. Exactly. The coat smells like blood, but it doesn't smell of cigarettes. That's what I've been smelling. Yes, gunpowder. Yes, Detective London. I was smoking earlier. Could you rejoin the conversation? I've been listening. You wanted me to smell the jacket? If you would. Let's see. Huh. No gunpowder. What? What about gunpowder? Oh, don't blame yourself for not noticing. This was before your time. You can't be more than a few years older than me. But not before your partners, it seems. I know, I should have went with my gut, but it's okay. We have lots of chips. See, gunpowder is weak by today's standards, but it's still volatile stuff, hard to store, prone to misfiring, and when it goes bang, it leaves it behind an awful lot of evidence. The heck is she talking about, London? Modern firearms like the one we carry use electricity, magnetism, even air pressure or sound waves. They got more accuracy, more firepower, less recoil, less noise, and they don't leave behind any residue. Gunpowder residue. You talked my ear off about how difficult it is for tracking down a gun that doesn't leave digital traces, but a revolver like this one, it'd leave gunpowder on the skin of whoever fired it for days. So then his coat. If you don't trust your nose, you can check the lab reports. I think if they had found any gunpowder on my client or his clothes, they would have taken the time to highlight it. Yes. Speechless. Whatever. That just means he washed it off after shooting her, or he changed his clothes. That's not impossible, but it would be pretty pointless. Huh? His jacket and his left hand were blood-soaked when your officers found him. Would he really go through all the effort to get rid of something as subtle as gunpowder residue? Just to get the victim's blood all over himself afterwards? True. It makes no sense. In light of these details, I'd like to formally request that you reconsider the charges Mr. Flat is facing. As soon as possible. Whoa. He's like, wow. They're faltering now, should top over any moment. The letter was mostly icing on the cake for them, but that gun is all they had to link Carlos to any of the shootings. So if it looks like he never actually fired the gun, I'll admit things were a little dicey there at times. But once I was able to grasp the situation, the smaller pieces fell into place easily enough. Not my cleanest work so far, but overall I'd say, did she get a message? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I love when the character is stumped, they get donked on the head. They do, yeah. Wait, did they actually manage to find it? Find what? Something you like to share, Detective Reyes? You're good. twisting the truth into knots, making the facts work for you? Thanks. But your luck just ran out. Because the net scrubbers found a cam active at the exact moment of the shootings, and right now, I'm staring at the photo of the killer. Oh my god. Wait. Wanna bet? Oh! Oh my god! A photo of the shooter? If she had that, we wouldn't still be talking. Oh my god, dude. Oh man. Oh, this is too good. But I doubt she's just pulling this out of her butt. She's got something from the scrubbers. She must be bluffing. She must have something. Okay, I'm gonna guess she must be bluffing. There wouldn't be anything because the arcs... there wouldn't be anything because arcs was down. Here it is. No expected DNA. Nothing. Not arcs. Whatever the heck was called. The system was down. Not the profile. Articles. Nope. I'm sure I can find it here. Terms. Here it is. Not arcs. Where is it at? Internet of Things. Usage of crumbs. Net scrubbing. Yeah, the system was down. So there was no way they could have gotten anything. So I have enough chips that I can risk this. I'm gonna raise. She must be bluffing. Optics. Yes, optics was down, so there couldn't have been anything. She must be bluffing. Yep. That's a bold bluff for this late in the game, detectives. Especially when we both know there was an optics blackout during the shootings. Yep. Well, that's just it. This isn't from optics. Oh no. I should have figured she wouldn't make a claim that bold without something to back it up. Party's over, counselor. Feast your eyes on this. Well, okay, the quality is lacking. And yet, there it is. They managed to find a quarter needle of evidence in a whole city block of haystacks. What are the chances? No, with the scale their tools operate on, I guess the chances are always, as always, in their favor. Alright, this isn't good, but it's a far cry from the worst case scenario I envisioned. You can even say I got lucky, which means the stakes are, well, it's a little bit blurry. Don't look at me, I didn't take the damn thing. Technically, no one took it. Looks like at the time of the shooting, a neighbor was on their phone, probably venting about how the crazy couple across the way was acting, but if their phone was on, its camera would be on. So we managed to get this shot through the window. Where to begin? Far away, unfocused, ultra low resolution, zoomed in, blurry, color shifted, and so compressed that it looks like it's from another century. There are tools that could enhance this image any further, and I can count the pixels on one hand. And you can kiss that its admissibility in court goodbye. You can't honestly claim you can identify my client from this image. There's no way in heck that you can get this past the judge. Yeah, you're probably right, we couldn't. But I think I know a DA that could. Either way, doesn't seem like your client's leaving this police station anytime soon. That photo, what the heck is happening to me? Think I know a DA that could? Don't be so modest, old man. We have photo evidence of a left-handed shooter standing in the hallway. At the same time, the whole neighborhood heard a gunshot. And who do we know have left-handed fingerprints all over that gun? You're referring to my client. You think? We've established that he wasn't wearing his modded arm at all tonight, so he must have shot it with his left. Yes, and we also established that he's weak on his left side. Weak with his left side. A left side that had no gunpowder whatsoever. Forensics will never be perfect, counselor. Sometimes we miss things. Sometimes you take a walk through the rain and finally get to where you're going. You somehow end up dry. That doesn't mean it didn't rain. That's true. I like the way he put that. All of which to say, All of which is to say, before any judge or jury, photographic evidence outweighs a failed sniff test. Carlos is innocent. I know he is. But that photo shows the left-handed shooter. Carlos is innocent. That photo is real. If both are true, then that means the photo doesn't show what it appears to show. So, the mirror. It was the mirror. Oh my god. So at a loss for words? Never. I'm just confused about one thing. Where was this photo taken from? Exactly. The mirror. Exactly. Positional data is usually only accurate to the nearest public router. If we were to de-anon the phone's owner and ask them where, why bother with any of that? Ballistics and common sense tell us that the perp shot from the room's doorway. The front entrance of the apartment faces to the south. There's a hallway that runs back to the bedroom. Yeah, the mirror and the clock's on the wrong side of the wall. The clock is on the, like, if you enter the room, the clock should be on the left side, not the right side. So the actual photo is flipped. So the shooter's shooting with his right hand, not his left, and the clock's on the other side of the wall. That makes sense. And we know that straight from the evidence. Here it is. Right here. There's the clock. There's the, here it is. The mirror was up, and the clock was on the wall. The chair got knocked over. The bed got tossed, and the cushions torn. The mirror was upright. The clock was on the wall. Yes. That's it. And if you look at the ARCS data, I wish I can see the ARCS data again, but this is a reverse photo. That makes sense. The front entrance of the apartment faces to the south. There's a hallway that runs back to the bedroom. We're looking straight at the shooter, so it's pretty obvious that this was taken from across the north window. From the north. If this is from the north, then why can we clearly see the mirror? It's not that complicated. The neighbor who got the shot must live on the other side of the street. So we're looking into the bedroom from the north window. If she's wrong, I could seize the opportunity to start turning the tide. She is. She's wrong. The photo was taken from the west. So he says from the north window. Yes, it was from the west. It was from the west window because the mirror was upright. It was against the, if you look at the thing here, there's the mirror. But it was shot here, reflected, and then they caught this. Because the clock wasn't, yeah, it had to be like that. It was shot from the west. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Because if you look at the photo, no, not the autopsy report. Here it is. There's the clock. There's the mirror. That's the north window. That's the clock there. And if you look at the photo, that's so this is different. This is different. The clock's there. The mirror's there. Yep. I'm gonna raise. It was shot from the west. Yep, I'm willing to bet my chips. I'm afraid that's simply not possible, detectives. This photo has to have been taken from the west. Because if you look at the photo, if you look at where we mapped everything out, that's the mirror. This is the north. This is the north window. If someone was looking in from the north window directly at the door where they say they see the shooter, they would not have seen that clock. They would not have seen it. Because look at the photo. That there's no possible angle. Yep. Sick. The photo has to have been taken from the west. What kind of bluff is that supposed to be? It's not a bluff. The good detectives are misinformed here, and I need to take advantage of it. Time to press the initiative. The hell do you mean this was taken from the west? The autopsy tells us the victim was shot from the doorway. Your officer's ARC data tells us the precise location of everything in the room at the time they arrived. And now, your photo has shown us the exact moment of the shooting. You can raise the ante on a hand up to the current max. Answer wrong and you lose more credit, but answer correctly and you can bank up more credit for trickier hands down the line. And altogether, that tells us that the photo must have been taken through the west window, as long as you consider not the coat, the statement, The vase and the revolver. Not even the vase. It's the statement. The mirror was upright. The clock was on the wall. Cushions. Yeah, it has to have been that. Because there's no way they would have seen that clock. And then that has to be a mirror. The mirror. Yep, I'm gonna go with my gut. So it's not the coats. Victim's blood on the sleeve. That has nothing to do with it. The revolver has nothing to do with it. The vase, you can't see the vase unless it's on the photo. Let me check the evidence. Bed got torn, cushions, chair, clock, mirror was upright. So I'm guessing there's the chair, there's the mirror, that's the clock. I'm guessing that is supposed to be the vase. All in baby, then do statements. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I kind of want to do the vase. Not even a scratch. The vase doesn't make any sense. It has to be the statement. So let's go with the statement. Yes. Okay, that got me one. Just take one look at the clock in that photo. The clock. What about it? The clock, huh? See, I should have doubled up, but I wasn't sure. The clock, huh? Seems like London's got the idea. If he's mistaken, I could pounce on it to keep my tempo high. If this photo was taken right before the shooting, so wait, don't tell me the time of death is wrong. Nope, the time of death is not wrong. Yeah, time of death is correct. Raise. He's right, the time of death could be wrong. No, the time of death is not wrong. Here we go, I'm gonna raise. That's a good question, Detective London. But the answer is no. The autopsy, the clock, and a neighbor all agree the time of death was 9 p.m. Right, no mistaking that. So then what the hell were you on about? Yeah. There's a clock on the wall in this photo, analog style. And it reads 9 o'clock, 9 p.m., the time of the shooting. The hell's so special about that? Nothing. There's nothing odd about the time on the clock, the time that the clock reads, but do you remember there being a clock in the room? What? Actually, I don't recall there being a clock. That makes sense. You wouldn't recall seeing a clock because when the police secured the scene, the clock had already been knocked onto the floor. And the only clock in that room is on the northeastern corner. And my client had informed me at the time that before the crime, it was hung on the eastern wall. Like so. She's going to say, what a horrible drawing. What the hell is that supposed to be? An artistic rendition. It's very distinct. If you had information on how the crime scene was before the shooting, why didn't you just add that to the arcs? And show you my hand? Just because discovery law compels us to share info doesn't mean we all have to play fair detective. Slip my mind. I'll do that now. The important thing is if that clock was on the eastern wall before the shooting occurred, then this photo must have been looking through the western window to see it. Yes. Don't start getting ahead of yourself. The victim was shot at 9 p.m. We know that. The same time where this photo was taken. Yes, we know that. And you want to claim that the clock was still on the eastern wall when it should have been knocked down during the fighting. You got your logic backwards, detective. Backwards, like a mirror does. Your precious photo shows that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. And there's one other piece of evidence that proves exactly how the cards fell. Let's see. Mirror broken. Ceramic stuff. The vase. It wouldn't be the face, and it would have to be the mirror. So I love how you can like, if I click the plus, I can go ahead and like raise the ante. I can go max, but I'm not certain about this. So here it is. The room was trashed before the shooting. Ceramic stuff, that doesn't really matter. The revolver doesn't really show. So the room was trashed before the shooting. I'm trying to prove ceramic. This doesn't tell us anything because it didn't even get a scratch. So that doesn't tell us anything. Debris was already there. Yep. Glass. I would say glass from the mirror. There we go. glass shards, what about them? Nothing much, really. Only that they're on top of the victim's body. Yep. I got 2 for that. And not under it. Yes. If the glass fell on top of the victim's body, that would mean that she was dead on the ground before the room got trashed. But that doesn't make any sense. Oi, Flat, you keep your mouth shut. We're trying to defend you, man. Why would anyone trash the room afterwards? It's a good question, Carlos. Luckily, it's the detectives who will have to delve into the minds of the criminally insane, not us. Tell me, detectives, were there any signs of a struggle at the other crime scenes? Other crime scenes? No, nothing like that. Those attacks would have been over in a matter of seconds. So what do you think when you saw the mess in the bedroom? That this was personal and things had gotten complicated. Stuff happens. Stuff does happen, detectives. But in this case, there's been a general misconception about the order in which things happen. So what if the room didn't get tossed over until afterwards? He still shot her. And we have a photo right here. And I'm glad you do, detective, because that photo proves my client's innocence. The mirror. The mirror. Huh? Proving that it wasn't my client who pulled the trigger is difficult, and maybe more importantly for all of us, time-consuming. Thanks to your photo, I can instead prove that it couldn't have been my client who pulled the trigger, because that man in the photo can't possibly be Carlos. Like hell it can't. The glass shards prove that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. We all know that until the room was tossed, the clock was on the eastern wall, which means that the photo of the shooter was taken from the west. Back to this stuff? That's impossible. The only hallway in that apartment runs from north to south. The only person with prints on that gun is your client. And the only fact that matters is that he used it to murder 6 innocent people. You're a very honest person, detective. Excuse me? That's why you're such a horrible gambler. You always played your cards too early, and now I can steal the pot right from under you. You're right about the hallway's orientation. You're right about the prints. And this HK figure has claimed 6 lives. But we aren't looking at the hallway in that photo. What? What we're seeing is, and I will raise this to the max, and I'm pretty sure we are seeing the mirror. Not the victim, not the optics, not those things, not the prosthetic. We are seeing the mirror. I'm going all in. I raised it to max. We are seeing the mirror. What's that exactly? You're trying to glass shards again? Sort of. By the way, do you recall where those glass shards came from? Yeah, sure. They came from, here it is, from a standing mirror. Give me that money. Yes. 30 tokens. A mirror that, at the time of the shooting, stood across the room from the western window. But then, that would mean, at that angle, from that viewpoint, it would reflect the hallway. We're not seeing a shooter with a gun in their left hand. We're seeing a killer taking aim with their right arm. There it is. And as we all know, my client hasn't had a working right arm in a number of weeks. And he hasn't worn his rental since this morning. So I meant what I said about that photo. I'm glad that it was recovered, because it just proved that my client couldn't have committed this crime. Oh, she is gonna be pissed. I'm good. That should be the end of it. Except it looks like Detective Reyes really is a novice gambler. Sunk cost has gotten its teeth into her now, clawing up her spine, whispering wounded pride in her ear. She was like, I have to clap back. It's a cold sweat, hot palms kind of fever. The impotent, irrational fury of losing something you thought was guaranteed yours. But lucky for you, detective, I'm well versed in shock therapy. She's mad. She hates me. You look dissatisfied, Detective Reyes. Oh my god, I keep twisting the knife. That's one word for it. Then allow me to put a nice bow on everything for you. In summary, my client's so-called confession with just a note to self. The police found him in shock, reeling at the death of his girlfriend, and arrested him for being next to a gun he forensically could not have fired. After being confronted with these facts, he received photographic evidence of the exact moment of the shooting, and instead of utilizing said photo to track down the real killer, you tried to claim it depicted my client, a man without the requisite limb, standing in a architecturally impossible hallway. That's... He could have had a backup arm. He could have stolen one. Exactly. Bridge just said that. A little stubbornness can be charming, but this kind of desperation is ugly. It's getting late. Time to bare my fangs. A bit. Oh, yes. Here we go. That's the best you got? Even a bare bones prosthetic off the black market needs to be attuned to an individual's nervous system. He had to bring it into a clinic, which would have left a record on his shoulder OS, a record you won't find. And he still have to have somehow gotten rid of it before the police arrived. SOP at the scene of the crime. Violent crime calls for full spectrum scanning of the entire building and 100 meters around it, minimum. So, Detective Reyes, where did he manage to hide a cybernetic arm from your drones at the time between the shooting and his arrest? Oh my god, we're cooking her! We're killing her! Oh no. Is she gonna clap back? Well? Any objections? Oh my god. Detective? God. Damn it! Oh yeah, she's done. She folded. Dude, this game is so good. Oh, it's so good. Oh, I can't get over it. I'm so glad I bought the next 2 episodes. I'm gonna be streaming this. Reyes was the real Bay Harbor butcher. Yeah. Show me your hand, Flat. You're uncuffing me? In light of the evidence, we have no reason to hold you. Now I gotta call the DA. Yep, you called him way too early. And tell her I made a mistake. Oof. Not we made a mistake, huh? Listen, kid, you should know. Detective? Lost my train of thought. But hey, your attorney's a real tiger. She just fought like hell for you. Make sure you thank her properly. Public defense doesn't pay that well. I like how London was chilling the entire time. I like that. I really, really like that because it really shows that he's the expert. If you want to be the smartest person in the room, when you're not knowledgeable on anything, you just keep your mouth shut, and then people won't know that you don't know. That's the biggest thing. If you don't know anything about the subject matter, or if you're uncertain, the smartest thing you can do is just keep your mouth shut, because that way you know you don't know, but other people don't know you don't know. So that's the big thing. So he's a veteran. He knew he didn't know, so he was like, I know what, I'm gonna keep my mouth shut, I'm gonna listen. So that made sense. He is the expert. London was just chilling the whole time because he has experience. Make sure you thank her properly. Public defense doesn't pay that well. Yeah, that's kind of you to say, detective, but my work is his own reward. Yeah, sir. I feel exactly the same, counselor. Nice. What happens now? You go home. I'll have to speak with the DA about the dismissal, and there's still some paperwork we'll need to go through. But basically, you're free to go. Congrats, you get to leave the casino with your kneecaps intact. Yay? What do I know his girlfriend's dead, his apartment's a crime scene. What is he gonna do? What am I supposed to do? Yeah. The detectives will continue their investigation. I know you got the extra episodes to buy time from the Walking Fish too. Yeah. Their investigation into heartbreak, huh? Yes. When the authorities are satisfied with their examination of the body, she'll be handed over to the next of kin, and then you can make funeral arrangements. No, that's not what I... Diane being gone is bad enough, but a serial killer? It's like she died of the flu. It doesn't happen anymore. People die of the flu all the time, but I know what you mean. I can't make sense of it. What am I supposed to do? Hell if I know. There are some contacts I could give you. Services, professionals, doctors. No, you've done more than enough for me. Damn, they got the flu in their time. Yeah. When you got here, I was too tired to even defend myself, to try and convince them that I didn't. You saved me. Thank you. You're welcome, Carlos, but it's my job to. No, I mean it. I mean, thank you for not asking. For not asking if I killed her. Oh, Carlos. I didn't need to ask. I knew you were innocent from the start. Oh my god. Oh, is this the reveal? Was my theory right? No way. Of course he was. After all, oh my god. Oh my god! I was right! Oh, no. The blood's always different. Heart's always in the same place, easy to find, hard to miss. But the blood's always different. A flowering stain unfurling towards an invisible sun. A perfectly unique bloom, only one for each of us. A Rorschach test with singular, universal meaning, vitality at its climax. Bursting forth into a red fractal consisting solely of an infinite DN. But the comical thud of the body hitting the floor has its own kind of lowbrow appeal. Oh my god. She did do it. Oh my god. And I'm in the scene. Bullet number 6 of 6, the gun's empty. It's useless to me now, may as well leave it. Feels like a waste, but whatever. Finding the ammo was almost enough of a hassle to outweigh the advantages. I could sell an untagged gun for a fair bit of cash, but cash can't buy you peace of mind. Oh, don't look so surprised, lady. Moping around in the dark in here, must have only been able to see my silhouette. Did she think I was her boyfriend? Back for an encore of that enthralling conversation? Can't ask her now. Hey, yeah, did you hear that? These old pieces are so goddamn loud, and people aren't even familiar enough with the sound anymore to know to run the other way. Probably roused half the neighborhood, but I didn't see anything I could use even as a partial suppressor on the way in. Could they really not afford some throw pillows? I used the other 5 bullets in outdoor spaces and small spheres of blind opportunity that the city's eyes couldn't think to pierce. Cramped places usually full of trash. But this room, as cheap as it looks, is at least clean, organized even. So the corpse adds a certain satisfying contrast. She's doing it for like art. She's like a member of the ring. Except there's stuff on the floor. By the window, there's broken pieces of something fragile and tacky. And that's where the idea came from. She was like, I can just mess the room up. It's fine. It's just one thing out of place. Actually, it's not fine. It's actually really irritating. I kicked over the stupid goddamn mirror. 5 perfect crime scenes, each of them. Not a speck of evidence, nothing to go on. And for the final shot, there just has to be some pile of stuff in the corner ruining everything. I kick the wall. Something falls from it, probably more tasteless BS. I toss over the chair, knock the urn, tear into the sheets with my frustration to try and savor the shredding. If it can't be clean, I'll just have to lean into the messy angle. At least it will be consistent. Oh my god, dude, this is insane. What a great game. Are you kidding me? This was all so stupid. Honestly, I'm not the ego-driven type. In fact, I pride myself on my humility. Absolute psycho. Now, was it satisfying when the first 3 went down with single shots? Yes. But so what? I'm not made of stone. After all, after that, I did start to actively aim for the heart, but... Heartbreak killer? Really? Don't people have anything better to do with their time? What kind of miserable, lifeless voyeurs would obsess over something that's none of their business? All of the threads and breakdowns and the goddamn theory crafting, and all for the heartbreak killer. Sounds like a soap opera villain from a season where the writers were on strike. I'd feel insulted by the label, but no, that's someone else's name. They came up with it. They spread it. They marketed it. Heartbreak's got nothing to do with me. He's just some reclusive, lonely, socially impotent loser who shot 6 people because... Well, I'm sure people will come up with something. That he got rejected one too many times or whatever. Me, I killed those people because I saw them and I wanted to. And I've killed a lot more than just 6. Really? Oh my god. At least the room's thoroughly trashed now. If I had just walked away after seeing that mess by the window, it would have irritated me to no end. And now, it doesn't match the MO of the last 5 perfectly, so irritate the cops to no end instead. Good riddance, Heartbreak. You enjoy your 15 minutes in the spotlight. Really savor it. I'm going home. The air's weighty tonight, thick, energized. A heavily foreshadowed summer rain I can feel on every hair. They call this kind of humidity oppressive, but I disagree. The warm tension on your skin, like in those short moments just after the shower turns off when the steam lingers, yeah, it's always the most comfortable right afterwards. Maybe there's no disagreement to be had. Oppressive things can be comforting too. Only the guilty ones run. I don't know about that, but I know I've never felt guilty about any of this, and I walk. That's so good. Real Yoshikage Kita energy, yeah. Sorry, using my left is still... That's okay, you can just initial in those spots. I took a scenic route home, courtesy of our fine city's sprawling public transportation, and got in a bit after 11 p.m. Had myself a thorough shower, drank a glass of milk, did some stretching, made sure my phone was on. Time went by evenly. Around 1:40 a.m., a posting for public defender work came up. Decent rate, since it was so late and so urgent. I had wagered correctly that the boyfriend would have enough sense to ask for a lawyer, and enough debt that he needs to be provided one. All I had to do was stay awake. And there wasn't much competition after 1 in the morning. Okay, where else? Here and here. How did I phrase it earlier? Criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. Why wouldn't I take on a job where I already knew more than the cops? It would have been easy to convince Carlo to plead out. I would have gotten paid the same too. But easy is dangerous. Carlos was, of course, innocent, so his conviction would have never been airtight. And there would have been doubts, questions, appeals. Maybe even fans, depending on his looks. More attention on HK and his crimes, more headaches. A cold case rotting in the very far back of the public's awareness is always preferable to one open and shut in haste. Now, with no more murders matching HK's MO, there won't be any additional public pressure to find a culprit. Now, Heartbreak can just starve to death, out of sight and out of mind, like any other fluke in the system. Almost done. Getting involved with this case intimately does have its risks. Hell, I might have even overdone things here and there, like lighting up a smoke inside an interrogation room just to make doubly sure I didn't still smell of gunpowder myself. That's why she smoked, because she still smells like gunpowder. That London fellow seemed more fixated on it than I would have liked. But obviously, everything turned out rosy. And it's worth it for the finality of it all. Seeing the authorities failing from the best seat in the house, that's just a bonus. Thanks again, Morgan, for everything. I'm sure Diane is grateful as well. Oh my god. Funny. I didn't even know her name. Oh my god. Dude, this is so sick. Oh. Something the matter? No, sorry, it's just... I was mad when I left the apartment. I know she was too. So when she died, death was instantaneous, Carlos. I can't imagine that she was in any pain. In fact, I can guarantee she was dead before she hit the ground. No, I know, but I just keep thinking that she might have died angry at me. She might have died hating me. She must have died hating me. Present evidence? I can present evidence. But what kind of evidence would I have? Probably the pill organizer. So she had a bunch of pills in her hand because I think she was trying to help him out. Because everything else doesn't match. So it was the pills. Terms. Gamble. A gambler with a system must be, to a lesser extent, or to a lesser or greater extent, insane. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to present evidence because it's got to be the pills. So she was getting his pills. Okay. So here we go. Present evidence. To tell you the truth, Carlos, there's something I've been wondering about myself. What is it? Something I noticed in the ARC's data that I didn't quite understand. A piece of the puzzle I couldn't fit anywhere else. Maybe you can make sense of it. The pills. What is... Where did you find that? The pill organizer was found on the victim. She had grasped it in her hand when she died. Obviously, the police added it to ARCs, but it was quickly ruled irrelevant. Seems like it contained tripexos... I can't read that. Triprexazone, prescribed to help modders with phantom itches. They're small tablets, and they're tricky class 2 for a pill organizer. Could be hard to handle with an unsteady hand. No one will ever know what she was feeling when she died, but if they did, feelings are complicated. You can feel angry, happy, and sad all at the same time. But as far as facts are concerned, it would appear that when she died, what she was doing was setting out your medication for the week. To my eyes, anyways. I got an achievement. As prescribed. Show Carlos what the victim was holding. Nice. June 5th. Long night. That was too far just now. Practically rubbing it in his face. It's not like I care about his feelings. I doubt I'll ever even see him again. But overstepping like that is pure hubris. And hubris invites a downfall. She's looking directly at me. She's like, why did you do that? So why? Why did I even bother? For the achievement, of course. It was the last piece of the puzzle, I suppose. I'll just need to show more restraint next time. Though, there won't be a next time for Heartbreak. The gun's in custody, there are no more bullets left, there won't be a 7th victim, and there won't be any more leads to pursue. The media will move on to their next obsession. I'll move on to my next MO, and no one will ever... Found you? Okay, this is probably the DA. District Attorney Rockford. Okay, this is the DA. Hello. Oh my god, who is this psycho-looking lady? Sorry, can I try that again? Who is this? I'm so fried. By all means. Ugh. Counselor Morgan. Morning, noon, or night. You're always so put together. Thank you. I don't get it. How do you sleep at night? Pardon? I like whenever it mentions like how do you sleep at night? Like whenever she thinks it involves what her activities, her eyes go fully black. You do white noise, aromatherapy? Whatever you're doing, I need to steal it. God. I must have bags under my eyes dark enough for the dumpsters. Assistant District Attorney Emma Rockford. She's a prosecutor, the lawyer who argues for the state in court, trying to prove a defendant's guilt. And despite her sometimes unkempt appearance, she's probably the sharpest person to fill the position in decades. I should know, since I haven't beaten her once. Worse yet, she has a remarkable ability to compartmentalize all the adversarial energy and only bring it out in the courtroom. It's a part of what makes her good at the job, and hard for me to read. Should I buy a new mattress? What they got you doing at this ungodly hour, Emma? Oh well. Actually, I'm here for you. Me? Your client here was a suspect in the heartbreak killing. That's my case. Well then, you must have been relieved finding out that you won't have to go to trial against me. No? Why would I be worried about going up against you? It's always the unintended barbs with her. So you're working with those detectives? Yeah, London and the new girl, Reyes. They've been reporting to me in preparation for trial. Emma is just a vibe, obviously. Honestly, yeah. Preparations for trial? That seems ambitious. I guess they gave you the rundown. They've been doing everything they can, but it's hard to catch a killer who leaves behind so little. It's hard to kill while leaving behind so little. So Reyes told you that they had HK in custody and you popped out of bed all excited to run down here? Haha, hardly. I haven't slept in 40 hours. What? Too much on my mind. So when I heard about a case with a single female victim shot through the heart, yeah, my ears perked up. That's about all. Oh? I mean, Carlos Flat, a serial killer? The same serial killer that outsmarted the state for weeks? She's not using his middle name. That means she's not serious about him being a suspect. He was found with the murder weapon, but I can answer that any number of ways. Yeah. It could have been flat. It could not have been flat because of the photo. Stiff and unyieldy, the fingers can't bend. Flat's coat, no gunpowder found. I feel like any of these is going to be the wrong answer. She's going to talk past any one of these. I'm going to say it was the photo. Taken at 9 p.m. shows a right-handed shooter, a lucky shot. I think it's just how much do I want to reveal about myself. So, photo. That may be true, but then I glanced at the report, so anything I would have put it down was going to be wrong. You glanced at it? No gunpowder residue on him or his clothes. Right. Too remorseful, too apologetic on that note, whatever it was about. His dominant arm, modded, with documented sensitivity issues, never could have made shots that clean. Not without getting close enough to leave scorch marks. Not to mention he's too tall for ballistic entry angles, and probably too heavy to not leave imprints. She's got all that from a glance? Damn, she's good. Yeah, just looking at it. But I'm sure a competent lawyer like yourself pointed all that out the minute you walked in here. Of course. Worst part is, she's not even being sarcastic. Yeah, of course it couldn't have been him. Long-term relationships, physically imposing, argumentative. So not the type to bottle things up. He didn't match the profile. Profile? Yeah, Right, sorry, you never heard of it. I know what a goddamn profile is. A profile is a reconstruction of a criminal's psychology based on evidence from their crimes. Really? Profiling? Then that's Rockford. So let's see here. Weight, undetermined. O positive, blood type. Dislikes sunburn, dead pixels, eye strain. Plays chess, shogi, and idol, savant stars. Cat person, yes. Kind of fallen out of fashion for the last few decades. Not much need to guess about the why when 99 times out of 100 the who is caught on camera, or before they even leave the house. I've had to find some real fossils and oddballs to get advice on how to go about it, but I think I'm getting the hang of it. Heartbreak's MO. I want to know this. Well, at least this heartbreak maniac will slow down now that he lost his weapon. He didn't lose it, he chose to leave it behind. That tells me he's confident he can do just fine without it. And it just makes me even more certain that these aren't his only kills. Were there other shootings with the same MO? No, not that I've found. Other victims that fit the description? No. But I'm not overly focused on the victim's appearance anyways. I mean, these 6 victims all look like each other, but they also look like a lot of people. And that's why I mentioned they all look like the same. Or they look brown hair, brown eyes, that matches a lot of people. That's true. Hell, they kind of look like me. That's what I thought. That's what I immediately thought. I was like, she has brown hair, brown eyes. Do they? Have I? She's been subconsciously killing people that look like her? Sure. What? You don't see it? I hadn't thought about it. Point is, no one can kill that cleanly when it's their first time. She's gonna be the dokes of this game. I really hope so. This game is so good. Getting things that perfect takes practice. So I know that HK must have had a lot more practice than a lot more than 6 occasions of practice, Morgan. And that's why I think heartbreak is a misnomer. You got something catchier in mind? I just don't think shooting them in the heart has any particular significance. If anything, it's a testament to their accuracy and their cold-blooded efficiency. The best possible use of 6 untagged bullets. Nah, it isn't instincts like Dokes. She more like L solving with just a glance. Yeah. 6 kills guaranteed, no matter what kind of life support mods they were packing. Their real signature isn't the bullets or the gun. It's the perfection. That's hard to wrap your head around. I'm saying that these 6 murders were just a fluke, a slip-up, a mistake? Exactly, a mistake. They got too clean, too efficient, and now they got the public's attention. It's no wonder they're so pissed. Are you talking about the crime scene? Yeah, probably threw the detectives for a loop, right? Based on what you said, I don't blame them. Whoever trashed the room doesn't seem like the smooth operator you've been describing. On the contrary. Oh, she knows. I don't follow. That was the last bullet. Their last shot. The 5 others were perfect. So if anything was out of place this time around, they must have thrown one hell of a temper tantrum. She knows. You make them sound like a child. Childish. And cowardly. And two-faced. Someone who hates to lose almost as much as they love to win. Your profile tell you all that? No. That part's just takes one to know one. About profiling. So this profiling, is this some kind of investigative technique? The theory is that a crime can tell you something about the nature of the person who committed it. Stabbing, overkill, points to passion, rage, lust. They probably knew their victim. Poison and guns, meanwhile, suggest they can't overpower their victim physically. And then there's the things you can assume about nearly all serial offenders. Childhood trauma, prior criminal records, few or no meaningful attachments. There's a lot of reoccurring themes in their stories. The detectives say HK doesn't leave evidence. So how much can his crimes possibly tell you? That he's diligent, almost perfect, highly intelligent, painstakingly organized, and with enough criminal connections to get his hands on an untagged firearm. It's rare to see her this animated outside the courtroom. I don't like the music. It's almost like she's, enjoying herself. A sheltered house cat who's picked up the scent of a mouse for the first time. A lone wolf, educated, but all her playfully lethal instincts coming to life. Probably overqualified or undervalued. Though, I'm not thrilled about the fact that in that metaphor, I would be the... Know what I mean? Definitely. And considering the marksmanship, the detective said that HK would have needed insider info on optics. So does that mean heartbreaks in law enforcement? Never in 10 billion years. Oh, antisocial, independent, despises authority. That'd be like a stallion applying for a job on a merry-go-round. They'd be kicking kids in the head after the first full rotation. Right, that's exactly how I'd put it. There must be some connection to the police though. Maybe secondary or tertiary? These types can't help but insert themselves. I don't do anything even resembling that. Wait, if HK is not a cop, how do they know about the blackout timing? Crime meta statistics analysis? Probably. Pardon? Take the emergency response times from across the map and map them out. From across the city and map them out. Look for brief spikes and delays. Chart out the dips in... Sorry, technical, I know. But all the requisite data is publicly available. With a map, a spreadsheet, a calculator, anyone could reverse engineer the timing if they wanted to. That is such an unpleasant thought, Emma. So to summarize, you're looking for a cold-blooded, faceless perfectionist killer who you think has no persistent MO or victim type in a city with 8-digit population. Well, good luck. I don't need luck. I only need more information. Well, I'm sure the city would be happy to provide you with more resources. No, Morgan. I mean, I need more crime scenes. Oh. Sad truth is, if Heartbreak walked away today, I'd never catch them. Only way my net narrows is if they keep piling up bodies. Not a very fair trade, is it? No, it isn't. But getting screwed over is a given. It's a deal with the devil. Fair enough. Woof. Alright, that rant was pretty morbid and detailed. I need to get out more, or sleep more. Or sleep less, but harder. That doesn't work that way. It does not work that way, Emma. You cannot catch up on sleep. You think a higher threat count would help? Don't worry about it. I'm always happy to listen to you ramble. It's a lot more pleasant than having to face you in the courtroom. It works that way. It does not work that way. Sorry, but that's the adversarial process. So no hard feelings, yeah? No hard feelings. We're both just doing what we do. I could use a cup of coffee. How about you? Don't tempt me. If you fall asleep face first onto the table, I won't even take a picture. Okay. Just don't expect this to make a difference next time we're at each other's throats. Heartbreak won't claim any more victims. In 2 weeks, the media will have moved on to the next sensation, and the police would have moved on to cases they actually stand a chance of closing. It's what people do. But Emma is different. Oh my god, this looks sick. Hold up. That looks sick. She'll set it aside and work a dozen other cases, never bringing it up. But a private corner of that frustratingly sharp mind of hers will continue to whittle away at it. Never finishing, but never quitting either. So I can't afford to take my eyes off of her. As long as that's the case, I might as well try to enjoy the view. Episode 0, end. Dude, that was amazing. Oh, is this starting episode 1? I'm a little bit worried. It would tell me if I'm starting episode 1. Android. Cinema. It was actually cinema. Which means you're going to be living with my friend for a while. Android. For how long? I'm sorry. I don't know. There's no need to look that upset over it. My face barely moved. It may as well have been a blatant pout from where I'm sitting. Yeah, like that. This friend of yours, they're trustworthy? Absolutely. In fact, I trust them more than anyone. Hey, come on. It'll be fun. Really? Really. Educational, too. I think you can stand to learn a lot from someone like Morgan. Oh my god. It's so good. And it sets up the next episode. We're gonna watch the credits. Oh, I can just tab. Okay, it's going auto now. Okay, sweet. I'm gonna take the info about the game. I'm gonna post it here so you guys can play if you guys want to play it. That was pretty good. That was really good. Morgan's gonna have an assistant. Who knows? We'll find out in episode 1. That was episode 0. Here's the link for that second game. I'm gonna pin it because we pinned the first one, so we're gonna pin the second one. That's the pin if you want to play on your own. Oh, it's so good. That was ridiculously good. wee Xenons. Special thanks to these people. Special thanks to these people. Full attribution available at here. Made with Unity, Nanny Novel, Do Tween, Pro Builder, Shapes, game by the Ninth Circle, Of the Devil, Episode 0, and He Shall Appear. Yeah, speak of the devil and he shall appear. To be continued in. You're the smartest person I know, Morgan, when it comes to people. Personally, I think it's cruel to bring something that flawed into the world. You're a criminal defense attorney, and we're at a crime scene. I think I can guess what happens next. I've never stolen anything. That wasn't already compromised. Work hard and the company will have you set for life, and after too. Can't you tell how many musicians I've seen screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus? So that's not just a lawyer job thing. You dress like a doorman on weekends too. Compared to determining cause of death is like a breath of fresh air. The company wheels don't stop spinning for anything. We can't hope to keep this quiet for very long. But it's a million times more likely than the alternative. That heartbreak could ever stop themselves from killing. Father said that you owed him. I don't do anything out of the goodness out of my heart, but when I take a job, I never half-ass it. Oh, sorry for the curse. Of the Devil, Episode 1. An Idle Mind. That was good. That was a good game. Episode 0 results. 2 articles, 6 profiles, 18 key terms, 17 pieces of evidence. Okay, so I got 2 out of 2, 6 out of 6, 18 out of 18, 17 out of 17, 30 earned credits. Congratulations, you finished episode 0 with 30 credits. You also unlocked concept art and bonus scenarios based on your highest score for episode 0. You also have 30 remaining store credits to spend on phone charms and case colors based on the highest credit you've earned with which you finish this episode. Nice. Oh my god. Sick. I like how it only shows the characters you've been introduced to so far. This is the original concept art. How does the hair work? How does that hair work? Yeah. I guess it started like this and then it eventually turned out to be like that. This is London. We have Reyes, original concept art, and then how she looks now. She has a cybernetic eye, we know that. Both of them together. That's Emma. Concept art of the shots. Emma. That, oh my god. It was so good. Them talking to each other. This. I guess this is what she was wearing. Or this is like extra. Heart fake killer. Okay, heart fake killer. We have Android. Oh, that was so good. Bonus scenarios. Interviews. Nice. I got everything unlocked. We can watch this later. I'm gonna go to the main menu. I'm not gonna start episode 1. I will play episode 1 when I'll play episode 1 next week. Oh man, that was so good. You gotta be kidding me, man. That was a ridiculously good game. That was so much fun. Are you kidding me? All right, I think I'm gonna leave it here. It's been 6 hours already. It's almost like 1 o'clock in the morning. My God. All right, if you're still watching, thank you all so much for watching. London can get it any day of the week. Yeah, damn right he could. But yeah, if you're still watching, thank you all so much for watching. We're gonna be continuing a lot of this next week. I won't be streaming tomorrow, but I will be streaming on Monday. So I'll have a schedule out on the Discord. If you haven't joined the Discord, click below on the Discord banner so you can follow along, or don't. It's fine. I stream pretty much every day, so if you just like wait around long enough, you'll see me come online. But aside from that, thank you all so much for watching. This coming week, we're gonna play more of this. We're gonna play some more indie games, and we're finally gonna start Lobotomy Corp. So we can actually try and get some background information on what's going on in Limbus. So unless you guys want me to start Library of Ruina, and we have to do fish as well. So we're gonna have to do fish. So I'll leave it up to you guys, Library of Ruina or Lobotomy Corporation. I want to start one of those while we have some kind of a rest time from Limbus, because we're finally caught up. But aside from that, thank you all so much for watching, and I will catch you guys later or on Monday. See ya.